A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Makati Productions presents a Gregory Scott story, The Shadow War. For years have passed since the New Republic and the Galactic Empire signed the Fey'lya Treaty, bringing an end to the Galactic Civil War. For the first time in over 2 decades, the galaxy knows peace. But peace is not the same as stability. The Empire has withdrawn to its remaining territories, but its future is uncertain. The New Republic Senate is fractured, with factions ranging from those who believe the treaty was too lenient to those who argue it didn't go far enough. Chief of State Leia Organa Solo, who led the Republic through the final years of the war, is preparing to step down, a decision that has thrown the succession into uncertainty. Her expected successor is Senator Ben Kilnam of Bavinier, a Syrian statesman and longtime ally. His primary opponent is Borsk Fey'lya, a Bahan politician who has survived every political crisis thrown at him. The election is one of the most consequential in the Republic's history. At the center of the contest is Bavinier itself, a planet with a troubled past. The Empire resettled it with Syrians after driving out its original human colonists. Now the exiles are returning, and the world is caught between two peoples who both claim it as home. The fragile unity government between Syrians and humans has been strained by decades of resentment, and now that tension threatens to spill over into open conflict. When Bavinier's Syrian Prime Minister is assassinated on the eve of the election, the crisis that follows threatens to tear the planet apart, and with it, the fragile peace of the new republic. As violence escalates and political rivals circle, a shadow war unfolds behind the scenes, one that will determine the future of Bavinier, the outcome of the election, and the stability of the galaxy itself. Chapter 1. A ribbon of crimson stardust, the raw material of a nebula yet unborn, drifted in the distance. Countless chunks of space rock tumbled before it, black silhouettes against the red. The asteroid cluster had no name, the stardust only an alphanumeric code from long-dead stellar cartographers. It was a desolate place on the galaxy's outer edge, a place no one had cause to go. Perfect for hiding. The Star Destroyer Invidious hung in open space, its nose pointed toward the asteroid field. Its mile-long wedge, once the pale gray of all Imperial Star Destroyers, had been accentuated by broad swirls of black paint. Its hull bristled with other modifications, docking ports, weapon emplacements, tractor beam emitters, everything a rogue pirate vessel and mobile shadowport could want. Still, Invidious had seen better days. Standing before her cabin's forward viewport, Leonia Tavira felt a rare, unwelcome tug of pensiveness. The war between the New Republic and the Galactic Empire, of which she'd nominally been a part 20 years ago, had been over for 4 years. It was a time of law and order, peace and prosperity, for almost all the civilized galaxy. A horrible time to be an outlaw. Behind her, a voice said, "I believe your broadcast is starting." It was enough to make her feel a little better. Tavira turned to survey her cabin. What had once been Invidious' conference room now held sofas, plush seats, looted art on the walls, and a cabinet stocked with the best liquors a woman could steal. Seated on the longest sofa, facing the hollow projected image of a three-eyed grand newscaster babbling with the audio muted, was a human on the young side of middle age. He was well dressed in a handsome suit, with dark hair slicked away from a smooth, attractive face. Pedrick Cuff smiled politely at her and said, "Would you like to sit down?" "Very much," Tavira said. "I've been looking forward to this. Just let me fetch a drink." She walked to the liquor cabinet, half-filled 2 tumblers with Trallian whiskey, and carried them to the sofa. She bent low when she handed one to Pedrick Cuff, who responded with a simple grateful nod. Then she sat down right next to him, hip lightly pressed against his. He reached for the remote and turned the audio on. Small, raven-haired, and athletically built, Tavira had always looked younger than her years. Most beings guessed her at barely past 30, and she knew it wasn't flattery. She'd learned to draw men's attention at 15, when she'd seduced her homeworld's aged imperial moth. She was still good at it. Pedrick's apparent disinterest was disappointing. She'd have to settle for his being a good business partner. At least, she hoped he'd be one. They were going to find out shortly. On the hollow, the grand newscaster was saying, "I've just gotten word that we're ready to begin the debate. If you'll watch, you'll see all 4 candidates for Chief of State of the new Republic take their podiums now." Tavira leaned forward as the Grand stepped aside and the holocam zoomed in on the platform where all 4 candidates were taking their places. "It seems so strange not seeing Organa Solo on that stage," she said. "She'd become an institution," Pedrick said. "Perhaps she felt she was simply done with leadership." He said it like the concept of relinquishing power voluntarily didn't make sense to him. Truth be told, it didn't make sense to Tavira either. Not that she'd ever wanted to run the entire galaxy like Princess Leia had, not in the least. But what she did have, what life she'd claimed for herself here on Invidious, was something she didn't want to surrender, ever. Meanwhile, her potential successors were taking their places, and the Grand Newscaster was helpfully reading off his canned summary for the handful of beings in the galaxy who hadn't been paying close attention to this unprecedented election. "Senator Borsk Fey'lya," the newscaster announced. Tavira studied the Bahan through the hollow. He stood under the lights, fur perfect, paws gripping the podium like he already owned it. The tilt of his head was calculated, not a hint of the disgrace that commas should have brought him. Somehow he'd survived, emerged stronger. Now he was one of the frontrunners, and he knew it. She recognized the type. She'd seen it in Imperial courtiers for years. Fey'lya was just better at hiding his claws. "Senator Selch Dravid of Karelia," the newscaster continued. The human, middle-aged and photogenic, smiled a white smile and waved to the clapping audience. A relatively new senator, Dravid had made a name for himself as a critic of the peace treaty. Too lenient, he said, though he was always vague about what should have been done instead. Senator Poe of Mon Calamari. Poe was another newcomer, the first Quarren to represent a world most associated with Admiral Akbar. He criticized both the peace treaty and the soft establishment politicians who'd orchestrated it. Senator Ben Kilnam of Bavinier, chairman of the Defense Council. The Syrian walked to his podium and bowed to the audience, tipping his cone-topped head forward. Organa Solo was strictly avoiding any comment on the election to replace her, but everyone who knew anything about New Republic politics knew that Ben Kilnam was her trusted friend and preferred successor. Tavira glanced at Pedrick. "How does it feel, having your homeworld represented on such a prestigious level?" Pedrick's face settled into a frown. "You have no idea." Tavira smirked. "I wonder if he has any idea of the surprise in store for him." "He'd better not. Then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?" "I thought you'd want to be on Bavinier yourself, so you can watch over it personally." "I'm just a middleman in my organization. I trust our people on the ground." He glanced sideways at her and smiled. "Now that you've provided them with proper equipment, of course." Tavira smiled, tapped her tumbler lightly against Pedrick's, and sat back. The plush sofa cushions wrapped around her. She took another sip. It was going to be quite a show. Half a galaxy away, in an apartment overlooking Coronet's glittering skyline, the same broadcast was playing to a very different audience. "Myra, will you be quiet, please?" Yella said with a sigh as she stuck her head inside her younger daughter's bedroom. Myra looked up, eyes wide and alert but with an expression as blissfully, annoyingly innocent as only a 6-year-old could manage. That exact expression was replicated on the 5 other schoolkids crammed into her room. Yella put on her best authoritative mom voice and said, "All of you need to keep it down to an indoor level, okay? Myra, I don't mind if you have friends over, but your father and I are watching a holo broadcast, and we'd really like to hear what's actually being said, okay?" Myra blinked and said, so innocently, "Okay, Mom." "Okay, Mrs. Antilles," added the girl next to her. "We're sorry, Mrs. Antilles," piped another of Myra's friends. "Just use indoor voices, all right?" Yella asked. The kids nodded, one after another, without changing their owlish expressions. Figuring she'd done all she could, Yella left Myra's bedroom, closing the door behind her. "Mrs. Antilles," she muttered, still not used to the sound after nearly a decade. "How'd it go in there?" her husband asked from his place on the sofa. I think I temporarily calmed them. We'll see how long it lasts. It was mid-afternoon in Galactic City, where the debate was being held, but here in Corellia's capital of Coronet, the sun had just gone down, and the brilliant skyline was lighting up outside the windows of their apartment. Wedge had retired with a general's rank and a general's pension, which meant they could afford a place with a good view at any hour. Yella was pleased and unsurprised to see Mirai's sister Cial already in her spot, legs crossed, watching the broadcast with the intensity of a general reviewing a battle plan. At 7, she had more focus than most senators Yella had known. Yella dipped into the kitchen to fetch herself a little drink. She heard Borsk Fey'lya's mellifluous, smooth voice say, "I'm sorry, but I must disagree with Senator Dravid. The peace treaty with the Empire, while imperfect, brought an end to over 20 years of hostilities, and we've seen no indication the Empire has any intention of violating the rules of the agreement." "Senator Plo," said the moderator, "do you have a comment?" It's obvious why Senator Fey'lya is such a staunch defender of the Pleian-Gavrism Treaty, given that it neatly saved the Bahans from their own mess. "I object to that statement," Fey'lya snapped, no longer silky smooth. "The actions of a handful of saboteurs on Kama's 50 years ago in no way reflects on the current combined clans." Yella sighed and took a sip of her husband's Tralian whiskey. She'd probably need more of it before the night was through. "We understand your position, Senator Fey'lya," the moderator was saying patiently as Yella carried 2 glasses into the living room. "Senator Ben Kilnam, do you have a comment?" "In this instance, I'd agree with Senator Fey'lya," the Syrian said calmly. "The Pleian-Gavrism Treaty has been a success so far. No more sons and daughters of the Republic have died, and the Empire has stayed within its territory. Besides, I wouldn't want it to be said that we in the Republic break an oath the Empire keeps." He smiled in good humor, and that got a few claps from the audience. Yella sighed as she settled down next to Wedge. She held out her second glass. "Have your favorite, dear?" "Gladly," Wedge said. He took it, sipped, and glanced at Cial. "It's always a show, isn't it?" she said. "Very," he nodded. "It's not like Plo or Dravid would really renege on the treaty if they got in power, but they found a base they can play to." "Then why are they saying they would?" asked Cial, serious and naive at once. "Some people think we should have pressed for more territory, reparations, maybe even dismantled the Empire entirely. But that would have meant another war. Plo and Dravid know that. They're just playing to voters who don't." Cial frowned and looked back at the hollow, where the moderator was giving Selch Dravid a question about the defense forces. The girl muttered, "I'm glad we're not at war anymore." Yella smiled lightly. Cial had been just 3 years old when the treaty was signed and didn't remember a bit of it. She had no idea what her parents had gone through before the wars and allowed them to retire and focus on family. Doesn't the chief of state get elected by the senators? Ciel asked next. That's right, Wedge said. Then why show this debate? Those people in the audience. They're not senators. Iella smiled at her daughter's confusion. But senators have to listen to what their voters think. The Republic's too big for everyone to vote. So the senators vote for us. She caught Wedge's eye and saw the same thought there. If only it really worked that way. In her years with the intelligence service, she'd seen enough Senate backroom deals to know Fey'lya played the game better than anyone. Benny played it too, but he seemed to hate it. On the broadcast, Dravid was saying, I believe it's important to keep the new Republic defense fleet strong to fend off incursions from the Empire, the unknown regions, or any other enemies we have. At the same time, I think it's also important to realize that different star systems have different priorities, and that some amount of autonomy should be granted to local defense fleets. This is tricky, Wedge told Ciel. He wants to look tough on defense, big on the military. He's also Corellian, and Corellians don't like being told what to do. He's trying to say two things at once, Ciel said, confused. I think it's called having your Reese cake and eating it too. But that's impossible. Honey, Wedge smirked. I think our outgoing chief of state once told me that politics is the art of making the impossible possible. On Coruscant, the outgoing chief of state herself was watching the same debate, and struggling with her own impossible problem. Leia Organa Solo leaned forward intently in her seat and tried to ignore her husband as Han said, What? He's right. You've got to look at this from the perspective of the little guys. Corellia's a highly populated, industrialized system, Leia's chief of staff, Nana Dang, told him. They're hardly little. I know. And I know you can't just mothball the fleet 'cause the Empire's gone, but you can't just go around telling every star system what to do either. Han, please, I'm trying to listen, she said, and tried to keep the edge from her voice. To his credit, Han didn't protest anymore. He leaned back on the sofa next to her, arms crossed, and said nothing. The gathering in Leia's office was small. Han, Leia, Aang, plus a handful of senators from her circle of allies, Cal Olmus, Alderaan's junior senator, and Eligos Akla of Kamas. Senator Ben Kilnam, said the moderator. As chairman of the Defense Council, I'm sure you have an opinion on this issue. Of course. Benny bowed his head, polite as ever. Though I am not as worried about the Empire as Senators Plo or Dravid, I do believe it is important to keep vigilant. So you support a centralized military? I support a design where planetary systems can build their own defense fleets, within limits, so long as those local forces are subordinate to fleet command. At the same time, there is no cause to totally dismantle the 5 battle groups of our centralized defense force, though some reorganization for peacetime would be prudent. As you know, I am from Bavinir. Our planetary militia is modest, but large relative to our total population. It's an institution Baviniri citizens take pride in. I have no desire to disrupt it. See? Han whispered to Leia. Even your own guy agrees with me. Leia fought a frown. Han hadn't said anything wrong. Benny was her longtime friend and trusted ally. She'd rather see him as her successor than anyone else on that stage, and everyone in politics knew it. She hated looking biased, and made a point of never letting it influence her decisions, even now, as she wound down her final term. So you would like to essentially continue the defense policies of your predecessors? Asked the moderator. I believe some overhauls are necessary, as I said. Benny smiled easily. We are no longer at war. We no longer need to pull millions of sons and daughters from their parents to fight in far-off systems. I have great respect for how Organa Solo and Gavrism manage the military, just as I respect Admiral Akbar and the other senior commanders. I will be happy to work with Akbar and their people to streamline our military, make it smaller, more efficient, and more federalized without debilitating our capacity to respond to threats. It was a polite, veiled jab at Fey'lya, who made no secret of his desire to replace Akbar. But the moderator didn't veer the debate in that direction. Instead, he said, "You've all discussed external threats at length. But what about conflict inside the Republic? How would each of you handle violent instability on a member world?" Tribac gave a low roar behind her, and Cal Olmus added, "You're right. This one could get tricky." That it could. But Leia knew that if anyone could handle it, Benny could. She leaned in a little closer. In a different office, in a different wing of the same building, General Etenabat watched the debate with a soldier's eye. His arms were crossed over his chest and his rough, violet-skinned Dornian face was stoic. He'd been expecting this question for a while, and was surprised it had taken this long to come up. "This will always be a difficult question to answer," Senator Poe was saying. The tentacles on his face curled in what looked like distaste, but Abbott couldn't read Quarren expressions well enough to be sure. "However, I think it is generally important that we allow differences between populations within a new Republic member planet to be sorted out democratically and peacefully within the local power structure." It was the sort of thing Abbott expected him to say. Mon Calamari was, after all, split between 2 native sentient species. Selch-Dravid, who represented a system with 3 sentient species, said, "I agree with Senator Poe. The new Republic is not the Empire. It allows autonomy to its member systems and trusts them to act responsibly." "That is all well and good when the members do act responsibly," the moderator said. "But what do you recommend if the local power system breaks down and things become violent?" For a short moment, none of the four candidates spoke. Abad allowed himself a brittle smile. It was the first time all night they'd all gone speechless at once. Finally, Fey'lya said, "Every situation must be handled independently. But I do believe that, in some cases, the Republic must be willing to use force to ensure its own laws are being followed. That includes military action." The moderator said, "Correct me if I'm wrong, Senator, but weren't you just advocating for a decentralized military a few minutes ago?" "I did, and I stand by that decision. However, we will always have a new Republic Navy, and that Navy will always be ready when needed. If there is a small local disturbance, surely the standing Navy can handle it." Fey'lya quickly added, "But once again, use of lethal force must be very carefully considered. It is always imperative to work with the government and local citizens to resolve conflicts peacefully." It was what Abad expected Fey'lya to say. Bahan politics had plenty of conflict, but it was always done with mostly metaphorical knives in the back rather than blasters and bombs. An actual civil war in Bahan space was unthinkable. "Senator Ben Kilnam," the moderator said, "what is your opinion on this matter?" The Syrian licked his lips before speaking, a rare sign of nervousness. Abad had plenty of professional experience with the Defense Council chairman, especially during the Black Fleet crisis 8 years back. He trusted the Syrian's judgment, but he knew this was an especially tricky case. "Bavinir is a divided world," Ben Kilnam began. "The Empire settled my people there after driving out the original human colonists. Now those humans are returning, and they want their homes back." He paused, and Abad could see the weight of it on him. The Syrian senator had spent more years on Coruscant than Bavinir, but this was still his world, still his people. "We have a unity government," Benny continued. "A Syrian prime minister, a human vice minister. We have peace. I believe we can keep it." It was all fair enough, Abad knew, but he was still sidestepping the question. Bavinir had extremists on both sides who wanted the planet for only Syrians, or only humans. Polhadnar had agreed to take on a human vice minister because of pressure from armed human factions. Abad knew this because Baviniri exiles had come to Dornia during the early years of the Empire. The feisty human settlers had bravely fought alongside Dornia's soldiers against imperial encroachment. Of all the Baviniri refugees, he'd known Jadasay Sign best. She'd served under his command for over a decade, had even captained a Dornian vessel. And now she was Vice Minister of Bavinir. "A unity government is encouraging, Senator," the moderator was saying. "But again, what happens if that unity fails?" Ben Kilnam swallowed. "Then we send in our diplomats, or peacemakers, and if necessary peacekeepers. But military action should only be the most final resort." The moderator nodded, as if he knew he wouldn't get any more out of the candidates. He glanced down at his datapad for the next question, and Abbot could see all four of them behind the podiums breathing out restrained sighs of relief. Our next question, the moderator said, is about the rebuilt Jedi Order led by Luke Skywalker. I'd like to hear your plans for how the relationship between the New Republic and the Jedi should operate going forward. Senator Fey'lya, please begin. Thank you, the Bahan said, leaning into his microphone. I believe my opinion on this matter is well known. I believe the Jedi are an important asset to the well-being of the Republic. Master Skywalker's integrity is beyond reproach. However, it must not be forgotten that the Jedi are subject to rule of law just like everyone else. Despite Master Skywalker's good intentions, he cannot control all of his apprentices at all times. Lest anyone forget, dozens of New Republic senators were brutally murdered when one of Master Skywalker's failed students bombed the Senate Hall. Therefore, I propose a new division within the Justice Department, one tasked specifically with overseeing the Jedi. I concur with Senator Fey'lya, said Poe. The Jedi are powerful beings, too powerful in many ways. They are useful for all kinds of things, but they serve the Republic. We must not let them forget that. If Poe and Fey'lya agreed on anything, Abbot thought, the Jedi were in serious trouble. Thank you, the moderator was saying. Senator Dravitt? Abbot watched the Corellian closely. He was still something of an unknown. It was hard to tell which way he'd sway. Well, Dravitt said, I believe it is important to work closely with Master Skywalker in this. I know he's put forth a proposal to re-establish a Jedi Council. Facilitating this and making sure it operates under the aegis of our civilian government would go a long way to preventing any problems with the Jedi. Thank you, Senator, said the moderator. Now I'd like to turn to Chairman Ben Kilnam, who looks like he's eager to put in his word. I most certainly am. Ben Kilnam gripped the sides of his podium tight. I must say, I'm shocked at the aspersions being cast on the Jedi Order this evening. Time and again, Master Skywalker and his colleagues have saved the New Republic from dire threats. That they should be treated as threats themselves is unconscionable. That being said, I certainly support the creation of a Jedi Council, if Master Skywalker wishes it, and if he sees some alternative to governing his Jedi Order, I will be happy to consider that as well. This man. Ben Kilnam had trailed off. Someone was bent low next to the moderator, whispering into his ear. When that messenger darted out of view, the moderator squared his shoulders and said, I'm sorry for the delay. I'm afraid we're going to have to cut this debate short. For what reason? Asked Fey'lya from his podium. The moderator shifted to look at Ben Kilnam. I'm sorry to inform you, Senator, that the Prime Minister of Bavinyar, Polhadnar, has just been assassinated. For a priceless moment, the Syrian senator stood there, frozen like his hollow image. Then he nodded. Thank you. I assure you the Republic will be very active on Bavinyar from now on. We will resolve this crisis, I promise you. The moderator raised a hand, and the hollow image winked out. A second later, the grand commentator appeared. Pedrick Cuff picked up the remote and shut the hollow off. He turned to Leonia Tavira, raised his glass, and said, "That was exceptional theater." Agreed. Tavira clinked her glass. Almost too good. It will look suspicious. Of course it will, Pedrick said. It's supposed to. My people wanted to send a message, and they've sent it the best way possible. Yes, this election will take a very interesting turn now. Tavira took a sip and said, Vice Minister Sine will take over the government now, correct? Those are the rules of succession. But from all I've heard, Sine is a moderate. She's not a part of your Bavinier Independence League, is she? Pedrick's smile turned sly. You're only our gunrunner, Leonia. I can't tell you everything. Very well. She pouted. I'm eager to see your next move then, Mr. Cuff. I always enjoy seeing the rebel government find new ways to embarrass itself. I know. It's why I came to you in the first place. Tavira settled on the sofa next to him, shoulder to shoulder. She took another sip from her glass and asked, What do you really want from all this, Pedrick? He jerked slightly, surprised. What do you mean? You could have assassinated Polhadnar at any time. But you chose now. I assume you want to embarrass Ben Kilnam, knock him out of the election at least. Our goal is to cause chaos inside the Republic, make secession easier. That the Syrian senator is running for chief of state is a happy coincidence. She raised an eyebrow. I haven't survived this long by trusting coincidence. Pedrick's smile didn't falter. The whole truth will come together in time, Leonia. All you need to do is wait, and trust me. I stopped trusting a long time ago, Pedrick. His smile didn't falter. Then just wait. I think you'll find this is the start of a very fruitful relationship. Chapter 2. The debate's sudden end had barely registered before the summons went out. Within the hour, every member of the New Republic's Advisory Council was in motion, most from private residences, still in the clothes they'd worn to watch the broadcast, racing through Coruscant's traffic toward the Senate building. Ben Kilnam found himself sharing a speeder with Borsk Fey'lya. They rarely rode together. Fey'lya had never been his favorite, and the Bathan surely returned the feeling. Neither said it aloud. They were too practiced for that, but the space between them in the back of the CSF speeder felt like a chasm. It was only a 10-minute jump from the convocation hall to the Senate building, but Ben Kilnam would have sworn they'd been trapped together for hours. Fey'lya broke the silence first. You'll have the Justice Council's full cooperation. His violet eyes stayed fixed on the skyscrapers whipping past the viewport, anywhere but on Ben Kilnam. Thank you, Senator. Ben Kilnam's gaze remained fixed forward, over the driver's blue-capped head. He couldn't bring himself to look at Fey'lya either. Fey'lya said nothing about the timing. Ben Kilnam hadn't expected him to. There was nothing to say. The assassination had been timed perfectly, interrupting the debate, humiliating him, and leaving him scrambling to catch up. He still knew nothing about the how of it. His mind raced, grasping for details. What time was it on Bavinier? Fey'lya was probably in early morning. He wasn't even sure what time it was here. Everything had become a blur of lights and voices and the sick weight in his stomach. When the speeder arrived at the Senate buildings, armed guards were waiting. As a senior senator and member of the Advisory Council, Ben Kilnam was used to having guards around, but right then they sent a chill down his spine. He and Fey'lya were ushered deep inside the complex, into the windowless chambers where Leia's Advisory Council met. The princess was already there at the far end of the oblong table, talking to her chief of staff Nanadang. The plain human was waving a data pad, explaining something to her, the leathery-faced Diamalan Senator Miamia, and feathery Kalibop Pomp Gavrism, former president of the Senate and now Leia's top diplomat. When Ben Kilnam and Fey'lya entered, Leia's attention locked onto them. "Oh, Benny," she said, stepping away from Aang and Miamia. "I'm so sorry." "It's all right, Leia." He gave his best polite smile, but they all knew it was fake and nothing was all right. Fey'lya stepped up behind Ben Kilnam's shoulder. "Do we have specifics on the assassination yet?" Miamia nodded. As chairman of the Security and Intelligence Council, he'd been briefed first. He looked around the room. "Do we want to wait for everyone else?" "We're almost at quorum," Aang said. "Just need Senators Nuv and Barras." The doors slid open. Nyuknuv shuffled in, flanked by two guards, his big black eyes blinking against the chamber's harsh light. "I'm sorry for your loss, Senator." "Don't feel sorry for me." Ben Kilnam shook his head. "Feel sorry for the people of Bavinier. This is a black day for us. All the strife between humans and Surians, the bitterness, the grievances, none of it prepared us for this. An assassination of a prime minister is beyond the pale." "Then we'd better act clearly and decisively." Fey'lya crossed his arms. "We can't afford to look weak." Ben Kilnam knew the danger of coming on too strong. On Bavinier, especially among the human settlers, outside authority was met with suspicion. After what they'd suffered under the Empire, it was understandable. But Fey'lya's people had been at the center of the Kama's crisis 4 years back, and some still said Gavrism had dawdled too long to assert authority. Fey'lya knew what it looked like to be seen as weak, and he had no intention of repeating the mistake. Leia looked to Aang. Any word on Senator Barras? Just a moment. The staff chief pulled out his comlink. Just then, the doors slid open and the council's newest member stepped in. Blonde-haired, still bright-eyed despite the hour, Avon Barras had been a rogue squadron pilot before losing a leg in combat and retiring into politics. He'd assumed his father's seat representing Elodia after Old Doman was killed in Queller's bombing of the Senate. Avon scanned the room until his eyes found Ben Kilnam. He opened his mouth to offer yet another apology, but before he could, Fey'lya said, "All right, we have a quorum. Let's get to work." Everyone took seats except Makati. The security chairman stayed on his feet, trying to look around the room as he spoke, but his eyes kept drifting back to Ben Kilnam. "We've reviewed reports from local Bavinier security," Bediah Malin said. "We don't have many people on the ground ourselves, so we're mostly relying on local reports." "Go on, Senator," Ben Kilnam said. "From what we've been able to learn, Prime Minister Polhadnar was killed along with his family and aides in the governor's palace on Fey'lya. All of them?" The words came out hollow. Ben Kilnam's stomach dropped. "Yes, Senator. An explosion. The BSA won't make a statement yet, but it appears someone fired an explosive projectile through the windows of the Prime Minister's quarters." "Fired from where?" Avon asked, frowning. "The air? The ground?" "We're not sure. The Prime Minister, his family, and many of his key aides were gathered to watch the presidential debate." Ben Kilnam lowered his head, the weight of memory pressing down. Polhadnar had been his student once, a young Syrian so determined to make Bavinier work that he'd surrounded himself with believers. The boy had grown into a leader, and now he was gone. "What about the Vice Minister?" Ben Kilnam asked. "Was she present?" "Jadas's sign was not in the palace when it was attacked." Ben Kilnam wondered whether she was supposed to be. It was an awful thought, but there it was. He didn't know sign half as well as he should have. She didn't have the reputation of a radical, but reputations could deceive. Fey'lya asked the question for him. "Was she supposed to be?" Makati blinked. "I don't know at this time." Fey'lya's fur bristled. "The humans on your world are particularly entitled. We should start with their organization. The Justice Council will support you fully." Fey'lya's game was more transparent than usual. He wanted his office to look decisive, and Ben Kilnam's to look weak. And if he cracked down on Bavinier's human radicals, he'd score points with non-human voters across the galaxy. "The BSA has been investigating the Bavinier Independence League for some time," Ben Kilnam said. "Your departments should coordinate with them." He shifted his gaze from Fey'lya to Makati. "Both of you should." Gavrism made a whinnying noise. As I understand it, Senator, the Bavinier Security Agency is essentially a police force? That's right. Staffed primarily by Syrians. Almost 30% are human. I also understand the local defense fleet is primarily human. Almost 90%. But it's a very small fleet, only 2 light cruisers and a frigate. What's the reason for the discrepancy? Avon asked. The local police force is Syrian because that's all the Empire let us have. The defense fleet is mostly made up of humans who returned after the Empire fell, and brought their ships with them. Many of them fought in the Rebel Alliance themselves, Leia interjected. I'm sure Bavinier Syrians did their part too, Fey'lya said. Leia opened her mouth, but Ben Kilnam raised a hand. Just as I'm sure you didn't mean to imply that Syrians deserve Bavinier more than humans. Of course not. Fey'lya's smile didn't reach his eyes. And this Jedi sign? Gov asked. Was she part of the defense fleet? She was, Ben Kilnam nodded. She fought with the Rebel Alliance and New Republic before that. I understand she fought with the Dornians, Gavrism said. Unlike the Mon Calis, Celestins, or Bahans, the Dornians had defended their small slice of the Outer Rim alone for 30 years, joining the New Republic only after the Emperor was long dead. I'm not sure of the specifics, Ben Kilnam said, but a large group of Bavinieri exiles settled on Dornia and helped them fight off Imperial incursions. Sign was among them. The humans on Bavinier adore their war heroes, for reasons that should be obvious. But what about Sign and the BIL? Fey'lya pressed. What ties does she have to the human separatists? Sign has a reputation as a moderate. That's why Polhadnar picked her as vice minister. Potential ties will definitely be investigated, Miatamia said. Ben Kilnam bowed his head. An awkward silence fell over the room. Leia drummed her fingers on the tabletop, then said, Benny, I assume you'll want to go to Bavinier for the funeral. Oh, yes. You'll have plenty of people to talk to. Leia glanced at Gavrism. Senator, I want you to go too. Benny goes as a Bavinieri, but you go as Minister of State. Understood? Very much, Princess. Gavrism's head bobbed on its long neck. And I assume other representatives will come as well? Security and intel people, yes. I haven't decided who yet. Avon hesitated, then asked, "What does this mean for the election?" He paused, then added, "The timetable. Should we suspend campaigning?" The silence that followed was electric. Eyes drifted cautiously to Leia. She took a deep breath, let it out, and said, "I'll declare a 1-week pause in campaigning, in honor of Polhadnar." "And after that?" asked Fey'lya. "We'll see. But I don't intend to move the timetable right now." "That's understandable," Ben Kilnam said. "Thank you for the week, Leia." She nodded once, grimly. "I hope that will be all we need." The sky over Fey'lya was crystal blue, cloudless, perfect. Noonday sun beat down on the walled gardens surrounding the Prime Minister's estate, turning trumpet flowers gold and scarlet against the green. Faint water from a morning shower still glistened on leaves, catching the light. It was the kind of day that made you forget anything could go wrong. Ariane then thought it was mocking him. He'd been combing these grounds for 5 hours now, ever since the explosion that had turned most of the Prime Minister's mansion to rubble. When the call came, he'd been at BSA headquarters, watching the debate with a half-dozen other detectives. He didn't know what was happening until he was in his speeder, racing toward a black pillar of smoke rising against the clear sky. While the forensic team picked through the rubble, Ven got the gardens. Endless fields of tall grass. Knee-deep ornamental ponds. Dusty corners where duracrete walls met dirt. The forensic work was gruesome, he knew that, but he'd trade wading through flower beds for it in a heartbeat. He couldn't shake the question, was it because he was human? He hated thinking that way. But when almost all his coworkers were Syrian, and every last one of his superiors. His first thought when he saw the smoke, the BIL. The human separatists had made noise for years but never hit anything this big. Still, everyone on Bavinir, human and Syrian, had been waiting for them to finally make good on their threats. Ven had no love for the BIL, but he still shrank from the gazes of the Syrian detectives. He saw the hard anger in their faces when they learned the Prime Minister and his family were dead. He knew he had no reason to be ashamed of what human extremists had done, but he was afraid of what he might see in their eyes: accusation, suspicion, blame. There were plenty of other reasons to keep him off the front lines. Seniority, mostly. He was 23, the youngest detective in the BSA investigation department. Still, he was a detective, and Chief Investigator Shamvidian had sent him out to search the grass with the patrol officers. He couldn't help but feel slighted. He forced himself to focus, to push the questions aside and do his job. Walking along the inner wall, he craned his neck, squinting through the glare at the sensor relays lining the top. Sunlight burned his eyes. The sensor network should have detected anyone trying to climb the wall, but someone might have found a way to damage or modify a section of relays. Another team was probably poring over security footage, but that, too, could have been tampered with. He was staring up at the wall top when his right foot sank into nothing. He caught himself against the wall, heart lurching, and looked down. Not just a hole, a shaft. The earth dropped away beneath him, smooth and straight, wide enough for a human to slide through. Then crouched, pulling aside the grass someone had draped over the entrance. They hadn't bothered to fill it in. They'd expected to come back. He unclipped his glow lamp and shone it down. The shaft walls were too smooth for hand tools, droid dug, or some kind of mechanical auger. 4 meters deep. Enough to tunnel under the walls and come up on the other side. His first instinct was to run and tell his superiors. Instead, he started searching the area for signs of passage. Patches of trampled grass and broken plants, hard to spot in the thick foliage. He followed the path, one path, though he couldn't tell if one person or several had made it. It led straight toward the still smoldering mansion. The trail ended at the edge of an ornamental pond. Then dropped to his knees, scanning the bare earth, still damp and pliable from the morning rain. Boot prints. Larger than his own. They stopped here, planted deep, like someone had braced themselves. He traced the ground around them and found 3 small, sharp holes, arranged in a triangle about a meter from the footprints. A tripod mount. Someone had set up a portable launcher and fired it from this spot. He pulled his comm link from his vest. All investigators, this is Detective Venerable. I'm in the northwest quadrant of the gardens, near the reflecting pool. Request a forensic team immediately. They need to see this. Dawn found General Etanabad at the doors of the Chief of State's office. He'd barely slept. His relationship with Leia Organa Solo had never been simple. He'd circumvented her orders during the Black Fleet crisis, been removed from command, then reinstated when the crisis turned ugly. He was no Akbar, not a personal friend, and no Rikan or Dodana, not a trusted advisor. Yet here he stood, and he knew why. He'd been in this office only a handful of times, never at this hour. Dark screens dimmed the morning light, but even so, he squinted as he took his seat across from her. On the other side were not only the small human woman, but also Senators Ben Kilnam and Gavrism. Thank you for coming promptly, General, Leia began. Thank you for asking my advice. Abbott sat straight, palms flat on his thighs, attention fixed on his commander-in-chief. I assume this is about Jadasay's sign. That's correct. Leia nodded. Senators Gavrism and Ben Kilnam depart for Bavinyar in 2 hours. We'd all like your appraisal of the planet's new Prime Minister before then. Abbott shifted his gaze to the Syrian. What is your experience with Sign, if I may ask? Very little, I'm afraid. I've met her several times on visits to Fey'lya, but only at official functions. I understand you know her much better. Perhaps. I haven't seen her in almost 10 years. But she did serve with you. Gavrism asked. Yes. She captained my flagship when I served the Dornian Navy, and later when we joined the Republic. A human commanding a Dornian vessel, Leia said. That sounds unusual. It was. But she was raised among our people. How many Bavineri refugees did Dornia take? Abad thought. Close to 60,000, perhaps 70. They came a few years after the Clone Wars ended, after the Empire took their world. Sine was just a child then. When I knew her, she'd never seen Bavinir. And she wasn't Jadase Sine then, she was Jadase Kiori. I understand she's the daughter of a Bavineri war hero, Leia said. Correct. But when I knew her, she didn't know that. Her parents died fighting the Empire, and the beings who raised her didn't want her to know her real parentage. Something softened in Leia's expression. When did she find out? "12 years ago, I think. That's when she resigned her service and went back to Bavinir." Abad glanced at Ben Kilnam. How much of this were you aware of? Some. I knew she'd served with you, and that she was the daughter of a dead leader. The Syrian glanced at Leia. The Bavineri revere her for it. It's why she's risen so high despite being so young. How young? Asked Leia. I believe she's about the same age as you. I'm not as young as I used to be, she sighed. Abad was halfway through his second century. Calabobs and Syrians were long-lived compared to humans. Leia didn't seem to realize how young she really was. Gavrism turned his small black eyes on Abad. What can you tell us about Sine personally? She's driven. Disciplined. She fit in well with Dornians, quick to learn our language and customs, more than most Bavineri we sheltered. So she works well with other species? Ben Kilnam asked. I don't think it mattered to her whether we were Dornians. She wanted to hurt the Empire. If she had to learn our ways to do it, she would. This was before she learned who her parents were. Gavrism pressed. Yes. Many Bavineri humans of her generation were raised on stories of how the Empire conquered their home and forced them into exile. And yet she was more eager to learn your ways than the other humans? Ben Kilnam pressed. I know some Bavineri have a reputation for anti-alien bias. She was never one of them. Before the Syrian could look relieved, Abad added. But she is a Bavineri patriot above all else. How did she feel about the New Republic when you knew her? Leia asked. Abad hesitated. In the time since he joined the New Republic, he'd gone through a variety of opinions himself. Its convoluted bureaucracy and petty politics often made him yearn for the simplicity of home. She left New Republic service after 2 years, he said carefully. That was when she learned who her parents were. I tried to talk her out of it, I remember that clearly, but she'd already made up her mind. Was she angry about the Republic? Leia asked. Not precisely. She was angry, but it seemed almost like a non sequitur to me. She was angry about Grand Admiral Grant. Octavian Grant, the last of the Empire's Grand Admirals, lived under comfortable house arrest on Rathalay. He'd surrendered 2 years after Ender, exchanged secrets for amnesty. Ben Kilnam's face shifted. Octavian Grant. Before he became a Grand Admiral, he put down Bavinier's rebellion. He's the only one of the 13 Grand Admirals still alive, and that rankles the human separatists. Abad added, From what I gathered, it was more than just that for sign. What else? Asked Leia. She blamed Grant personally for her parents' deaths. Leia sank back, the weariness settling deeper into her shoulders. And she blames us for letting Grant live? I don't know how serious she is about that. The revelation was fresh. She was angry, confused, angry about many things. Mon Mothma made the decision to give Grant amnesty, not you. You haven't talked to her since? Only a few times. Never about politics. What opinions did she express before she resigned? Gavrism pressed. She never expressed hostility to the New Republic. But she is a patriot. Bavinia was never part of the Old Republic. The first human settlers went there to escape central authority. They still carry those pioneer, anti-authority attitudes. I can't tell you more than that. I don't know how the past decade has changed her, and I don't know enough about Bavineri politics to comment. Thank you, General, we appreciate that. Ben Kilnam hesitated. You said she was disciplined and made a good sailor? Very much so. Do you believe she had a military mind? Abad frowned. I'm afraid I don't understand. Let me put it this way. The Syrian spread his hands. The three of us on this side of the desk are politicians, ministers, diplomats. Some of us have war experience, but we're not soldiers. You are. Which side of the desk does Bavinia's Prime Minister belong on? At the core, is she a diplomat or a soldier? Abad knew the answer instinctively. Jadase Sign is a soldier at heart. He saw it on their faces, all three of them. No, they didn't like it one bit. Leia Organa Solo got back to her home an hour before noon. She hadn't slept in nearly a full standard day. She'd been dreaming of bed for the past hour, a solid 6 hours of nothing but darkness and silence. But the moment she stepped through the door, the smells hit her: hot CAF, nerf stew, Corellian spices. Her stomach growled despite her exhaustion. She staggered into the kitchen. "Han, is that you?" "Well, who else would it be?" Han turned from the stovetop, arms spread wide. There he was, smuggler, rogue, hero, wearing a pale patterned apron and holding a spoon like it was a lightsaber. She was too tired to laugh, but a smile ghosted across her face. Han shuffled over, set steaming CAF in front of her. She waved it off. "Later. I need food, then sleep." "Coming right up, princess." He was already moving back to the stove. "It's ready." A minute later they sat across from each other, the stew warm in her hands, the water cool against her throat. Noon sunlight spilled through the filtered transparent steel dome, making the kitchen feel cavernous. Empty. She remembered leaving this place during the Corellian crisis, Jaina, Jason, and Anakin crowding the speeder with her. Now the kids were on Yavin 4. Chewbacca was on Kashyyyk more often than not. Just her and Han in this too big, too empty space. Still, if she had to be alone with anyone, she was glad it was Han. He waited until she chewed through half her meal in silence, until her stomach felt warm and full for the first time in over a day, before he said, "I saw the news. You suspended campaigning. Sending Benny and Gavrism over there." She nodded. "Benny has to go. Gavrism sends the right message." "And Fey'lya?" Han asked. She took a deliberate bite. "What about him?" "You're leaving him free run of the place while Benny's off-world? He'll spin this to his advantage." "I'm sure he'll try." She didn't look up from her stew. When she didn't say anything more, Han pressed. "Well, what are you going to do about him? Can't let him muck this thing up." "The situation's mucked up enough without Borsk. Bavinia's been unstable since the Empire fell, since the exiles started coming back. Fey'lya can stir pots here, but what happens on Bavinia isn't about him." "Who is it about then? Benny? You? This new Prime Minister sign?" Leia smiled a little. "You really did watch all the newscasts." "Well, in between cooking. Didn't want to miss anything important." She reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "Thanks, Han. I mean it." "Glad to hear it." He smirked. "Don't worry. I'll clean everything up while you catch your beauty sleep." She took her hand away and focused on her food again. Benny and Puffer's gone? Han asked. She swallowed, suppressing an eye roll. I saw them off to Westport. Once I get some shut-eye, I'm off to sit in on Myotamia's Security Council meeting. She hesitated. Han raised an eyebrow. Somewhere else you gotta be after that? I'm not sure. She was better at being evasive when she wasn't so damn tired. What's going on, Princess? She sighed. What's happening on Bavignyr isn't new. The roots go back before the Empire fell. Jedi Sign is the daughter of one of their war heroes who died fighting the Empire. Yeah, I knew they were rebels from before the Alliance was even a thing. Heard they never let you forget it, those human settlers. They're proud of it. They should be. When I was growing up on Alderaan, my father told me stories about the Bavignyr martyrs. He said that when the rest of the galaxy was getting rolled over by Palpatine's war machine, that one little planet put up the best fight of anyone. Yeah, and they got their planet conquered and their people scattered all over. Exactly. 4 people who wanted to fight the Empire, the Bavignyri, were tragic heroes. That's how it was on Alderaan. To people like Sign who grew up in exile, hearing about their lost world and their martyrs. I get your point. Romantic, if you're into lost causes. But you're not going to Bavignyr, right? Not now. I think I need to go somewhere else. Are you gonna keep me in suspense or just say it? I need to go to Yavin 4. Talk to Luke. That's it. Han looked confused and disappointed. She hoped so. I think I need his advice. Han's eyebrows drew together. You want to get the Jedi involved in this? I'm not sure what this is going to be. But I'd like my brother's counsel right now. Is it okay to leave Coruscant? What did Aang say? What you'd imagine. Nanad Aang was a first-rate chief of staff, organized, level-headed, able to balance democracy, public relations, and bureaucracy. He was also not a man who took deviations well. But he's letting you go? Nanad doesn't let me do anything. After a lot of questions and frowning, he agreed to watch over everything here. Did you tell him to watch over Fey'lya? That would have been inappropriate. She leaned closer and lowered her voice. That's what Cal and Avin agreed to do. Han smirked. Glad you're not taking your eye off the little fur ball. You know me better than that. I shouldn't be gone long. Okay. Han placed both hands on the table. Fine. I'll prep the Falcon. We'll leave when you're done with the council meeting. Han, please. Hey, I've got the fastest ferry service in the galaxy. Doesn't cost the taxpayer any money, takes you where you want to go, no questions asked. Besides, you think I'm gonna pass up a chance to see the kids? I spend about as much time with them as you lately. Tired as she was, she smiled. All right then. Go prep your ship, Captain. Just as soon as you clean the dishes. When Sham Vidian reported to the offices of BSA Director Cormadnar, he came prepared. He'd rehearsed the sequence of events, the forensic findings, the as yet unproven theory of a tunnel, a tripod, a single warhead. He was about to outline the next steps when Cormadnar held up a hand. That's enough. Cormadnar turned his chair, gazing out at Fey'lya's skyline, the old white stone buildings and new glass towers rising together like the city itself couldn't decide what it wanted to be. He looked almost peaceful, but Sham Vidian knew better. The director and Polhadnar had come from the same family line, as evidenced by the marker of their shared grandfather in both their names. Cormadnar hadn't always approved of his cousin's political stances, but clan loyalty still ran deep. A tiny sigh escaped the director. I'm putting you in front of the holocams, Chief. You'll tell them everything. Sham Vidian tried to hide his discomfort. He never sought the public eye, and now every eye in the New Republic would be on him. Will you address them too, Director? I will. I'll introduce you as the lead investigator. Cormadnar swung his chair back around and met the detective's eye. Will that be a problem? It was hardly a question a Syrian could say no to. Not at all. You won't be alone. What was the name of the human who found the entry tunnel? Arion Ven, sir. Is he one of yours? He's a detective. Our newest. Young then? Yes, sir. Sham Vidian tried to recall the file. Born after the first Death Star was destroyed. So young. Cormadnar looked satisfied. I want you to keep him at your side for the entire investigation. Understood? He's to be your partner, the other half of our public face. Sham Vidian understood well enough. The gray-bearded Syrian and the smooth-faced young human would present a unified front, and make clear who was in charge. Then was young but not a fool. He'd see the same. Sir? Sham Vidian asked. When the networks ask about suspects, what do I tell them? Are you asking whether to mention the BIL? Sham Vidian nodded. Cormadnar shook his head. Say we're looking at all possibilities and can't comment further. But believe me, Chief, we'll be putting everything into breaking the BIL. Understood, sir. Shamvaidayan hesitated. What about sign? What about sign? It had been a stupid thing to say. He'd come halfway to accusing the incoming Prime Minister of having a hand in her predecessor's death. There was no evidence, and it was foolish to suggest. Sign had a reputation as a moderate, but she was still human, and with Bavineri humans, you could never be too sure. Doubt gnawed at him, and surely at Cormadnar as well. Nothing, he said finally. Nothing at all. You're one of our most veteran investigators, Sham. Cormadnar's voice was stern. Conduct yourself professionally, and be seen conducting yourself that way. Understood? Yes, sir. In a way, it was a relief. The situation was a nightmare waiting to unfold, and as much as Shamvaidayan wanted to find the truth and see justice done, he knew the political situation was waiting to spiral out of control. If Cormadnar was willing to shoulder that part of it, he was happy to be just a face for the holocams. He just hoped it stayed that way. The director glanced at his chrono. Cameras start rolling in 30 minutes. Head down to level 16, Chief. We're going to pretty you up for the press. Chapter 3. Leonia Tavira stood on the bridge of her star destroyer, watching the blue-white blur of hyperspace whip past the forward viewport. The bridge was quiet, the crew pits only a quarter full. Invidious had been understaffed for years. Slave circuitry and automated systems made up for much of the loss, but the great vessel still felt hollow. Empty corridors echoed back at her. Unmanned stations sat dark. 20 years since she'd stolen the ship from Warlord Teradoc's fleet. 20 years since she'd mustered the most lethal pirate fleet in the galaxy. 20 years since the Jedi and the New Republic had hunted her down, shattered her forces, and left her with nothing but a star destroyer she could barely crew and a reputation that was more warning than boast. She still loved Invidious more than anything. But love didn't fill the empty gunnery stations. Love didn't pay for fuel. Still, she could feel it, a shift, a change in the wind. The Bavineyard job had brought in credits, and the chaos Pedrick Cuff was sowing would only drive up demand. She'd been scraping by for too long. Now, with the right clients and the right timing, she might finally make enough to restore Invidious to her former glory. She might even get some revenge against the Republic while she was at it. She glanced at her chrono. Captain Osvarek, are we ready to revert to real space? "30 seconds, Admiral." The Trandoshan's voice rasped from the crew pit. Tavira turned to survey her bridge crew. Rogues, misfits, fortune seekers, a motley collection no Imperial captain would have tolerated. Osvarek wore an old-style rank badge on his green jumpsuit, designating him as commanding officer. She wore an admiral's badge pinned to the green vest unbuttoned above her black trousers. The Empire's uniforms were gone, but she insisted on keeping the command structure intact. A crew like this needed discipline, and discipline required hierarchy. She stepped closer to the viewport, arms crossed. The hyperspace blur dissolved, revealing stars, and a single Corellian corvette hanging off their starboard bow. "Are they hailing us?" A pause. "Yes, Admiral. Encrypted ident code." "Does it pass?" "Yes." "Good. Tell them to dock at the primary hangar. Prepare to transfer cargo." "They're asking if you'll meet with them personally." Tavira smiled. "Of course. I want to make sure they pay." Pedrick Cuff had already departed for Bavinier. A small part of her missed his company. He was charming for a terrorist, and he knew how to handle his liquor. The Syrians she was about to meet would be less entertaining. Paltrygen's people were zealots, and zealots were exhausting. She took the lift down to the hangar deck. Her Togorian bodyguards, Grovlith and Argris, awaited her at the entry, brown-furred and black-furred, each towering a full meter over her head. Their blaster carbines were nearly as intimidating as their fanged faces. She didn't expect trouble from the Syrians, but if trouble came, Grovlith and Argris would handle it. She waved them into formation behind her. They marched across the landing deck past rows of T-wings, headhunters, and other mismatched craft. The corvette had been pulled into the destroyer's largest berth, hanging from the ceiling. Walkways extended to its airlocks. As Tavira approached, 3 Syrians stepped out of the forward hatch. They waited on the walkway. If the sight of one small human woman and 2 massive Togorians intimidated them, they hid it well. "Are you Sarekmar?" she asked the Syrian in the lead. "I am." He bowed his cone-shaped head. "It's a pleasure to meet you at last." "The pleasure is mine, assuming you have our payment." He withdrew a credit chip from his breast pocket. Tavira took it, drew out a reader from inside her vest, and slid the chip in. "You now have full access to the credit account," Sarekmar said. "It appears I do." She tucked the reader and chip back into her vest. "I must say I'm impressed. I didn't think you'd be able to raise the credits I asked for. Your organization must have influential backers." "We have allies." She smiled. "Give Paltrygen my regards, and my congratulations on his ingenuity. I'd heard so much about your opposite number, I wasn't sure what to make of you." Sarekmar didn't look eager to chat. "When will our cargo be delivered?" Tavira raised a hand and snapped her fingers. Crewmen stirred to motion, and a docking tube extended toward the corvette's aft cargo hatch. Sarakmar nodded to one of the Syrians behind him. The man ducked back inside his ship to oversee the reception. "Your timing could not be better," Tavira added. "I imagine your opposite numbers will be arming up after what just happened." "The BIL will get overconfident now that they've made their woman prime minister. It will make them vulnerable." "Well, I'm sure your people will keep the humans in their place." Sarakmar's eyes darted up and down her human form. "Indeed." "If you find yourself in need of more weapons, you know how to contact me." She spread her arms. "I guarantee my client's satisfaction." "I'm sure you do." He turned to the other Syrian behind him and muttered something in his native tongue. The other replied. Sarakmar faced her again. "We'll go back to check the shipment now." "Take all the time you need." They took nearly 5 hours. They checked every crate, every seal, every serial number, zealous enough to make Tavira almost admire them. Zealots were exhausting, but thorough zealots paid well. When they finally detached and jumped to hyperspace, Tavira watched their ship wink out from her private cabin. She wondered whether Sarakmar or Pedrick Cuff would put their purchases into action first. She had just poured 2 glasses of Tralian whiskey when Osvrek arrived. She slipped across the deck on bare feet, handed 1 glass to the Trandoshan as he sank into a soft chair. His 3-clawed hand wrapped awkwardly around it, but he managed to tip it back and pour the drink down his toothy mouth. Tavira sipped her own glass and walked to the viewport. "You have objections, Captain. Out with them." "Not objections. Thoughts." "Tell me your thoughts." "I'm not sure it's wise to sell to both sides. If they find out..." "We have a Star Destroyer, Oskvarek. They're 2 piddling rebel groups hacking at each other on a backwater." "They could report us to the Republic." "A valid point." She waved it aside. "We're finally making a profit again. I'm willing to take that chance. Besides, the Republic is going to have a much bigger mess on its hands soon." Oskvarek grunted, unconvinced, and drank. "We're not sending them the same shipments," she reminded him. "The humans get weapons from our friends in the Republic. The Syrians get old hardware from Intimidator. I've thought this through." "I know." The Bavinuri humans hated the Empire with a passion. They never accept Imperial weapons. That was why Tavira had needed her Republic contacts. She was still surprised the BIL would buy from an ex-Imperial Star Destroyer in the first place, But Pedrick Cuff was a pragmatic terrorist. He probably wasn't telling his compatriots where the hardware came from. As for the Syrian Patriotic Front, they were smaller, neater, and less picky. Invidious had long since worn out its original Imperial armament. 5 years ago, an information broker named Rev Lessex had directed Tavira to a find that had seemed too good to be true: the ruined hulk of the Superstar Destroyer Intimidator, once flagship of the Empire's Black Sword Fleet, drifting derelict on the edge of uncharted space. The vessel had been stripped by whoever destroyed it, but enough remained: turbolaser emplacements, munitions, small arms, to keep Invidious armed and in business. Tavira had been selling off the salvage piece by piece ever since. "Trust me, Captain," she said, turning back to the viewport. "We can work both sides of this conflict, and make our operation what it once was." "And so chaos in the Republic too, right?" She licked her lips. "Captain, that's the best part." It had taken Iella and Wedge a while to figure out what to do with themselves after retirement. At first, the freedom was giddy: no more missions, no more weight of the galaxy on their shoulders. Then it got boring. Then real life set in. Wedge kept busy. As one of the Republic's most decorated war heroes, he had more speaking invitations than he could accept, more consulting offers than he could possibly take. Iella didn't begrudge him any of it. The day after the presidential debate, he'd caught a hopper across Corellia to give a speech at the Agricultural University. The day after that, he flew out to the CEC construction yards over Trailus for a 2-day gig consulting on a new starfighter design. As for Iella, she had Myrai and Cial to take care of, mostly Myrai, since Cial at 7 had turned into a little adult. 2 days after the debate, when Wedge was off-world and her old friends on Coruscant were scrambling to respond to the crisis, Iella was dropping her daughters off at school. She waved goodbye from behind the wheel of her airspeeder, watching Myrai and Cial join the flow of backpack-laden kids marching gloomily into the school building. Some things, she reflected, never changed. She waited until they both disappeared inside, then turned to fire up the speeder's engines. Her hand froze on the throttle. A small piece of flimsy, palm-sized, was stuck to her windscreen. She hadn't seen anyone approach, hadn't noticed anything. But there it was, edges fluttering in the breeze. She got out, walked to the front, and pulled it off. Typed words, an address and a time. She'd been almost 5 years out of the spy game. She had no desire to go back. She crumpled the paper in her fist and got back in the speeder. She wanted to fire the engines, fly home, and stay there until school was done. But she knew she couldn't. Someone had gone to considerable trouble to shadow her, to plant this message while her attention was elsewhere. A drone, maybe? She looked up at the clear sky and saw nothing. She recognized the address, one of the side streets off Treasure Ship Row in Coronet's biggest pleasure district. The time was early afternoon, before the evening crowds, before things got rowdy. Also, she realized, before she needed to pick up the girls from school. She had no idea who was shadowing her, but she decided she didn't like them. She also knew she had little choice but to show up. She had enough time to spin back to the condominium. She went into the bedroom and found the hold-up blaster and underarm holster she hadn't worn in close to a decade. She strapped them on, pulled a light jacket over them, and stood in the refresher mirror, staring at herself. She looked the same, maybe older, maybe more tired. But the blaster felt foreign against her ribs. She wondered how she'd ended up here, why she'd agreed to go. There was only one way to find out. She arrived 20 minutes early to scout the area. The establishment was unremarkable, a drinking den common to this part of town. A long bar along one wall, a four-armed server droid sliding drinks to a modest midday crowd, small round tables along the opposite wall. She gave the pub a quick look over, walked 2 loops around the surrounding block, saw nothing unusual, and went back inside. She took a seat at the furthest table from the door, back to the wall. A short, drawlish server came over. She ordered the cheapest, least alcoholic thing on the menu and set herself to waiting. She scanned the room as surreptitiously as she could. The crowd was a typical Coruscant mix: humans, Dralls, a single Solonian, 2 Duros, 3 squat Bim, 1 near-human she couldn't identify. None of them glanced her way. A shadow flitted over the sunbright doorway. A tall human stepped inside. From across the room, it was hard to tell, but Iella thought he paused to take in the scene with a sweep of his eyes. She tensed. Then he walked straight to the bar. She was in the middle of letting out a breath when someone dropped into the chair beside her. She nearly jumped out of her seat, but froze with her palms flat on the table. She was looking at a Bahan, all black fur, wearing a dark tunic in a female cut. Daylight fell through the window, gleamed in violet eyes. "Oh, sir." Iella sank back into her chair, heart pounding. "I can't believe it's you." The Bahan woman leaned over the table, a small smile peeling back her lips, exposing sharp canines. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Almost 15 years. Asur Salar had flown under Wedge in Rogue Squadron. She'd become close with Gavin Darklighter, close enough that Borsk Fey'lya and other Bahan traditionalists had threatened her. Asur had never bowed to social norms, but Fey'lya wasn't an enemy to take lightly. After being wounded and presumed killed on a mission, Asur had decided to stay dead, taking a new identity and working to change Bahan society from the shadows. Iella was one of the few people who knew the truth. Even Wedge and Gavin still believed Asur Salar had died at Disna. "I had no idea it was you," Iella admitted. "I never thought I'd see you again." "No offense, but I never thought I'd see you again either." Assur's voice was soft, almost wistful. But this wasn't a happy meeting. Yella could tell. She blew out a breath. If you went to all this trouble, it has to be important. I'm afraid so. Sir, I'll help you any way I can, but I'm retired. I'm not with NRI anymore. But you still know people on Coruscant. Some. But I can't just call in any favor you need. I understand. I'm not expecting miracles, just a little help. Yella nodded. What did you come for? You've been following the situation on Bavinier? Reluctantly. Then you know the human separatists are suspected of killing their Syrian Prime Minister. I don't think there's proof yet. No. That's why I need help. Yella frowned. NRI's looking into this better than you or I can. And what does it matter to you? Assur leaned closer. Because I think they're being supplied by Borsk Fey'lya. Yella stared, jaw hanging open. She snapped it shut. What makes you think that? Think about it. This situation could ruin Ben Kilnam's campaign. If he washes out, the election is Fey'lya's. That would be treason. Fey'lya's a lot of things, but he's never been an outright traitor. He wouldn't see it that way. He'd twist it around, tell himself he's doing the greater good. Trust me, Yella. I know how he thinks. Do you have any evidence? Some. Even before the assassination, I was tracking weapons shipments within the Republic military. You've got a spy in the Quartermaster Corps? Assur brushed the question aside. The numbers don't add up. Someone is slipping off with shipments, small to medium arms. I haven't figured out where it's coming from, but there's a leak. You thought they were going to Bavinier? It's a long story. Assur's voice was evasive. The point is, it's hard to insert myself on that planet without being noticed. Now that Bavinier's getting attention, Abahan won't look as strange among all those humans and Syrians. Yella frowned. You want to go there as a spy? Exactly. I need your help. I need to pass as an NRI agent. False identification? That's all kinds of illegal. I could go to jail. And it's not like before, I have a husband, daughters. If something happened to me... Asur sighed, sitting back. I'm sorry. I forgot. I've been alone in this work for so long. You don't have a family? Nothing. Asur shook her head. The life I chose isn't sociable. But I'm fine with that, I honestly am. Because I have a greater cause. The conviction in her voice sent a chill through Yella. Asur had always been idealistic. It was what had driven her to break Bahan norms, to get involved with Gavin. But the woman across the table seemed cold, gaunt, all the warmth chilled away. No love, just ideals to comfort her. Yella felt pity and tried not to let it show. She reached across the table and placed a hand on Asur's black paw. I'll see what I can do. But I can't promise anything. That's okay. That's all I ask? Chapter 4. Ben Kilnam had flown back and forth between Bevinyer and Coruscant too many times to count. This time, it felt very different. He hadn't been gone long, but everything had changed. He'd started 30 years ago, when he'd gone to the Imperial Senate, Palpatine's great rubber stamp, as the Rendelian sector's representative. Young, inexperienced, non-human, he'd been the most useless member of a useless body. But he'd gained experience in law, diplomacy, and politics that carried him through the rebellion and into the creation of a new republic. All the while, he'd kept returning to Bevinyer for short homecomings, watching it shift beneath him. Fey'lya grew larger as its Syrian population swelled. The human exiles returned, first a trickle after Palpatine died, then a flood after Thrawn and the cloned Emperor fell. He and Minister Gavrism set down on Maressa, the spaceport island south of Fey'lya, and took the new rail transport into the capital. When he'd been growing up, the buildings had been white stone, quarried from the northern islands, a handsome, almost quaint city. Now high metal and glass skyscrapers jutted over white domes and vaulted rooftops. On a day like this, with the sun bright through warm equatorial air, all of Fey'lya gleamed. I admit I am impressed, Senator. Gavrism peered out the window. I've seen holos of your city, but I had no idea it was so beautiful. All very new. Ben Kilnam gestured at the towers. The mining industry made this possible. Yes, I understand that has taken flight recently. When the Syrians were settled here, many of us took to farming. My family was one of them. The larger islands are volcanic, rich soil. For a long time, Bevinyer was mostly agricultural. That's how the first human settlers lived, and that's how we lived for a while. He paused, watching the city slide past. When the humans started coming back, a lot of them wanted to resume farming. But we Syrians had been cultivating that land for decades. A lot of the humans see us as squatters. I never thought about that growing up, but in a way, they're right. I understand your government made no move to reapportion farmland. Our civilian government has always been Syrian, until now. Ben Kilnam's voice dropped. The ministers before Polhadnar were entrenched. They wouldn't give back any land. The humans had to settle on newer islands, harsher islands closer to the South Pole. Any attempt to reapportion would have been difficult, Gavrism said. So many of the original owners were killed fighting the Empire. Land would have to be doled out to children, grandchildren, nieces and nephews. I know. Instead of sorting that out, we sent the humans south. That's where they found the chromosite deposits. Fortune smiled on them after all. In a way. More humans came back to work the mines. But a lot of them still hold a grudge about their old islands. Bavignyr is a segregated world, Minister. The only place where Syrians and humans really mix is Fey'lya. Gavrism blew out a nasal sigh, his feathery crest rising. Then we shall have to take this place as our example. I'm not sure it's much of an example anymore. Their maglev train arrived at Fey'lya's central station. A local delegation met them. The New Republic group included Ben Kilnam, Gavrism, a half-dozen civilian support staff, and 3 investigators from New Republic intelligence. Only Colonel Ajaga Pakpakat identified himself as such. The Hortex stood over 2 meters tall, armored hide gleaming, dragon-like face unmistakable on a planet of humans and Syrians. Hortex were mildly telepathic, prized by NRI investigation units. Pakpakat's presence made it easier for his 2 human assistants to pose as Gavrism's diplomatic aides. Ben Kilnam was relieved to see the greeting party was mixed, Syrians and humans. He didn't see Jadis's sign, but he hadn't expected her to appear so openly. Instead, he shook hands with General Harbin Case, chief of the Bavignyr Defense Forces. The human was stout, broad-shouldered, with bristling black hair and a leathery face. Even when he smiled politely, his eyes remained dark. Military through and through. I'm glad the Republic sent representatives, Case said. Minister Gavrism and his team represent the Republic, Ben Kilnam replied. I'm here as a citizen of Bavignyr. Of course. Case glanced at 2 beings in blue BSA uniforms over his left shoulder. These are Shamvai Dayan and Arion Venerable. They're investigating Polhadnar's death. Death. A more neutral term than assassination or murder. Ben Kilnam studied the 2 investigators. Shamvai Dayan was short for a Syrian, but his head still peaked well above his partner's. The blonde-haired human struck Ben Kilnam as remarkably young, even for human standards. That the government had paired a human and a Syrian was obvious. That the Syrian was clearly senior struck him as a deliberate choice. I'm eager to hear what you've uncovered, he told them. Case cleared his throat. Right now, I believe we should take you to your quarters. We can speak on the way. Thank you, General, Gavrism said. When will the ceremony for Polhadnar take place? Tomorrow morning. Approximately 15 hours. Very good. We shall even have time to rest. They were placed in a secure hovercar, windows tinted dark and mirror-like from the outside. The streets outside seemed dim, vague. When he normally came home, Ben Kilnam took an unprotected speeder. The sudden shift in security was jarring, unsettling. He listened only half attentively as Case explained security procedures to Gavrism. The Syrian investigator, Shamvai Dayan, had been placed in the second car with Pakpakat and the undercover NRI agents. Perhaps he'd been charged with sniffing them out. If so, the Hortek made an imposing counterpart. That left Ben Kilnem to speak with Ariane Venerable. He leaned forward, meeting the young human's eyes. Tell me what you know of the Prime Minister's assassination. We haven't released much to the public yet. Ven glanced at Case, who'd stopped his explanation the moment Ben Kilnam spoke. The younger human seemed to defer to the older, an awkward pause that stretched a moment too long. Then Ven's eyes darted back. We analyzed debris from the attack. The Prime Minister's home was hit with a shoulder-mounted Merson launcher, commonly used by New Republic infantry. Ben Kilnam felt his stomach tighten. Was it launched from outside the compound? Those launchers have limited range before accuracy tails off. The space around the compound should have been secured for blocks. We believe the assailant managed to sneak into the secure area. With a shoulder-mounted missile launcher? I hope you're interrogating everyone on staff that night. Believe me, Senator, we are. Ben Kilnam sighed. I assume you're looking at the BIL too. That's right. They haven't claimed responsibility, but... Ven trailed off, embarrassed. I understand. Ben Kilnam paused. Have you looked into the Patriotic Front? Case interjected. What would the CPF have to gain from killing Polhadnar? Some of my people regarded him as too moderate. They may be trying to force a confrontation. The BSA has investigations into both groups, Ben said awkwardly. That's beyond my need to know. I understand. Thank you. Ben Kilnam placed a hand on the young human's knee. We're all citizens of Bevinir. We're in this together. Of course. Together. Ven didn't meet his eyes. As their armored BSA speeder raced through Fey'lya's streets, Shamvai Dayan tried not to let the Hortek consume all his attention. Compared to the humans and Syrians around him, Pakpakat stood out: size, thick-plated skin, slit-like reptilian eyes, predator's teeth. Shamvai Dayan had heard Horteks possessed mild telepathic skills, and he suspected the NRI agent would neither confirm nor deny if asked. Despite his intimidating appearance, Pakpakat conducted himself like a proper officer. "I assure you, Detective, my resources are at your disposal. We'll provide any help you need tracking down the culprit." "I appreciate that," Shamvaidayan said, though he wondered how far it would really go. Kormadnar had assured him the galactic-scale political ramifications wouldn't fall on his shoulders. He hadn't believed it then, and he believed it even less now. The Hortex had swiveled on its long neck, looking from one tinted viewport to the other. "How much of a presence does the BIL have in this city?" "Some. But their power base is in the southern hemisphere, the human islands." "Interesting. I reviewed their leadership files. Their spokesperson is a man named Aviran Kolin." "That's right. I understand he fought for the Rebel Alliance many years ago." Shamvaidayan realized how that sounded and added, "So did many others, including Prime Minister Sine." "I've heard she has a reputation as a moderate. Do you think that's true?" Shamvaidayan didn't know much about Sine at all. He didn't follow politics closely, and investigating BIL figures was far outside a city homicide detective's purview. Figuring Pakpakat might be trying to pry something out of him, verbally or telepathically, he gave a non-committal response. "I don't think Polhadnar would have chosen her if he didn't think he could work with her." Pakpakat nodded. "Kolin hasn't claimed responsibility for the assassination?" "I don't believe so, no." "Don't you find that curious?" "He probably figures an announcement like that will bring the entire New Republic down on him." Shamvaidayan paused. "If the BIL is responsible." "Do you think it is?" "We haven't seen conclusive evidence either way." Pakpakat's mouth hung open, bearing long fangs. It looked threatening, but the hissing sound from his throat was almost amused. "Tell me, Detective, how is it you're leading this investigation? Doesn't the BSA have counterterrorism people for this? I don't mean offense, I'm simply curious." "None taken. I have some experience in that field. Military forensics, at any rate." A fan-like crest inflated along Pakpakat's curved spine. Shamvaidayan resolved to look up Hortek body language at the first opportunity. He had no idea what that meant. Which, he suspected, was the point. "What did you learn this?" the NRI agent pressed. "During the war?" Shamvaidayan hesitated. His service record was public. If Pakpakat wanted to know, he could look it up. "When I was younger, I worked for Bavinir's planetary defense militia." "The BDF?" "No. The BDF is human, former rebels. Before that, we had a Syrian militia. He met the Hortek's intimidating eyes and tried not to flinch. It was trained and managed by the Empire. The Hortek's crest flared once, then settled along his spine. Ah, I understand now. I wanted to protect my homeworld. I did it the only way I could. The words came out more defensive than he'd intended. He made himself believe them as he spoke. But deep down, a part of him still mourned the end of Imperial rule. Things had been simpler then. Safer on Bavigner. Before the humans started coming back. Before the intrigues of galactic politics. Maybe the Hortek could sense his buried reticence. Pakpakat gave no sign either way. Did you ever see direct combat? No. No major civil unrest either. I'm praying I still won't. Pakpakat bobbed his head and looked out at the white cityscape flashing by. We all share your prayers, Detective. The sun had just come up over Yavin 4, burning mist off the jungle's canopy, when the Millennium Falcon settled onto the landing pad. Steam rose from the damp stone as the ramp lowered. The air hit Leia first, hot, thick, carrying the smell of wet earth and green things growing. It was the smell of memory, of a time when everything had seemed simpler. Jason, Jaina, and Anakin were waiting at the base of the ramp. Han was down first, wrapping Jaina in a hug, ruffling her hair while Jason and Anakin, both now taller than their mother, took turns embracing Leia. Luke Skywalker stood at the edge of it all, watching with an unreadable smile. Leia went to him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, pushing up on her toes to kiss his cheek. When she pulled back, her face was serious, and so was his. Hey, Han said, arm draped on Jaina's shoulder. Kids, you want to take a look at the Falcon? We did some refit jobs on the thrust engines before Chewie went back to Kashyyyk. Jaina ran a hand through her long hair. Actually, I was hoping you could help with the project Loie and I have been working on. Getting ambitious? That's my girl. Lightning rod? Nope. Rock dragon. Wouldn't mind fixing up another princess's ship. Lead the way. Anakin, Jason, you guys should come too? Anakin nodded eagerly, but Jason's eyes lingered on Leia and Luke. Jaina tugged his shoulder. Come on, Jace. We can catch up with Mom later. They've got stuff to do. Leia felt a pang, half gratitude, half guilt. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. We totally understand, Mom. Jaina tugged Jason again. This time he followed. Leia watched them go, her children disappearing into the shadow of the temple, leaving her alone with Luke. They're growing up fast, she whispered. Do you feel like you're missing it all? Luke asked. She hugged herself. I just wish I saw them more often. Have you and Han thought about moving here once your term ends? Or is Yavin 4 too isolated? She shook her head. I don't know. It might depend on how the election goes. It depends on whether Borsk or Benny wins. Luke didn't need the Force to tell him that. Once you step down, he said, do you want to stay on as Alderaan's representative? No. Cal Omas can take my place. She sighed. I'm ready to be done with politics, Luke. The problem is politics aren't done with me. For the moment. I'm hoping we can get through this Bavinier situation. She looked at him. You know why I came here? Walk with me. He placed a hand on her shoulder and guided her into the temple's cool stone shadows. As they walked through the ancient tunnels, Leia's mind reeled back a quarter century, to her first arrival on this jungle moon, with men she'd never imagined would become her brother and husband. It was all so simple then, she said, wistful. Don't get nostalgic. Luke's voice was gentle. We almost all died. Biggs and a lot of other good pilots did. I know. I'm not nostalgic. She wasn't sure if that was true. But it was simpler. The Empire had to be destroyed. Kill or be killed. We never had doubts. And now? Now we're not rebels anymore. Luke led her out onto a high platform overlooking the jungle. The air was thick, humid, damp against her skin. The red sphere of Yavin was half visible through the haze, massive and distant. Below, in the clearing before the great temple, Jedi students practiced lightsaber sparring. Their blades flashed green and blue in the morning light. She watched them for a long moment. They moved with such focus, such purpose. Gently, Luke said, If you came to ask for something, Leia, ask. Oh, Luke, I don't know what I'm asking for. She turned to face him. I'm not going to ask for Jedi peacekeepers to go to Bavinier and make everyone behave. She glanced over her shoulder. You don't have to look so relieved. He chuckled. Sorry. I never expected you to ask for that anyway. Luke, what are your Jedi for? You've spent over a decade training students, good students. But we've never really decided what your new Jedi Order is going to do. It's a hard question. Mon Mothma once told me she wanted Jedi integrated into society on every level. But we don't have nearly enough. Not even if we placed one person in every sector. In the Old Republic, Jedi were peacekeepers. In the Old Republic, The Jedi were destroyed for precisely that reason. Luke's voice was quiet, but there was weight behind it. He told her before. The details were still murky, even to him, but the lesson was clear. The Jedi had served the Chancellor, and that Chancellor became a Sith Lord and eliminated them at the end of the Clone Wars. He was determined not to repeat that mistake. This is difficult, Luke. We have to be careful how we're seen. The whole galaxy knows we're brother and sister. They know we're Darth Vader's children. If I called for a Jedi peacekeeping force, it would look like nepotism at best. Or something worse. She hugged herself tighter. Right now, our relationship is more political than ever. I don't think you came all this way to ask for nothing. No. But the question is what we're going to get from all this. A lot depends on Benny and Gavrism, how they size up against Sign. If you're not thinking about peacekeepers, we could send 1 or 2 mediators. That's what I was thinking. Leia nodded. Someone with diplomatic experience outside the Jedi Order. Is Silgal here? Luke shook his head. She's still mediating that dispute in the Centrality. However, Treskheim Nell is here. Leia already knew Nell, a brown-furred Bahan with plenty of experience, as a New Republic diplomat. She'd recognized his Force proclivities years ago and directed him to Luke's attention. Still, she hesitated. Luke saw it. Is it because Tresk was once Fey'lya's ally? It's not that I don't trust him. He and Borsk haven't been on good terms in years. And he's a good negotiator. And a good Jedi. I know. But because he and Borsk used to be allies, then had a split, I'm not sure how it would look. How what would look? Luke crossed his arms. What does Fey'lya have to do with Bevinir? Nothing directly. But the election has everything to do with Bevinir. If Fey'lya argues that you brought a Jedi to the peace process just to mess with his campaign, it will only make him look petty. Luke was right. But Fey'lya might spin it anyway, convince everyone he was the victim of a Jedi conspiracy. Her brother had never grasped the subtleties of dirty politics. She normally appreciated that about him. Sometimes it was exasperating. If you like, Luke said, we can talk to Tresk about it. See what he thinks. Leia nodded. Okay. Worth a shot. Lead the way. Despite arriving more than half a standard day before the memorial ceremony, the New Republic delegation couldn't meet with the new Prime Minister beforehand. Ben Kilnam tried not to show his frustration. Sign was busy, that was reasonable. But she'd known about the delegation's timing for days. It felt like a calculated snub from someone who knew that getting in good graces with Coruscant was a top priority. At least he and Gavrism were given prime seats for the ceremony. It was held in Fey'lya's Central Park, 2 kilometers wide, 3 deep, in the heart of the city. A white stone monument honored the original settlers who died during the voyage and colonization. The obelisk had survived imperial conquest and been adopted by the Syrian settlers as a symbol of their own resilience. On a world where every island, every corporation, every gesture seemed coded to one race or another, this one monument was something both sides could claim. A good gesture, Ben Kilnam thought. A good start. He and Gavrism sat on stands at the monument's base, facing the speaker's podium and the throngs beyond. He'd never seen the park this full. Patches of green grass were barely visible between the monument and the park's edge. The crowd was noisy, some marching, others singing. In the distance, drums pounded. He couldn't tell Syrians from humans in the jumble, and for once, he took that as a good sign, as long as the blue-uniformed BSA officers kept the peace. Gavrism leaned close. "Do you hear that? They're about to begin." "Begin what?" Then he heard it, the whine of thrust engines. He looked up as 5 T-wing fighters soared low over the park, hulls painted dazzling ocean blue. They trailed streams of white smoke, corkscrewing around each other, spiraling their smoke trails before breaking off in 5 directions. The crowd applauded. The drums kept pounding. Case, in his brown and gold BDF dress uniform, stepped to the podium. He leaned close to the microphone, his voice echoing across the park. "We come here today as Bavineri to remember one of our own. Prime Minister Polhadnar believed in this world. He believed in its people. He believed we could come together from all walks of life, from all the distant stars, and build a better Bavinir, together." Applause rippled through the crowd. Case waited for it to subside. Now, Polhadnar's chosen vice minister and successor, Jedi Sign, would like to say a few words. Case stepped aside. More applause, but Ben Kilnam could hear angry boos beneath it. The drums beat louder. Sign approached the podium in a BDF uniform of gold and brown. Ben Kilnam was startled. He'd always seen her in civilian garb. She stood with an honor guard on either side, 6 Syrians and humans in matching uniforms, ceremonial slug-thrower rifles hanging off their shoulders. The image chilled him. The BSA had made progress creating a mixed police force, but the BDF was undeniably human-led, human-run, viewed with mistrust by most Syrians. This would do little to calm anxieties. Sign was small, round-faced, with long black hair tied at the back of her neck. She stood at the podium, head lifted, scanning the thousands of faces before her. Then she spoke. "It is with great sadness that I stand before you today. Polhadnar was an inspiration to us all. Just as he united us in life, he unites us now in grief." Ben Kilnam released a breath. At least she was saying the right things. When Polhadnar asked me to be his vice minister, I was surprised. Skeptical. I grew up a soldier. I'd never held politicians in high esteem. I examined our interactions for signs of duplicity or ulterior motive. I now feel ashamed of that. Polhadnar had only one goal, the creation of a unified Bavinier. The ones who struck against him, who murdered not just the Prime Minister but his family and friends, sought to tear us apart. They thought one act of savagery could rend our society, turn Bavinery against Bavinery. In doing so, they've shown their contempt for us all. I stand before you to tell you not to let them succeed. I will not let them. I will not dishonor the trust of the man who trusted me. Applause washed across the park. Ben Kilnam joined in, clapping until his hands ached. Sign paused, head high, waiting. The drums pounded faster. Before we look to the future, we should remember the past. We should remember the kind of being Polhadnar was, so that we might better carry on his legacy. She continued speaking of Polhadnar. The drumming had stopped, as if it had built to a climax and abruptly ceased. Ben Kilnam noticed figures jostling through the crowd, pushing closer to the podium. Cyan continued as if she didn't see them, but the honor guards tensed. Several unslung their rifles. Polhadnar felt called to politics at a young age, Cyan was saying, when Bavinier was still under the heel of imperial oppression. Unlike so many, he Justice! A voice whooped from the front. Justice for blood! Something small arced through the air. It landed on the platform, bounced once. The guard closest to Cyan threw himself on it. His body only partially muffled the explosion. A flash of light blinded Ben Kilnam. A roar deafened him. Smoke filled his lungs. He struggled to his feet. Then Gavrism's prehensile feathertips grabbed his shoulders and pulled him down. His face smashed against cold metal. He heard blaster fire, the sharp tang of classic Blasteki 11s, the Empire's favorite. A barrage of thunder cracked through the air. People screamed, ran. Another burst of thunder. He realized it was the honor guard's ceremonial slug-thrower rifles returning fire. The second round was enough. No more shots. Gavrism released him. Ben Kilnam rose, surveying the scene. The crowd was fleeing. A half-dozen bodies lay behind, 1 human, 5 Syrians. He couldn't tell who'd been shot and who'd been trampled. At the podium, 2 guards helped Cyan stand. Blood ran down her forehead, streaking her ash-coated face, but she didn't look critically wounded. Another guard helped Case, the general clutching a blaster wound on his shoulder. A few centimeters closer to his heart, and he'd be dead. Alarm wailed in the distance. The T-wings roared overhead. The drums had stopped. Gavrism placed a wingtip on Ben Kilnam's shoulder. He spun to face the minister's black, unreadable avian eyes. We must speak to the princess, Gavrism said. Right away. Chapter 5. Avon Barus had always known he'd follow his father into politics. It was what he was born for, the role Clan Barus had played for Elodia for centuries. He'd never expected to inherit it the way he had, ushered into office in a snap vote held just days after Doman Barus and dozens of other representatives were killed in the terrorist bombing of the Senate Hall. His father's waning years had taken a toll on the family. The old senator had opposed Leia Organa Solo during the Black Fleet crisis, going so far as to submit a petition for her ouster. Their relationship never recovered from that, despite all the time Leia had spent on the Barus estate as a child and teenager. When forming her most recent government, Leia had offered Avon a cabinet position, as a way of making amends, he suspected, and starting things off on a better foot. He felt a little ashamed of that, but also glad. In the messy world of interstellar politics, friends mattered. He was grateful Leia had tasked him with keeping her informed on Coruscant's undercurrents while she was away, and he didn't take the responsibility lightly. He kept his feelers open regarding Fey'lya, Plo, and Selch Dravid, tracking their moves while Ben Kilnam was on Bavinier. Fey'lya had lunched with Senators Seagosf and Fire Rodden at one of Galactic City's most exclusive restaurants. Poe had visited Vicky Sesh, Quat's new junior senator. Seagosf and Rodden were already leaning toward Fey'lya, so that was no surprise. Sesh was still a wild card, unclear whether Poe had accomplished anything with her. Dravid had released a statement just before Leia left, a bland call for restraint during the investigation. Avon piped this information directly to the Millennium Falcon. It felt good to sidestep Nana Ad-Eng, Leia's persistent gatekeeper. He'd gotten no replies and could only trust she was taking it all into account. The memorial ceremony for Polhadnar took place early in the morning, Galactic City time. Avon gathered his aides in his office to watch. The broadcast was carried on all major networks, unheard of for one dead politician on a backwater planet. He cycled through channels, noting which networks gave Ben Kilnam and Gavrism the most airtime, which commentators leaned which way. Human anchors tended to sympathize with Sign and Bavinier's human population. Non-humans leaned toward Polhadnar and the Syrians. Predictable and depressing. He'd grown used to it. What he hadn't predicted was the violence that cut the ceremony short. The moment he grasped the situation, Sign alive, Gavrism and Benny alive, Case wounded, 3 guards dead, 6 civilians dead, attackers unknown, he dismissed his staff and reached for his comm. He stopped short. He had no idea what to say. Neither, apparently, did anyone else. Senators including Dravid and Poe sent out blanket statements of grave concern and called for calm. Fey'lya, notably, sent nothing at all. That was enough to raise Avon's suspicions. Fey'lya's statement finally came in the late afternoon. No warning, the network simply cut to the Bahan, dressed in mournful dark red robes, seated behind his desk with his paws clasped before him. He leaned slightly forward, speaking in the calm, measured tones of a parent reassuring his children. By now, I am sure that many of you have learned of the latest unrest on the planet Bavinier. It is terrible that another tragedy has afflicted that poor planet in the space of days, and as other senators have already said, we must be mindful of their grief, and deeply concerned about the continuing situation there. However, I believe mere concern is not enough in a situation like this. I believe the New Republic should take a more active hand in settling the situation on Bavinyr. I believe that in a situation like this, where civil unrest is spiraling out of control, the New Republic has a duty to ensure the safety of its members. With that in mind, I will soon be introducing legislation in the Senate to muster a peacekeeping expedition to Bavinyr. I am sure many of you see this as a drastic step. Some of you surely call it too drastic. Why, you ask, should the sons and daughters of Corellia, Cumnor Quat, and Bathoe put their lives at risk for a world like Bavinyr? Well, I can only say this. The New Republic is a union of planets large and small. We all owe a responsibility to each other, and violence on one world weakens all others. I am sure that, in light of today's events, Chief of State Organa Solo, Minister Gavrism, and Senator Ben Kilnam are already considering a peacekeeping expedition. Because none of them are on Coruscant at the moment, I will act in their stead and submit a motion to the Senate. I am broadcasting this information because I believe it is important that our government be transparent in its goals and motivations. The Senate is not some isolated body, locked in a tower, far from the beings who elect it. It exists to serve the people, and today it is important that all people be aware of the issues, the stakes, and the responsibility we all owe each other. There may be difficult times ahead, but I believe justice and order will prevail on Bavinyr. I believe that because I believe in the Republic. I believe in what the martyrs of Bathoe and so many other worlds died to create in the long struggle against the Empire. We prevailed then, and we will prevail tomorrow. Thank you and good night. Avon's jaw tightened as Fey'lya spoke. Every word was perfectly chosen, measured, reasonable, designed to make the Bathan look like the only adult in the room. When the speech ended, Avon turned off the holo and waved his aides away. He went home. The Barus estate on Coruscant was a city unto itself, vast, ancient, far larger than the land the family claimed on Elodia itself. By some unspoken rule, the Barus family had occupied Elodia's representation for generations. Growing up, Avon had spent as much time in Imperial City as on Elodia. He mapped every meter of the estate in his head 20 years ago, as a child seeking hidden rooms, secret tunnels under the gardens, locked passageways. Now he was an adult, and to his surprise he'd become exactly what his father had been. He'd wanted more when he was younger. That was why he joined Rogue Squadron, flown combat against the Empire. When the war settled down, he'd accepted civilian life, working as his father's aide, then his successor. He'd kept some independence, though. Elodian tradition held he should take multiple wives from the noble families of his homeworld. Instead, despite his father's objections, he'd taken only one, former Rogue Squadron wingmate Fey'lya Sardiel of Cumnor. Fey'lya had stayed in the military, though now she piloted a desk at the NRDF's logistics office. She arrived just after he did. Her long blonde hair was pulled to the back of her neck, revealing a sagging face and tired eyes. She dropped beside him onto the sofa, her head finding the hollow of his shoulder without thinking. Neither reached for the hollow control. "Have you talked to the princess?" Fey'lya asked. "No. Not since she left. I've been sending messages, but..." He sighed. "Today caught me off guard." It caught everyone off guard. Even Fey'lya? Fey'lya schemes in his sleep. Comes naturally to him. A long pause spread between them. Eventually Avon said, "He's staked a strong position. Intervention. I'd have thought he'd wait for things to get really bad." "He wants to put Benny and the princess on the spot. You see how he did that? Made it sound like they were derelict? Ben Kilnam almost got blown up today." After another pause, Avon asked, "Do you think he's wrong? About intervention?" The pause was even longer. When he thought she wouldn't respond, she sighed. "I think we'll find out soon enough." She said it like a woman who'd seen too many battles to expect a clean ending. The next time Yella and Asur met, it was in a different establishment, smaller, seedier, thick with the smell of old ale and desperation. The evening crowd pressed in around them. Wedge had come back to Coronet City. Yella told him she was meeting an old co-worker from her NRI days. It was more or less true. It still felt like lying, and she still felt awful. When she'd agreed, 15 years ago, to keep Asur's survival a secret, she'd known what that meant, hiding it from people she cared about, including Wedge and poor Gavin Darklighter. By the time she married Wedge, Asur had drifted out of her life and out of her mind. She wondered now if she could have made that promise if she'd been as close to Wedge then as she was now. Asur was even more edgy than last time. They sat in a dark booth at the rear of the bar. Asur had dyed the white streak in her fur black. Now she was night dark, as if she could dissolve into the booth's shadows. Her small bright eyes kept darting over Yella's shoulder to the hollow projector, which was rebroadcasting Dravid's speech. Yella had seen it already, no substance, clearly thrown together after Fey'lya's statement. Poe had put one out too. Benny, of course, had said nothing. He had more important things to do. "Do you doubt what I told you now?" Asur's voice was low. The timing of Fey'lya's speech was too good. Yella shook her head. She didn't want to call Asur paranoid. She had good reason to hate Fey'lya after what he'd done to her and Gavin. Fey'lya's an opportunist. Besides, before you said he was supplying the human separatists. This attack was Syrian extremists. Fey'lya is trying to sow chaos, embarrass Ben Kilnam and Organa Solo. And it's working. There've been reports of more riots in Bavingir's capital. I hadn't heard that. In truth, Yella had been trying to avoid more news from that world. I have to go to Bavinier. Assur's voice was flat, final. I need proof. Very well. Leia's voice softened. You got a chance to go home. I'm envious. Sign's gaze focused on hers. I understand you never knew your mother. No, Leia admitted. To be honest, I'm still not sure of who she was. Sign didn't ask about her father. I never knew mine either. The woman who raised me and her husband were very protective. They wanted me not to follow my parents' path. Leia thought of Luke, kept in ignorance on Tatooine. They wanted to protect you. There's nothing wrong with that. I know. A tiny sigh. The revelation was a shock. I'd heard about Jerveth Sign, every Bavinier refugee had. She was a martyr, an icon, an ideal. I heard you changed your name when you found out. I was Jada Sekiori before. Sometimes it seems like another person's name now. It's a heavy responsibility, Leia said, knowing what your parents accomplished. Sign looked at her again. More softly than Leia had heard her speak before. I think we have something else in common, Princess. What's that? My father, Sign said, was a Jedi. Leia's jaw dropped. She put a hand to cover it. How did you know? The same way I learned about my mother. They were both killed shortly after the Clone Wars. Do you know the name of this Jedi? Sign shook her head. I never learned it. But when she told me, it made sense. How I could sense other beings' intentions without them saying it. How sometimes I would dream of things before they occurred, more when I was younger. Tell me, Princess, do Jedi skills wane with age? I'm not sure. I don't believe so. Leia blinked. You learned about your mother and father at the same time. Then you changed your name and came to Bavinier. That was 12 years ago. About 12 years. My brother had already established his Jedi Academy then. You must have heard of it. Sign nodded. Did you ever consider following your father's path instead of your mother's? No. Not for a moment. Leia felt strangely disappointed. She'd followed Bail into politics long before she learned of her Jedi heritage. She'd often wondered what it would be like to train on Yavin 4 with Luke instead of shouldering the burdens of the New Republic. Sign seemed to sense it. Everything in my life has been about Bavinier since I was a child. The Jedi were just half-remembered stories. But I was raised by people who remembered Bavinier, who told me about the white buildings of Fey'lya and the deep blue of the sea. Her voice grew grim, her expression fierce. They told me what the Empire did to our world, how they ravaged it and expelled us. I knew we had to retake what was ours. I never doubted my place belonged here. Never. That determination, that ferocity, it fueled the human separatists in the BIL. Leia had dealt with countless fanatic soldiers, but this felt different. Sign was not a fanatic, she was a woman trying to live up to a legacy. Sign added, "Imagine if you had a chance to reclaim Alderaan. Just imagine. I think if you can, you'll understand all you need to about Bavinier." Leia nodded, a shiver down her spine. "I'll do that. I promise." "Good." Sign's expression relaxed into a joyless smile. "That's all I ask?" When Leia left, she took her husband, her minister, and her 2 Jedi with her. Jadasai Sign waited until they'd left the building to summon Harbin Case. The general had spent time in a back-to-tank after the memorial service. His right arm rested in a sling against his pressed brown BDF uniform, and thin white bandages held the tan skin of his face together. "Thank you for calling me, madam." Case entered. "Is Organa Solo gone?" Sign nodded, turning back to the broad view of Fey'lya. "She's on her way to the consulate." "How was your conversation?" Sign smirked but didn't look back. "You can be so transparent, General. You know she and I have certain similarities." Case circled her desk. "I do. Does she know too?" "She does now." "Do you think this will help us?" He hid his alarm well, but Sign could feel it emanating from him. For so long she thought it was just instinct, some special intuition. "These people aren't our enemy, General." Case blew breath out through his nose, betraying frustration. 15 years older than her, he'd remembered Bavinier from childhood. He'd spent his life with a small group of exiles always on the run. He never served with the New Republic military, and he'd always been skeptical of Bavinier's place in that vast confederation. Sign had never been a Republican patriot either, but she'd spent enough time in its service to know it was nothing like the old empire, as the BIL liked to claim. "I don't doubt their ability to help, madam." Case's voice was careful. "But we're dealing with a government about to have a critical election. All our problems are part of somebody else's political calculus. It's probably why Polhad Nar was assassinated when he was." "I'm aware of that." "That means we don't matter. When the Republic comes here or angsts over what to do with us, it isn't about us. It's about Ben Kilnam versus Borsk Fey'lya." Sighed. Case was stoic and professional in public, but in private he could be blunt. It was why she made him her chief advisor, but it could still be frustrating. I don't disagree, General. But we're not turning down the Republic's help. If they can help us dismantle both the BIL and the CPF, I'll take anything they want. Is that clear? Case nodded, formal again. Very much so, madam. Good. Cyan looked out at the white city gleaming in the sun. So disarmingly serene. I'm going to do everything I can to keep the peace on Bavinier. For everyone. Case nodded wordlessly, but she could sense his doubt. She would reprimand him for it, if only she could calm her own. When her foster mother revealed her true parentage, Jadase Cyan's first reaction had been shock, then denial, then a sense of crushing destiny. She wondered if Leia Organa Solo felt like this, constantly pressured by the shadow of her dead. The New Republic contingent was housed in a well-appointed, well-guarded villa in one of Fey'lya's uphill districts. From its main gathering room, the land undulated down toward the ocean, the capital's mix of stone and glass gleaming in the sun. It was a beautiful view, especially at evening, when the skyline lit up. Ben Kilnam wished he could appreciate it. He felt as tense as everyone else in the room. Leia had brought a pair of Jedi, a human and a Bahan, one ex-NRDF, one ex-diplomatic corps. They joined Ben Kilnam, Gavrism, and Pakpakat to discuss Bavinier's current state. I understand you talked to Prime Minister Cyan today, Ben Kilnam told Leia. Leia nodded. I did. It was enlightening. Something in her tone indicated she wasn't going to give away more. Instead, she looked at Pakpakat. What's the status of the investigation? Which investigation? The crest on the Hortek's neck rose. I've been working with the BSA on Polhadnar's assassination. What about the attack at the memorial ceremony? Asked Hamner. The local authorities responded quickly. The BSA rounded up a number of fleeing actors, though some escaped. Syrian separatists? Pakpakat nodded. Low-ranking CPF members. The BSA has been interrogating them and raiding suspected CPF storehouses in Fey'lya, but found nothing of interest. For a public attack in broad daylight, Leia said, they must have expected a crackdown. It's a wonder they went through with it. It shows how angry many are at Polhadnar's death, Ben Kilnam said gravely. He'd be enraged himself, seeing them use his name as an excuse for violence. The CPF hated him when he was alive, called him a traitor for accepting Cyan. Now he's a martyr. We can only hope their Fey'lya network is too damaged to manage more, said Gavrism. Here, maybe. Ben Kilnam shook his head. Bavinier has many islands. Many places to hide. Yes, supplies. Pakpakat hissed and laid a datacard on the table, tapping it with a claw. The apprehended CPF members tried to ditch their weapons, but the BSA recovered most. This is the inventory. It may be important. He flicked it to Leia. What kind of information? All the weapons used were military grade. All Imperial. Imperial? Leia gasped. Indeed. An inventory by type and serial number. Every Imperial weapon has one, Hamner supplied. But there are millions of E-11s and T-21s in the galaxy, sold and resold on the black market. No reason to assume they came from Bastion. Someone might be trying to make us think they did, Imnel suggested. Ben Kilnam sighed. I've become tired of outside forces meddling in our affairs for their own benefit. Perhaps smugglers found an abandoned garrison, Gavrism said. We shouldn't assume anything. The fact they were all Imperial worries me. Leia's voice was tight. There's Imperial hardware everywhere. So I won't blame Bastion, but it means there might be worse weapons in another CPF storehouse. You got this from the BSA? Imnel asked. Pakpakat nodded. Well, at least they're cooperating. They've been helpful so far. Pakpakat paused. Unfortunately, we're no closer to solving the original investigation. What's the issue? Asked Hamner. Any trace of the BIL? There's no indication the BIL is responsible, though they're still the most likely culprit. They've gone to ground. All we know is someone tunneled under the compound walls with a tripod-mounted missile launcher. Leia must have sensed hesitation. What else? Pakpakat blew out a hiss through his flaring nostrils. The BSA has forensic material and some tentative suppositions. At the moment, they remain classified. What kind of suppositions? Asked Hamner. It seems possible the weapon was a New Republic device. The Republic? Leia gaped. The tripod placement, chemical trace analyses, and shell fragments indicate the weapon might have been a Mersan VT-35 launcher. Hamner leaned forward. The VT-35 is very new. Lightweight, with sophisticated tracking. I didn't think any had reached the second-hand market. Maybe it hasn't, Imnel said softly. Meaning what? Ben Kilnam asked, not wanting the answer. Imnel held up both paws. Who can say? But it needs investigation. If we could locate other BIL storehouses and see what weapons they have, Hamner said. And the same for the CPF. At the moment, Leia reminded them, we still don't know the BIL was responsible for Polhadnar's death. Then who else? Amnel asked plainly. The CPF might have wanted him dead too, but they're using Imperial weapons. We're not certain AVT-35 was used, Pakpakad reminded them. All we know for certain is on this data card. Leia looked down at the chip. I think we have to take this to someone who can use it. You mean the Empire? Hamner said with faint disapproval. Admiral Fey'lya. I trust him, Kenneth. He wouldn't destabilize this election, not when it might jeopardize the peace treaty he put together. It could be one of the Moffs, or a rogue officer. Exactly. If anyone can help us track these weapons, it's him. I know it's a long shot. Gavrism made a whinnying noise. Would you like me to send the communication, Madam President? She shook her head. Thanks, but no. I need to have this conversation with Fey'lya myself, head of state to head of state. Are the comm lines secure here? Asked Amnel. We brought our own equipment, Ben Kilnem said. As secure as can be. Good. I'd hate to have to run back to the Falcon just to call Bastion. Leia slumped back in her chair. I'll get to the bottom of this. As for the first investigation... She paused, frowning. We'll wait and see where it leads. You don't want to begin an internal review? Amnel asked. Into what? She shook her head. We don't have enough information to start anything. We'll have to wait. Very well. Gavrism shrugged his wings and rustled his feathers. We wait. It is good we've gained more time in the Senate. Leia smiled a very tight smile. It's a good thing we've still got our secret weapon back home. Chapter 7. When a Sir Salar stepped off the transport, the warm sea air hit her, salt, ozone, the faint tang of engine exhaust. It was a welcome change from the recycled atmosphere of the ship. She scanned the crowd, relieved to find a mix of species: humans, Saurians, 3 Duros, a Foline, a massive Herglick, and even another Bahan. Eavesdropping on conversations, she gathered most were journalists, small-time newsnets that couldn't afford company shuttles. A Qatar lawyer explained to his Togruta seatmate that he was hoping to make litigation out of the mess. The Togruta, in turn, was selling insurance policies covering political violence. The market had just exploded on this generally ignored little planet. All kinds were flocking to Bavingir. A black-furred Bathan would stick out just a little less. That confidence faded the further she got from the spaceport. The streets of Fey'lya were an almost equal mix of Surians and humans, with other races easily standing out. But the humans and Surians watched each other more than they watched the obvious off-worlders. Sideways looks lingered. People gave each other wide berths. The Krytos virus had been 20 years ago, but the feel of it was still fresh in her bones. The paranoia, the way species watched each other. Gavin had been her comfort then, and her escape. Now he was gone, and Bavingir felt like Coruscant all over again. By the time Asur found her hotel, checked in, and deposited her things, the sun was starting to set. Her room had a poor view, but she lingered a moment to watch the gold smolder in the sky before heading back out. She had an appointment to keep. She'd never been to Fey'lya, but the hotel's data pad guided her to Crescent Quay, a curving stretch of coastline with a broad waterfront promenade. Lamplights stretched into the night. She walked toward the north end of the curve, where she was unsurprised to find another Bahan standing in the darkness, leaning against the railing, looking out at the black ocean. She leaned next to him. "When did you get in?" "A day and a half ago," said Treskamnel. "Standard or local?" "Doesn't matter much." She glanced sidelong at him. He didn't look like a Force user. Casual trousers, a loose long-sleeved shirt. She didn't see his lightsaber, but she bet he had it hidden somewhere. "I just got in a few hours ago." She looked back down the quay. Being strolled casually along the waterfront, only distinguishable in pools of lamplight, cone-headed Surians, short-headed humans. The tension she'd observed during the day had dissolved, replaced by the easy anonymity of darkness. "Everyone feels more comfortable in the darkness," Tresk observed. Asur could never tell when he was using his Jedi powers and when he was just observant. "It's a sad state when beings need anonymity to feel themselves." "Very true. I'm hoping we can do something about that." "I hope so too. What have you found out?" Tresk explained everything he'd learned since arriving, details still hidden from the public. The Syrian separatists were using Imperial-made weapons. The human ones seemed to have been supplied by the Republic. Asur didn't question him. She'd known Tresk even before he joined the Jedi Academy. Shortly after she'd faked her death and left Rogue Squadron, he'd become disillusioned with his former employer and begun searching for a new path. Their mutual enmity for Borsk Fey'lya had drawn them into the community of political dissenters in Drevstarn, though they'd branched into different paths. Despite the Jedi calm he found at Skywalker's Academy, they shared the same goal: reforming their homeworld and exposing its most powerful, dangerous political leader for what he was. When Tresk finished, Asur shook her head. "Do you really think Fey'lya is behind it?" Tresk's pause was answer enough. "He's been posturing effectively back on Coruscant." I know. I follow the news nets. But do you think it's possible? She was hoping he'd say yes. Instead, he shrugged. Too soon to say. What we do know is he's intent on wringing every advantage he can out of this mess. We need to stop it. If he becomes president, it will be a disaster, for the Republic and for Bothawi. I agree completely. Asur looked at the dark water. Reflected city light winked on invisible waves. What does your Jedi Master have to say about all this? Master Skywalker's been trying very hard to keep the Jedi out of politics. It must be hard when his sister's in charge. It is. That's why he's being overly cautious. Asur smirked. In your opinion? In my opinion. I've heard you Jedi have a theory. Everything falls into light or dark. That's one way of saying it. I can't see much of a light side to political games. Tresk was silent for a long time. Finally, the Jedi were servants of the Old Republic. They were political then, inherently. Weren't they also wiped out? Exactly. Politics became an instrument of their destruction. You think Fey'lya is going to pull a Palpatine and wipe your kind out? Asur asked, surprised. Even for Fey'lya, that sounded beyond the pale. No. Politics are dangerous for Jedi. They drag us into messy controversies. At the same time, if we ignore them, we're derelict in our responsibility to keep the galaxy safe. Is that yours or Skywalker's? Mine. He paused. But it's a difficult issue. Even before taking up the lightsaber, Tresk had always been thoughtful. Asur was one for action. You'll do what you do, Tresk, and I'll do what I do. Tell me where I should start. I've talked to some of the BSA officers working on the Polhadnar investigation. I can put you in touch. I'd appreciate that. Tresk took a tiny data card from his breast pocket. It glinted briefly in lamplight as he dropped it into Asur's paw. That also has my new comm frequency. Are you still using the old one? I am. Good. I'll let you know if anything else comes up. Just keep me informed. The only way we'll get to the bottom of this is together. She pocketed the chip. I wasn't expecting to be working together. Your Master Skywalker was wise to send you. Master Skywalker and his sister. Of course. I'm glad she's still in charge. I just wish she was staying on. If she were, I don't think we'd be in this mess. Instead, we have to make sure Ben Kilnam wins that election. If we solve the Bavinier problem, I think we'll do just that. And if Fey'lya ends up being the problem? Tresfer bristled, his snout scrunching in a scowl. Then we'll find out if Jedi really can play politics without going dark. When Cormadnar called Shamvai into his office for an update, the detective was acutely aware of how stuck he was, and how bad that would look. As he rattled through his report, he noticed how distracted Cormadnar looked, how unaffected he appeared by the investigation's halt. When he finished, Cormadnar finally looked alert, like he'd come to the point he'd been waiting for. What's your opinion of the Republic officials you've been dealing with? You mean their character? Do you think they would be honest if it turns out the BIL's weapons came from a Republic source? That's a difficult question. I only know them professionally. As far as it goes, they seem honorable. Honor is a slippery concept. Do you mean they seem loyal to the Republic? I've never gotten a sense other than that they're trying to do their jobs. What about the Jedi? They're not military or intelligence professionals. They have different priorities. Do they seem as wedded to the powers on Coruscant as Pakpakat? I'm not sure. The Bahan Jedi has been working more with Detective Venerable. The human has a military background. He's been in contact more with the BDF. Cormadnar looked pensively at his desk. Shamvai asked, "Sir, I'm not entirely sure what you're asking." I'm asking whether we can trust these beings, the Jedi or the NRI agent, to place Bavinier's interests above the stability of their government. Frankly, sir, the government's in an election. I'm not sure how stable it is in the first place. Well, whatever happens, it's still more stable than ours. Cormadnar snorted and crossed his arms. The Jedi are interesting. As I understand it, their religion isn't officially associated with the New Republic government. No official place in the military chain of command, no representation on Coruscant. Not officially. But their leader is the chief of state's brother. She brought those two personally from Yavin 4. So you're saying their loyalty is to Princess Leia personally? Shamvai frowned. I suppose that may be true. It's hard to say. I think if the princess did something egregious, they'd object. But they're more likely to side with her than with Fey'lya. Shamvai thought about the Bahan Jedi. From what little he'd worked with Trescaimnel, the Bahan wasn't a Fey'lya loyalist. If anything, he seemed personally close with the princess. I think you'd be right. I thought so. Cormadnar nodded, satisfied. That means they'll do what they can to prevent a Republic intervention on Bavinyr. I suppose. I'd rather not have to find out for sure. Detective, our goal is to protect our sovereignty. We are part of the Republic, sir. I know. But we still have local autonomy. We chose our own leaders, run our own police and defense. Our fate is our own, and it needs to stay that way. This isn't like the days under Empire, no matter what the human terrorists say. If what you're saying is true, the Jedi might be our best allies. They might help us protect ourselves. That's something we have to keep in mind going forward. Cormadnar went silent, as if he'd said all that needed to be. Shamvidian looked down at him, uncertain what had just happened, but he felt it had touched on something important, something he would only understand in time. Nearly 20 years, half her life, since Leonia Ta'Vira had claimed the Star Destroyer Invidious as her own. The act of possessing the mighty Imperial vessel had been reason enough. And Invidious had allowed her to create a pirate fleet so powerful the New Republic had mustered its wartime navy to stop her. But possessing a Star Destroyer had its inconveniences. It required a bigger crew than she could muster. Its systems needed rigorous maintenance. After the Republic broke up her pirate group, leaving her with only one Star Destroyer, her crew withered with her prestige. She'd raided a Cybit Galactica convoy just to steal enough maintenance droids to keep Invidious running. A part of her knew it might be more economical to abandon the ship and relocate to something smaller. The rest of her was repulsed by the idea. Invidious was her home, her love, her hard-won prize. Over 20 years, the ship had become part of her, and she'd do anything to keep it flying. Refueling a mile-long Star Destroyer without attracting attention was nearly impossible. The only other such warship unattached to any government was Booster Tarek's errant venture, and Turek, unlike Ta'Vira, was a smuggler and ruffian, not an outlaw still wanted by the New Republic. Turek could refuel anywhere and get free advertising for his mobile casino. Ta'Vira had to follow a different procedure. Outlaws did for outlaws. When Invidious needed fuel, Ta'Vira went to Hutt space. Quen Station, on the coord boundaries of Hutt territory, was one of the only ports capable of refueling and repairing an Imperial-class Star Destroyer, no questions asked, as long as you had the credits. Thanks to her recent deals with both sides of the Bavinyr crisis, Ta'Vira had just that. While her ship was serviced, Ta'Vira went out onto the station. No one was going to miss a black-painted Star Destroyer docked at Quen Station, so there was no point being coy. She brought her Togorian guards, Grovlith and Argris, plus a quartet of old Trade Federation battle droids. As she walked down the broad promenades, past the clamor of vendors, the press of bodies, the ever-present hum of the station's core, her entourage drew stares. She knew what being said about her. Old, down and out, a has-been pirate floating aimlessly in her broken-down destroyer, hoping the Republic wouldn't catch her. It was, as always, immensely satisfying to prove her naysayers wrong. She had business to conduct. Once she felt certain she'd made her presence known, she made her way to the section of Quinn Station set aside for the Besatii Khajiitic. The Nikto guards and Toydarian majordomo didn't bat an eye at her appearance, but she'd been here before. In almost 2 decades since leaving Imperial service, Tavira had made close ties with the Hutts, the Besatii clan most of all. After the disaster of Lord Durga's Darksaber project, some had said the Besatii were doomed to irrelevance. Instead, under Durga's cousin Borga, they'd re-emerged as the most wealthy and powerful crime family on Nal Hutta, even edging out their rivals the Desaligic. Tavira was led into a large domed chamber. A small ring of Gamorrean guards, hefting heavy pikes and axes, stood around a repulsorb on which a single Hutt lay. Tavira rarely spoke with Borga herself. More often she dealt with the Hutt before her, Galga Besatii Fur. 2 human dancing girls, chained by the neck and wearing next to nothing, lay against Galga's bronze-colored bulk and looked up at Tavira with narrowed, suspicious eyes. Galga spoke in Huttese. "Welcome back to Quinn Station, Admiral Tavira. It's been too long." "I've missed every day apart from you, bounteous Galga." She smirked in his language. Galga was one of the few Hutts who could speak fluent Basic, though he preferred not to. After this long, she was perfectly proficient. The creature rumbled laughter and petted the head of one of his slave girls like a pet tuka. "Have you met my newest additions? Cherise and Margla." "Charmed." Tavira smirked down at the girls, who glared resentfully up at her. She wasn't averse to using her looks to win favors, she rather enjoyed it, but only when she held the leash. For these slave girls, she felt condescension and pity. "Are they fine dancers, Galga?" "Excellent, my dear. The best I've ever had." His fat tongue swiped across his lipless mouth. "You know, Admiral, I've always thought you would make a fine dancer. You have the grace and the figure for it." "I ended up on a different career path, but thank you for the compliment." Galga rumbled laughter. "Why have you really come to see me?" "To thank you for the fuel and repair work." "Your credits are thanks enough. What else?" "Information. I think a canny organization like yours will find it useful." Galga's tail twitched. "Go on." "I imagine you'd like to know the results of the coming New Republic presidential election." "The Senate vote has been delayed because of the ongoing crisis at Bavinier." "I know. But I'm sure you've been following the wagemakers. What are the current odds?" "55% on Ben Kilnam." He was the favorite by 65 before the last debate, wasn't he? Are you telling me Borsk Fey'lya will win the election? Tevira smiled. I'm here to guarantee it. I recommend your organization invest accordingly. Galga rumbled. And what of Dravid? What of Plo? Dravid's a non-entity. He only ran to raise his profile. As for Plo, he'll drop out soon and endorse Fey'lya. And you're here to assure me of that? I'm here to ask your help in the matter. Galga's eyes narrowed. What help do you expect from the Fey'lya? My arm isn't as long as it used to be. Yours is. I need a man on Coruscant killed. Galga shook with laughter. And why should the Fey'lya act as your assassins? Because it will prove I can direct the outcome of this election. And who do you want killed? Not Plo. No. A human named Aston Blake. Should I know him? No. He's a subdirector in the Quartermaster and Provisions Department for the Third Fleet. He needs to die, and it needs to look like suicide. I'm sure you have people on Coruscant capable of that. Galga considered. And if we do this for you? Then Plo will end his candidacy shortly thereafter. I guarantee that. When do you want this man killed? In exactly 2 standard days. When Plo resigns, you'll know to take my advice seriously. Galga rumbled thoughtfully. What's in this for you? A broad question, Great Galga. Naturally, I've already placed substantial bets. Naturally. What else? The emotional satisfaction of seeing the Republic tear itself apart from the inside. And knowing I had a key hand in its undoing. You do enjoy vengeance, don't you? Anyone who talks down vengeance hasn't done it right. Then remind me never to find myself on your bad side. Galga narrowed his eyes. Very well. The Fey'lya will take care of Aston Blake. If Plo bows out and endorses Fey'lya in 2 days, I'll know you are telling the truth, and that you really do have the election in your hand. I'm glad we've reached an agreement. I don't suppose you'll tell me how you've managed all this. Trade secret. She winked. Very well. I will wait 2 days, then do as you asked? I'd start placing bets now. She smiled. I already have. Will you still be here in 2 days? I'm afraid not. I have important strings to pull. Then I shall miss you, my dear, until we meet again. Until then, illustrious Galga. Tavira executed a snap bow, smirked at the slave girls, and marched back toward Invidious. On the walk back, she checked her comlink. Osvarek had left a message, come to the bridge on her return. He said no more than that, he rarely did. When she arrived, the Trandoshan was hovering near the comm station. He bared his fangs. There's been another attack on Bavinyar. The CPF? He shook his head. The BIL. They attacked several small islands with Syrian settlements. Attacked how? Reports are still coming in. Bombings in public places. Local government buildings, marketplaces, transit hubs. Pure terrorism. She tapped her chin. More fuel to the fire was good, in theory. But if the Republic cracked down on the BIL fast, she might have to move her timetable forward. She stalked to the comm station and punched in Pedrick Cuff's frequency. She tapped her fingers impatiently. During their last meeting, Pedrick had assured her he'd give forewarning of any BIL attacks. That warning had never come. Now she stood to be embarrassed with the Hutts. Not a favorable turn in what had been a promising partnership. She waited almost 2 full minutes, long enough to doubt he'd answer, when Cuff's blue hollow image finally sprang up. Surprise flickered across his face. Sorry for the delay. Things are busy here. I thought we had an agreement, Pedrick. She gave her best girlish pout, best not to come off too angry. You were supposed to give me fair warning. I know. These attacks went without my knowledge. Is that normal? I thought you were Colin's most trusted man. I am. This was different. The attackers weren't acting on his authority. A rogue group? Dissension among the ranks? It appears so. Some young members were incensed by the memorial service attack and retaliated on their own. Did they use our weapons? They were some of the groups that received them. If the Republic traces these weapons back to me, I need warning. If they get me, they get you. I'm quite aware. His voice was tight. I'm doing everything I can to keep the Republic from finding out about our arrangement. He was clearly stressed. She felt a twinge of sympathy. It sounds like you have a mess to clean up. I certainly do. I'd like to get to it. Very well. But I need to know, Pedrick, even if you don't hear anything, I want a call from you the next standard day. If I don't get it, I'll assume you've been taken. He nodded, reluctant. Very well. I'll update you tomorrow. Goodbye, Leonia. The hollow shrank to nothing. Tavira glanced at Oskvarek. How long until we're ready to go? Another 12 hours at least. Then I'll be in my quarters. But be ready to depart as soon as possible. Yes, Admiral. Tavira spun and marched off the bridge, strides long and tense. Even when she got to her quarters, she wouldn't be able to rest. The stakes suddenly felt much higher. Chapter 8. Despite the chaos of the last 6 hours, Jadase Sign took some consolation in the sight before her. The briefing room in the Prime Minister's tower was bustling with a diversity of staff, humans and Syrians, plus a furry Bahan, a feathered Kalibop, and an armor-plated Hortek for good measure. All of them, human and alien, Republican and Bavingari, moved for a singular purpose. It was that purpose she needed consolation for. The sudden attacks on Maressa, Lemuria, and Chaldonia had thrown the entire planet into an uproar. Amazingly, no more riots had broken out on the streets of Fey'lya. Sign wanted to think it was because she'd acted quickly and declared martial law on all 3 islands. Even now, mixed groups of BSA policemen and BDF ground troops were putting the islands under lockdown and searching for the perpetrators. She only hoped the BIL had finally overplayed its hand. If its leaders could be found and arrested, it would go a long way toward defusing the violence between human and Syrian separatists. She hoped anyway. The Situation Room was abuzz with low chatter, occasionally broken by important announcements. As Sign clutched her private hope, a BSA agent entered and triumphantly announced that a BIL storehouse on Chaldonia had been seized. A dozen cell members had been captured, along with a good stock of supplies. Sign sidled next to Organa Solo. This is good news. Perhaps now we can figure out who's been supplying the BIL. Organa Solo nodded gravely. The BSA's suspicion that a Republic-made missile launcher had been used to kill Polhadnar was not widely known, but it had been made clear to both of them. A wordless sensation passed between them, a gentle pressure, like a hand on her shoulder that wasn't there. Sign realized Organa Solo was reaching through the Force. It was uncomfortable. Intrusive. She didn't know what to make of it. Sign lowered her voice. Do you want something from me? To her surprise, a slight smile creased Organa Solo's tired face. I was trying to give you a suggestion. Apparently I'm not properly attuned to receive it. or I'm not attuned to send it. Neither of us is a Jedi. Organa Solo sighed. Can we talk privately? Of course. Sign gestured for the president to follow. They retreated to a private room and locked the door. Sign squared her shoulders. Well? Is it about the BIL? No. It's about the other half of this problem. The CPF. Yes. You know the weapons they used against you were Imperial. I knew the moment I heard the blasters go off. Your investigators found serial numbers. They shared them with NRI, and NRI shared them with me. And you shared them with someone? Cyan narrowed her eyes. Leia nodded. I sent that information to the Imperial Remnant. The Empire? Cyan snarled. You trust them? I've developed a good working relationship with Admiral Fey'lya. Organa Solo's voice was calm. Cyan could only stare in disbelief. For what the Empire had done to her family, to Bavinir, she never allowed herself to forgive them, not even when the once great Empire had shriveled to a pathetic rump state. Yet this woman, who had even more cause to hate the Empire, had somehow done so. Cyan couldn't decide whether she was impressed or appalled. Admiral Fey'lya was very cooperative, Organa Solo continued. He doesn't want to endanger the peace treaty we put together. Those weapons could be decades old. The Empire was broken into pieces since then. Could Fey'lya really help? I was skeptical too, but I had to at least make the effort. Organa Solo smiled. It was worth it. The weapons were in the Remnant's registry, all from the same production batch. When were they made? Over 30 years ago. Cyan snorted. That tells us nothing. It tells us a lot. Those weapons were shipped fresh from the factory to the Black 15 facility. That name sounds familiar. Black 15 was the Empire's facility over in Zoth. The Yevotha? Exactly. These weapons belonged to the Black Fleet the Yevotha captured after Ender and used to terrorize the Kornak cluster 7 years ago. Cyan remembered now. The Imperial crews recaptured their ships. They did then jump to the deep core. Admiral Fey'lya explained that some ships found their way to his holdings after they discovered BYSS was already destroyed. What does all this mean? The rifles we have here were supposedly shipped to the Black Fleet's flagship, the Superstar Destroyer Intimidator. Intimidator never made it to Fey'lya's fleet. I remember. Cyan nodded. It was found drifting in space, abandoned a few years ago. Our forensics people never figured out what happened to it. It took heavy damage from weapons we couldn't identify, then was abandoned. But our inspectors believe the hull was scavenged after it was destroyed, before our people got a look at it. Then that gets us nothing. Space is full of scavengers. There's no way to tell who raided Intimidator before your people did. She paused. Is there? I've ordered teams to reopen their review of Intimidator's remains. What happened to the hull? Is it still intact? Organa Solo shook her head. Dismantled for scrap last year. But our forensics teams took thorough records. We salvaged any computers we could find. If you haven't found out who scavenged it before, why would you now? To be honest, Prime Minister, it wasn't a priority before. A superstar destroyer gets demolished by an unknown party, and you didn't make it a priority? Organa Solo sighed. It was peacetime. There seemed to be no immediate threat. Our teams believed, and I concurred, that whoever wrecked it came from the unknown regions. We've made some small inroads into that space recently. I thought I had an idea who was responsible. Now I'm having second thoughts. And you can't just ask the people you thought did it? Organa Solo shook her head. Clearly, there were classified things she wasn't willing to share. That annoyed Cyan, but at the same time, she felt relief that Organa Solo had trusted her this far. She wasn't sure what she'd do with the information, but the gesture felt important. I appreciate what you told me, Princess. I really do. Cyan meant it, and she tried to push that sincerity through the Force, though she wasn't sure if she was doing it right. But whoever's arming the CPF isn't our top priority. The BIL is. She could feel the cautious goodwill between them evaporate. To her credit, Organa Solo didn't act accused. Now that we've recovered BIL personnel and equipment, I think a lot of things will be laid clear. I hope so. And I want you to know that whatever the truth is, people will be held accountable, no matter who they are. In other words, she acknowledged that someone inside the Republic might be playing a game, and they'd be punished if found out. I'll hold you to that, Princess. Good. Can you say the same? Cyan knew that somewhere in her government, civilian or BDF, there were people aiding the BIL. It was a reality she acknowledged to herself, but not one suited for public pronouncement. Organa Solo's question felt like an accusation. She knew it was unfair to feel hurt. people will be held accountable, no matter who they are. I'm glad we understand each other. Organa Solo said it, and Cyan felt a tendril of the Force touch her, warm, genuine. I truly am glad. Cyan had spent her life reading others' emotions without trying. Now someone was touching her hidden self, and she felt awkward. Hypocritical, she knew, but she didn't like it. We should get back, she said. Reports from Shaldonia should be coming in. Yes. Something we'd all like to see. Organa Solo turned and walked out. Cyan hesitated for a moment, then fell in quickly behind her. When evening fell, Sir Salar met with Tresconnell again. This time he calmed her, surprising her by saying he'd come to her hotel. She ushered him inside. Are you sure it's safe to come here? I stayed clear of the trouble spots, and I wasn't followed. Tresk threw off his cloak. You don't have to worry about the hotel staff either. Sir frowned. Did your Jedi powers help with that? I nudged their minds so they didn't pay attention as I came in. Same thing to slip through the streets. I didn't scrub their memory or anything. His voice was defensive, as if she'd accused him of using the dark side. Sir didn't particularly care. What about the other Republic staff? Princess Leia? The other Jedi? Hamner's asleep. Princess Leia knows I'm out. Sir's fur bristled. She'd spent years hiding, staying invisible. The thought of being seen, being known, sent a spike of fear through her. She knows about me? No. But she's aware of the potential for outside forces meddling. One of my goals here is to investigate that meddling as I see fit. Does she suspect Fey'lya is supplying the BIL? She acknowledges the possibility. Sir felt slightly encouraged. Why did you come across town tonight? I'm sure you've had a tiring day. Fair to say. With a tired sigh, Tresk sat on her bed and pulled out a data chip, tossing it onto the blanket. Inventory of the supplies found in the Shaldonia storehouse. Sir scooped it up and went to her datapad. What about Maressa and Lemuria? Potential culprits apprehended, but nothing incriminating found. My guess is those cells moved their equipment before the attacks. The Shaldonia cell messed up. Lucky for us. The BSA found some interesting items. Sir breathed deeply as the list appeared. The storehouse must have been large, the inventory thorough. It was a very long list. She scrolled, waiting for something to catch her eye. And there it was, a catalog of weapons, mainly Blostek and Mersan, all of recent manufacture. Those weren't marked with serial numbers like the Imperial weapons, Tresk said. They probably never went into actual service with the NRDF. We need to check if they were sold to private militias. NRI already checked. The Blostek T-25B rifles and Mersan XV7 grenades are sold to private buyers. But the Mersan TV-11 is brand new, made in cooperation with New Republic engineers. It hasn't been sold on the private market at all. Either stolen from a production warehouse. Or pilfered from the NRDF, Asur finished. Given it's mixed with other weapons, I'd say near certain. I would too. Asur sat on the bed next to him. We know someone in the Republic has been feeding weapons to the BIL. This is proof. Not proof until we know who's doing it. And who put them up to it. And Tresk had come so Asur could help him get proof. She was already getting ideas, but she asked, "What about NRI? Aren't they looking into it too?" They are. But I think they're also suddenly busy examining the records from the Superstar Destroyer Intimidator. Asur's ears flattened. What? We've been led to believe the CPF is being supplied with Imperial blaster rifles taken from the wreckage of the Intimidator, the Black Sword Fleet flagship found abandoned in the unknown regions. I heard about that. Why do they think its weapons are in CPF hands? Tresk shook his head. Some secrets he wouldn't share. The point is, NRI is looking into both issues. Princess Leia and I both feel that if someone in the Republic hierarchy has been supplying the BIL, we need to investigate discreetly. I understand completely. Asur nodded. I think I already have an idea where to start. I thought you might. Tresk smirked. Need more help right now? Not at the moment. Then I should go. We've all had a long day. What about the riots? Contained mostly. I didn't run into any on the way here. And if I do, he shrugged, I have advantages. He rose from the bed but didn't move for the door. She looked up at him, wordlessly asking if he really had to go. It's been a long day. He pulled his cloak back on. I'll be in touch, Asur. Stay safe, Tresk. He left. She listened for his footsteps, but even her sharp Bahan hearing caught nothing. The room was deathly silent. She looked down at the datapad, read it through one more time, then got up. She had a call to make. It was 2 hours before dawn in Coronet City when Yella realized, reluctantly, that the comm link on her bedstand was buzzing with an incoming call. She buried her face deeper into her pillow, trying to ignore it. She only surrendered when her husband muttered, "Is that you or me?" She sighed and pushed herself upright, fumbling for the comlink. "Who's T?" No response. The comlink kept buzzing. Then she remembered, she'd set it up as a router to the apartment's main comm system, just in case one very specific source called. The link rattled against her palm. A sir was waiting. She threw back the sheets and stumbled out of bed. Wedge said, "What is it?" But she didn't look back. The door slid shut behind her. She crossed to the living room comm console and sat down, turning it on. She expected a blue hollow image to spring up, lighting the dark room. Nothing. Only a small green light confirming a connection. Yella leaned close to the speaker grill. "Sir, are you there?" "Can you talk, Yella?" "It's 40 here. Everyone else is asleep." "I'm sorry." "It's all right. It must be important." "It is. Have you heard anything about Bevinia?" "Only what the newsnets say." "Nothing from your old intel coworkers?" "To be honest, sir, I've been trying to enjoy my retirement." There was a pause. "Arrests have been made since the attacks. BIL supplies and personnel taken into BSA custody. We've also examined CPF materials from the attempt on Science Life." Yella closed her eyes. The intrigue, the violence, the confusing stew of acronyms, everything she'd been overjoyed to leave behind. "Have you found anything you were looking for?" she asked tiredly. "Maybe. That's why I'm calling. NRI has investigation teams working, but my contacts and I thought it would be good to take a subtle approach." "Meaning what?" "We believe the BIL has been receiving supplies pilfered from the NRDF, supplies sent from the manufacturer but not listed as received by the Quartermaster Corps. Someone on the inside is passing them to Bevinia." "Exactly. We need someone in the Quartermaster Corps who can audit and see where the supplies slipped away." "Do you have a list?" "I'm sending it as a package. This is only from one BIL safe house. The total stolen material is probably magnitudes bigger." "What kind of supplies?" "Top-of-the-line military-grade weapons, The kinds used to assassinate Polhadnar and kill dozens in the recent attacks. You'll see. They've got enough for a serious military operation. Yella's mouth felt dry. She hated being thrown back into this mess. But she knew she couldn't refuse, not when the stakes were so high, not when a Sir was relying on her. How well do you know Felice Ardil? The question took Yella by surprise. Then she realized it shouldn't have. Felice was one of Wedge's ex-pilots, now a senior officer in the Quartermaster Corps. Perfect for this. I know her a little. I didn't even meet Wedge until after she'd left the Rogues, only a few times at reunion gatherings. But she'll help if you ask, won't she? For something like this, I don't know if she'll have a choice. Good. Please work with her, Yella. This could be the key to solving the crisis. Yella heard the enthusiasm in her voice and was wary. Sir, there's no knowing who stole these weapons. The BIL could have bribed a regional shipping manager. It could be a lone sympathizer. I know. But it's our best lead. We have to follow it. I will. Is there anything else? Nothing right now. Thank you, Yella. I'm sorry for calling so late. It's all right. I'll handle it from here. She reached for the switch, then added, Stay safe, sir. Don't worry about me. The green light winked off. Connection severed. Yella checked the data stream attachment and transferred it to a small card, stuffing it into her pajama pocket. She walked quietly back to the bedroom and slipped into bed, moving carefully, trying not to disturb the mattress. The sheets were cold against her skin. She'd thought Wedge was asleep. But once she lay down, she heard him mutter, Who was that? Her heart quickened. Her mind raced for an answer. Someone called by mistake. The words tasted sour even as she said them. He didn't call her on it. He didn't say anything. She lay on her side, facing away, and waited 5 minutes before realizing he'd fallen back asleep. Coronet's local time was a few hours ahead of Galactic City. She might have to wait until noon to place a call to Felice Ardil's office. She didn't think she'd get much sleep before then. She lay in the dark, wondering what she'd tell Wedge in the morning, assuming he remembered any of this at all. The BIL members captured at Shaldonia had been flown to the BSA prison on a solitary island 5 kilometers north of Fey'lya, the largest, most secure complex of its kind on the planet. Though his purview was technically Polhadnar's assassination, Sham Vidayan had put in a request to visit and speak with the prisoners. It was granted immediately. over the past week, he'd discovered his new assignment had priority over everything. All he had to do was ask. For a long-time homicide investigator, it was a strange place to be. He wondered how long it would take to get used to having authority. Shamvaidayan was escorted to the cells by Yenkor Niman, the BSA chief who'd led the capture. As they walked down seemingly endless white brick hallways, Yenkor Niman told him, "We found them preparing to scatter. They were slow packing." "The other cells moved safe houses before the attacks," Shamvaidayan said. "This cell was sloppy. The Maressa cell instigated the attacks. This one heard about it last minute and scrambled to follow suit." "So it wasn't ordered by Colin?" "It sounds like spontaneous action by a handful of cells, in response to the assassination attempt on Sign." Shamvaidayan shook his head. No one had been killed in the riots on Fey'lya last night, but that was just the start. Next, the CPF would escalate with their own retaliation. "How compliant have they been?" Shamvaidayan asked as they stepped through durasteel gates marking the highest security cells. "Compliant enough. Not the BIL's best. Of course, if they were, we'd never have captured them." "They were fanatic enough to kill 18 people on Shaldonia." "Sloppy attack. Most are young and hot-headed. We broke a few quickly. But they're at the bottom of the rank ladder. They didn't know much." "Did we capture their leader?" "Nika Mardam. Would you like to speak with him first?" "Do you think he'll talk?" "He hasn't yet, not that we haven't tried. You're welcome to take a turn." "Thank you. Can you move him somewhere private?" "His cell will be fine." Yenkor Niman stopped at a blank metal door and punched a key code. The door slid open. Shamvaidayan stepped inside. He froze, staring. Yenkor Niman asked, "Will you need anything else?" The detective shook his head dumbly. "Very well. Good luck." The door slid shut. Shamvaidayan braced a hand against the wall. He'd seen more than his share of dead bodies, but the sight before him still shocked him. A human crouched on the cold permacrete floor, bound by manacles clamped tight on wrists and ankles. His clothes had been torn off, his body beaten with fists and boots. He curled in a fetal position, dried blood caked on his lips and jaw. His half-lidded eyes stared blankly ahead. The cold of the permacrete seeped through the thin layer of grime. The smell of blood and fear hung thick in the air. Shamvaidayan crouched low, waving a hand near the prisoner's face. "Can you hear me? Nika Mardam?" The eyes blinked into focus. The jaw worked like a rusty hinge before Mardim croaked. Who are you? Detective Fey'lya. Mardim grunted and closed his eyes, shivering in the cold. Fey'lya took off his jacket and draped it over the naked man's hunched body. I'm sorry for the way they treated you. Mardim grunted. Criffing coneheads. Should go back to your own world. Next time. He laughed, a wet, broken sound. Next time we'll do all of you. The churning in his stomach settled. The man before him was beaten, broken, shivering, and still spewing hate. It was hard to feel pity for someone who would kill you without a second thought. I understand you led the Shaldonia cell, Fey'lya said calmly. Was the attack your decision, or did it come from higher up? What does it matter? Did Aviran Colon authorize it? Mardim breathed out, saying nothing. He shifted awkwardly beneath the jacket and sat upright. Colon had nothing to do with it. Did he tell you not to attack? Nothing to do with it. We did this on our own. To get back. This is our world. You damn conehead stole it, you and your imp buddies. No one on this planet is a friend of the Empire. Could fool me, what with all the imp guns your conehead buddies have. Now you brought Coruscant down on us. You'll get them to crush us like they did before. He shivered, pulling the jacket tighter. But you won't stomp us out. True Bavignari never die. We didn't bring Coruscant down on you. You brought them on yourselves when you killed Polhan Nar. Mardim's face screwed up. That wasn't us. Your group may not have been involved, but one of yourselves was. Mardim wagged his head. It wasn't us. I talked to Colin after it went down. I was in on that conference. What conference? Where? He snickered. I ain't telling you that, conehead. Everybody left the island when it was done. I'm just saying Colin was shocked as anybody else. Why would he do it? What's in it for him? Why do it during the election? It just brings Coruscant down on our heads. You have a human in the Prime Minister's office now. Sign? He snorted. She ain't one of us. Her mother was a hero. That lady? She's all up on compromise and coexistence. That's what happens when she grew up with aliens, messed up her mind. And I take it you didn't? Fey'lya said dryly. No, sir. Born and raised on Wallace XI. All humans, everyone alike. Best way to run things. The imps had that right at least. But the point is, Colin didn't kill Polhadnar. None of us did. Then who? The CPF? Maybe. They never liked Polhadnar either. Mardom's eyes narrowed. I know who you are, Conehead. Seen you on the news nets. You're the one supposed to find out who killed Polhadnar. If you're surprised by this, you ain't doing too good a job. The words cut deeper than Shamvaidayan wanted to admit. He'd never taken it for granted the BIL was behind the attacks, but he never ruled them out either. The fact that they'd found no further evidence nagged at him. If Mardum was telling the truth, he was more lost than ever. I've got another question, he said. Something different. Mardum shrugged. As cell leader, you know something about Colin's operations. Where did you get those weapons? They're high-quality Republic-made models. Mardum tugged the jacket tighter. Do I get to keep it? Excuse me? Your coat. Can I keep it? It's cold here. I won't take it. Mardum nodded, satisfied. I don't know where we got them. You just... I didn't promise nothing. And I don't know. They get shipped in from off-world. Maybe Colin has somebody in the Republic stealing stuff. I don't know. Do you know how they're delivered? On an NRDF spacecraft? Mardum shook his head. Someone else brings them, a smuggler. What's his name? What kind of ship? I never seen his ship. But he calls himself Pedrick Cuff. Shamvaidayan repeated the name. That's right. Met him once. Human. Pale face, dark hair, older than me. Don't know who he works for, maybe the Hutts. Maybe he's just freelancing. He gets the goods and ships them to Colin. Is Pedrick Cuff on Bavinier now? Mardum shrugged. I don't think so. He comes, he goes. He ain't BIL, just a gunrunner. When was his last delivery? Maybe 2 weeks before Polhadnar died. And don't ask me what he brought, I only know what my cell got. Wherever he is now, I bet he's staying far away. Slick and smart. Not dumb enough to come back now that everything's hit the fan. It was more than Shamvaidayan had expected. He wondered what else to ask. Nothing came. He rose to his feet. Keep the jacket. I'll get a new one. Mardum nodded, huddled on the floor. Sham Vidian spent the rest of the afternoon with the other prisoners. Some spouted racist curses. Others refused to talk. A few repeated fragments of what he'd already heard. All had been badly beaten. Given what they'd done, he couldn't blame the BSA for being angry. But the brutality reflected badly on the organization, and he brought it up that evening with Cormadnar. The BSA director shrugged. You can't blame people for being angry. And we didn't lose any prisoners. No, sir. Then I don't think it's critical. Cormadnar put down Sham Vidian's report and folded his hands. Frankly, I wouldn't give much credence to anything these men said. I was alarmed when he said the BIL didn't kill Polhadnar. As well you should be. They're still your prime suspects. They are. At least they were the obvious ones from the start. He trailed off. Cormadnar frowned. What is it? The men suggested killing the Prime Minister would actually help the CPF more than the BIL. The director snorted. Of course he'd say that. I know. But it does stand to reason. After the latest attacks, they'll be more emboldened. They were trying to confuse you. Don't let them win. I'm not. I'm voicing concerns. We've spent a week investigating Polhadnar's death and haven't gotten anywhere. Haven't we? The BIL supplies we seized include high-quality Republic-made weapons, just like what was used to kill Polhadnar. That indicates a connection. It does. But it's not proof. Cormadnar raised an eyebrow. Should I put someone else in charge? Absolutely not. Sham Vidian shook his head. I promise you, sir, I'm still up to the task. I'll continue this investigation no matter where it leads. See that you do. The director's voice was firm. We'll be getting more breakthroughs over the coming days. We have to be ready to act. If we act fast, we can end this crisis before it gets more violent. Sham Vidian nodded. He hoped, prayed Cormadnar was right. But he couldn't find it in his heart to believe. When Avon Barras returned from the Senate at 22:00 hours, all he wanted was to sit down, have a stiff drink, and go to bed. Instead, he found his wife waiting on the sofa, a datapad on her lap, looking up with a serious, expectant expression. Fey'lya? He frowned, removing his jacket. What's wrong? Avon, I need your help. Of course. What is it? Call your security detail. We need to apprehend someone. Arrest them? There are police for that. I don't know if he's done anything worth arresting. But we need to talk to him, and we should have your guards just in case. Who are we talking to? A regional manager in the Quartermaster Division for the 3rd Fleet. I believe he's been secretly shipping NRDF weapons to the human separatists on Bavinier. Avon stared. How did you figure this out? I was given a list of weapons found in a BIL safehouse on Bavinier. All Blastech and Marsan, contractually only sold to our military. But somehow they ended up on Bavinier without going through inventory on our end. I spent all day auditing shipping contracts. I think I found the source. Where did you get this list? If this is an NRI job, they have people who can apprehend him. What's his name? Aston Blake. He lives in Galactic City, about 5 kilometers south of Westport. Where was the list from, Fey'lya? Someone we can trust. But not through official channels? It sounds like Princess Leia wants this investigated quietly. Leia? Are you sure she approved this? Fey'lya hesitated, then nodded. Avon wanted to call Leia's frequency and verify, but if he did, Fey'lya would take it as distrust. Worse, she'd be right. He sat down next to her, placing a hand on her knee. We're not X-Wing pilots anymore. We can't just do whatever we think is right. She reached out and touched his knee, the metal one replacing the leg he'd lost in a crash. Once a rogue, always a rogue. Avon grimaced. If we apprehend Blake and he's the wrong man, he could press charges. This could ruin both our careers. You've let your job make you cautious. We'll talk to him first. I'm in the same office, we can call it an official inquiry. And that's why we're meeting him at his flat? Better than his office, where he could delete records or make a scene. Do you really think this will help defuse the crisis? If we stop the flow of weapons, it will. It might even lead us to the leadership of the human separatists. Trust me, Avon. We have to do this. He moved his hand atop hers. All right. I'll call security. Thank you. She smiled, the smile that had lifted his heart for 25 years. But it didn't calm his doubts. His team came quickly. They set off through post-rush hour traffic, the flows still slow. Avon insisted they not break lanes. Too many complaints about senators ignoring rules, and he didn't want the embarrassment of being caught by CSF, especially not tonight. It took half an hour to reach Blake's tower. It was one of countless residential spires, not flashy like the government district, not slums like the lower levels. Middle grade, middle class, exactly what one would expect for a civil servant with 10 years on the job, and Fey'lya said, "No family?" The staff didn't get in the way. They pointed the team to the proper floor. When asked, one said Blake had entered about 4 hours ago. Fey'lya whispered as they walked down the hall. "Let me go first. You and the guards stay outside." "What if he does something dangerous?" She flipped back her jacket, revealing a holdout blaster. She'd strapped it on while he summoned security. "I'll be fine. He's not a murderer. He's a bureaucrat engaging in corporate theft." "Theft of weapons used to murder people. That's not any better. Any idea why he might be selling to Bavinier separatists?" "No. According to his record, he was born on Denon and spent most of his life on Coruscant. Nothing screams terrorist material. Someone probably offered credits to make shipments disappear. He might not even know who he was selling to." "There's only one way to find out." They reached his door. Fey'lya gestured for Avon and the guards to stand on either side of the frame. She rang the buzzer. Avon heard it echo inside. They waited a full minute. She rang again. No response. She pounded a fist on the door. "Lieutenant Blake, this is Commander Fey'lya Sardiel of the NRDF. I'm here on official business. Please open up." "30 seconds. No reply." "He may have slipped out," Avon said. "He could be asleep," a guard suggested. Fey'lya bit her lip. "Can we slice through the locking mechanism?" The guards exchanged wary glances. "It wouldn't be legal." "Fey'lya, we can come back," Avon said. "Or wait for him." "Slice the door." "Fey'lya." He stopped, realizing the guards were looking at him for permission. He looked at Fey'lya, saw the dark determination on her face. "Go ahead. Slice it." It took less than 3 minutes. The door slid open to a short hallway leading to a living room with a broad viewport showing the night skyline. The guards drew their pistols and walked slowly. Fey'lya and Avon followed. Avon got only a few steps in before he caught the smell, acrid, sharp, the tang of ozone and burnt flesh. He'd smelled it before, a long time ago. He turned the corner and saw a human figure slumped at the kitchen table. A scorch mark on the wall behind him. A blaster on the tabletop, just beyond his limp open palm. "Now we call the police," Avon said. News of the suicide of one mid-ranking officer in the Third Fleet's quartermaster office would normally not interest a new Republic senator, much less one in the middle of a presidential campaign. Senator Poe of DAC didn't learn of Aston Blake's death until the middle of the following day, when his Corps Chief of Staff, Varric, brought him the news. It was delivered just moments before he was due to speak with Coruscant's largest construction union. The meeting went ahead as planned, but possible implications rattled around in the Quarren's head. When freed from the meeting, he cummed Varric for more information. His chief of staff was frustratingly unhelpful. Blake's apartment was under lockdown, and NRI was rumored to have accessed it. By the time Poe got back to his Senate office, he was on the verge of panic. When he stepped into his suite and found Tav Fey'lya waiting, it took everything to keep from screaming. "Greetings, Senator." Fey'lya was cool. The Bahan had been Fey'lya's trusted aide for decades, though he'd never mastered his boss's silky smooth mannerisms. Fey'lya was blunt. "Did you have an appointment?" "No. Something came up on short notice." "I'm a very busy Quarren. If you have a message, you can leave it." "I'm afraid not. I was told not to return to Counselor Fey'lya's office unless I brought you with me." He spread his paws. "I've already waited 2 hours. Is that a threat?" "Merely a hope. But the counselor was quite clear. He must talk to you, in person, immediately." Poe tried to calm himself. No guarantee Fey'lya had learned anything about Blake. The scheming Bahan could be trying to pull something else, maybe even strike a deal. Or he could bring the Justice Department down on Poe's squid-shaped head. Only one way to know. Forcing himself to look calm, Poe turned to Varric. "When is my next meeting?" "The delegates from Quat Drive Yards, Senator. In 1 hour. Poe looked back at Fey'lya. "I hope the counselor can be succinct." "I'll make sure he knows your timetable." Fey'lya nodded. "Will you come with me?" It took less than 5 minutes to reach Fey'lya's office on the north edge of the Senate building. The old meeting hall had been destroyed in the bombing years ago, but the office structure was undamaged. Fey'lya's suite had been occupied continuously since the Senate's formation, shelves lined with gifts, floor covered with worn Bahan carpets. Fey'lya led him in. "The senator has another appointment in 1 hour. He requests you finish your business by then." Fey'lya stood behind his wood-carved desk, paws clasped behind his back, the regal statesman he always presented to the press. Poe knew how savage he could be in private. That he wasn't acting savage yet, not yet, made Poe even more alarmed. Well, Counselor, we're both busy with our campaigns. Let's get to the point. Fey'lya said. I'm not sure you're aware, Senator, but last night an NRDF officer named Aston Blake committed suicide. He knew. Poe tried to stifle his panic. Fey'lya knew something. How much he knew mattered. So did how he knew it. Normally, the Baton went on, one human's personal problems wouldn't concern us. However, immediately before his death, a message was sent to my office, marked of great importance for my eyes only. I was skeptical. But then I read his note. Icy fear gripped Poe. Fey'lya leaned forward, his eyes going cold. The predator's glare he turned on rivals and enemies, now aimed at Poe. According to his dying confession, Aston Blake was first contacted by your aide, Varric, 4 months ago. On Varric's request, he agreed to make shipments of weapons due for the Third Fleet disappear. He then passed those stolen weapons to unspecified intermediaries. He insisted he didn't know where they were going, only that he was doing it for the money. I'm inclined to believe him, given where his conscience drove him. But someone must have been using him as a middleman. Given that it was your aide who initiated him, it stands to reason Varric knew where the weapons were bound. So tell me, Senator, did you know your chief of staff was engaged in active treason, arming human supremacists to undermine this election? Or are you merely so stupid you couldn't see what was going on under your tentacles? Poe's frantic thoughts finally took form. Instead of answering, he managed, Have you given that note to CSF or NRI? Fey'lya snorted. I'll give you credit. You can be clever even when being very stupid. I had no idea. It was Varric, all Varric. Is that so? Then I'll forward Blake's note to CSF and NRI. They'll investigate treason within your office. It will do wonders for your campaign. Wait. Yes? What Varric did. Yes? Poe looked down at his hands, tentacles curling, trembling. He couldn't say it. Couldn't admit what he'd done. But Fey'lya already knew. Are you trying to tell me you ordered Varric to ship weapons to a human supremacist terrorist cell, hoping to disrupt this election? Poe looked down. He couldn't say it. You're a fool. What did you hope to gain? You were never going to win. Even if you destroyed Ben Kilnam's campaign, you'd still have me to defeat. And you could never do that. I could have, Poe muttered. No, you couldn't. I have more connections, better fundraising. I've been in the Senate since before there was a Senate. And unlike you, I am not stupid enough to stoop to treason. If you give that to CSF and NRI, I'm ruined. I'll go to prison. Undoubtedly. If this were the Empire, your crime would be worthy of execution. As it is, you'll rot in jail until some lowlife slips a vibro knife in your back. Don't send them that letter. I'll do anything. Fey'lya smirked. Ah, now you become compliant. Please. That letter will destroy me. Perhaps I'll give you better than you deserve. I'll keep this between us. If you cease your campaign immediately and endorse me, make sure your supporting senators switch to my side. Poe nodded. Yes. I can do that. I thought you would. But there's more. Anything. If you simply drop out to endorse me, it will look strange if I don't pass a favor to you in return. Poe felt faintly, strangely hopeful. What kind of favor? A place on my cabinet once I'm elected. It will look as though you traded your electoral support for a position in my government. What's the catch? Once you're on my cabinet, you support my decisions in every way. If you ever try to tip votes against me, I'll make sure Blake's letter gets anonymously leaked to the newsnets. If they try to arrest me, I'll tell them about this conversation. You can try. But it will be the word of the new Republic Chief of State versus a craven traitor who supported terrorists. I'll simply tell everyone you came to me and struck a deal, your support for a cabinet seat. I'll realize this happened the day after Blake's suicide and protest innocence. The incident will stain my government, but I've recovered from worse. You, Senator, will go to jail and never recover. Poe swallowed. You should be thankful I'm giving you this much, Fey'lya snarled. What you did was reprehensible. If it were the Syrians fighting for non-humans against human racism, I could almost understand. But to support humans? He shook his head in disgust. You're lucky I ended up with that note instead of another senator. He was right. That was the worst part. Poe bowed his head. Why do you think Blake sent the message to you? Maybe because I'm head of the Justice Council. Maybe because he was a supporter of mine. Fey'lya gave a brittle chuckle. I'm a lucky one too. I lost one vote and gained so much more. I'm not religious, but if I were, I think someone out there likes me. Leonia Tavira was in her cabin, enjoying a glass of Raltarian wine and feeling generally accomplished, when the latest update from Pedrick Cuff came in. She told Osvarek to route it to her personal comm, and a few seconds later, Pedrick's blue holographic face appeared. Ah, Pedrick, she smiled. I'm so glad you're still alive. Alive and hail. I haven't heard about Major BIL leaders being captured. You're safe? I am. But the Republic is using the latest attacks to crack down on our operation. Have they captured more storehouses? No more than the ones I told you about. Tavira nodded, satisfied. Pedrick's report that some of her weapons had been seized had made one thing clear: Aston Blake had to die before anyone connected him to her. I'm glad to hear you're safe. I've also taken steps to keep our past dealings secure. Meaning what? The NRDF officer who helped us acquire your weapons is dead. My sources told me investigators were getting close. I had to act. He won't tell anyone he sold them to me. Unfortunately, that also means our supply has dried up. She expected anger. Instead, he just nodded. All right. We're well armed for the moment. Are you? You may have to deal with the Republic military soon. If they intervene, the BDF will stop them. Pedrick's voice was firm. That, Tavira thought, was something to consider. I'm glad you're confident. At this point, I'm not sure what's left of our relationship. If you have military-grade weapons, Colin will still buy. I don't suppose you'd accept Imperial ones. Pedrick's face twisted in distaste. We have our limits. Of course. Tavira smiled. For all his protestations of hatred for the Empire, Pedrick never showed any resentment of her Imperial past. Curious. I don't see any need for daily contact. But if more high-quality merchandise falls into my hands, I'll let you know. I'd appreciate it. I'm sure we'll speak again, Admiral. Until then. The transmission winked out. Tavira sipped her wine. Oskvrek must have been waiting. Her comm link buzzed with a message from the bridge. Yes, Captain? You should check the Prime Newsnets, Admiral. You'll find it interesting. Thank you, Oskvrek. She turned on her hollow projector. She'd been expecting it, but it still brought a grin to her face. The networks all reported the same thing. Senator Poe had dropped out of the presidential race and endorsed Borsk Fey'lya. Commentators tossed around theories: health problems, sex scandals, backstage dealings. They hit every possibility except the correct one. "14 hours ago, Tavira had sent, through intermediaries, a message to Fey'lya's campaign office, a suicide note from Aston Blake, claiming he'd been commissioned by Poe to steal weapons and sell them to Bavigner separatists. That much was true, though she'd written the note herself and sent it immediately after the Besatii confirmed Blake was dead. She'd considered the chance Fey'lya would forward the note to investigators, sending Poe to prison. Either outcome would have worked. But this, blackmail, a quiet resignation, was better. She sat back on her sofa, drinking her wine, watching the commentators babble on about things they didn't understand. They'd be going for hours. When her glass was empty, she poured another and settled back in, sometimes breaking into haughty laughter at their stupidity. It was a good way to spend a night. Chapter 9. As she went into Jadisay's science office for the second time, Leia didn't know whether to feel encouraged or not by the events of the past day. She was relieved to see the crackdown on the BIL accelerating. Thanks to a tip from a family member of a BIL operative, the cell that had conducted the attack on Lemuria had also been captured. Its leaders were being interrogated and its storehouses raided, once again yielding weapons of New Republic manufacture that matched those stolen from the Third Fleet by Aston Blake. Blake's suicide was what unsettled Leia. The investigation team that scoured his apartment had found no personal records that might have told them to whom he'd sold the weapons. One captive BIL leader had named an independent arms dealer, Pedrick Cuff, but they still had no idea whether Cuff was working on his own or for someone else. She laid it all out for Sign. The other woman sat at her desk, the Fey'lya skyline lit up behind her, nodding occasionally. She gave no comment until Leia made it clear she'd said everything. "Thank you for keeping me informed," Sign began. "And for letting my BSA investigators take the lead. We're here to preserve Bavinia's institutions, not undermine them." Sign nodded, grateful. "The question is where we go from here." "Has the BSA picked up any more leads on Avir and Colin?" "None. He's gone to ground, well before those rogue cells staged their attacks." Her dark brows drew together. "Several captured BIL leaders have insisted Colin wasn't behind Polhadnar's assassination." "Do you believe them?" "I'm not sure what they have to gain by lying. What about this Pedrick Cuff?" "NRI is looking into him. He's not on their list of noted weapons dealers, but the galaxy is full of small-time gunrunners." "Do you think he sold the weapons that killed Polhadnar?" "If BSA's guess is right, Polhadnar was killed with a Republic-made weapon. Cuff could have sold it." "So it was another rogue cell?" Leia shook her head. "Colin doesn't sound like he was running a tight ship." "Colin has always been bigger on zeal than on practical details." "Did you ever know the man?" "Only slightly. He's about my age, but he grew up with an exile group on the Outer Rim, far from the war. He never fought the Empire." "What turned him into the zealot he is now?" I'm not in a position to say. I only know he was one of the first human settlers to return to Bavinier. He came from a prominent farming family whose land was taken by the Syrians. That's likely where his anger started. Leia settled back, sighing. She couldn't deny that the story of Bavinier's human exiles tugged at something inside her. Cyan had asked her to imagine what it would feel like to go back to Alderaan, and just entertaining the thought filled her with an aching longing. She still couldn't imagine what it would be like, returning to a home you'd lost, only to find someone else living in it. The thought made her chest ache. No wonder some of the exiles turned to violence. Unsurprised, but still disappointed. None of that excused terrorism and assassination. Leia asked. If you capture Colin, do you think it will defuse the tensions? Or escalate them? I understand the power of martyrs better than anyone, and I don't intend to make Colin one. Cyan's voice was firm. I still believe, despite everything, that most humans and Syrians are willing to live side by side. The problem is firebrands like Colin who make people feel their backs are against the wall. I hope you're right. What about the CPF? Have you made any progress tracking their weapons? If we had, I'd have told you. Our people are still analyzing the recovery data from Intimidator, but there's a lot to go through, and most of those computer cores are in bad condition. All right. Cyan sighed. We'll wait, and hope our public action against the BIL will stay the CPF from reprisals. And if it doesn't? Cyan's face was still, but Leia felt the consternation radiating from her, a tight knot of fear and frustration she was trying desperately to suppress. If it doesn't, the very Bavinieri institutions we both want to protect will be in jeopardy. I assure you, Prime Minister, I will do everything I can to preserve what Bavinier has right now. I believe you, Princess. I just have the sinking feeling our fates are in someone else's hands. Yella was relieved when Assur's next call came in the middle of the day, when her husband and daughters were out of the apartment. Wedge had never asked about the middle-of-the-night call, and best Yella could tell, he'd forgotten it entirely, which made her feel relieved and guilty in equal measure. When Assur had disappeared all those years ago, Wedge had merely been a friend. Yella had never imagined she would one day have to weigh her promise to Assur against her loyalty to Wedge. I tried to call at a better time, Assur said. Her transmission was voice only, no hollow. It's all right. Yella summarized the past few days. Everything Fey'lya had told her about tracking down Aston Blake, and Blake's suicide, which according to the coroners had taken place about 6 hours before Fey'lya and Avon found the body. They haven't been able to glean anything from his personal files? Assur asked, frustrated. I'm afraid not. He was receiving payments for every delivery he made disappear, but they all came from secure bank accounts on Munilinst. Munilinst? That's remnant territory. I know. Gavrism sent a request to his Imperial counterpart to get the banks to release the files. That's curious, using banks based in the remnant. It doesn't sound like something the BIL would have. Whoever paid Blake was probably another intermediary. We still don't know if Blake knew where his weapons were going. If he killed himself, he might have had some idea. He also might have done it because he knew our deal, or someone else, was getting close to him. Assuming he killed himself at all. Yella frowned. The coroner said it looked like a clear case. There are always beings who know how to fool the police. Do you have any suggestions? No. That's the frustrating part. Layers and layers of deception. Someone's pulling the strings on Bavinier, some outside force, and we still have no idea who. Yella considered. If Blake was paid from an Imperial bank account, it probably wasn't Fey'lya. A long pause. Then Asur said, "We don't know anything for sure. There are layers to all this." What do you plan to do now? I'll stay on Bavinier for a while longer. My primary contact is pointing me to some people in the local security force. They still don't know who killed Polhadnar. Multiple captured BIL cell leaders have all said neither they nor Colin ordered the killing. They would, Yella muttered. No. These are the same people who proudly claimed terrorist attacks on 3 other islands. They're not shy about killing, and they're already in jail. There's nothing they're hiding from. There's something else going on here. If I can find who killed Polhadnar, I can find who's been pulling the strings. You think the person who's been feeding the flames is the same one who set the spark? Exactly. Yella took a deep breath. Sir, you're getting into some very dangerous situations. I've been in them before. Yella knew she had no chance of talking Asur into playing it safe. In the years since she'd last seen her, the Bothan woman had become cold and determined, with nothing left to lose. It saddened her, but she couldn't do anything about it, not with Asur halfway across the galaxy. Just be careful, Yella said finally. If I need help, can I count on you? I'll do anything I can. Good. I'll be in touch, Yella. Goodbye for now. And thank you. Goodbye, sir. The connection cut from the other end. Yella stepped away from the calm console and sank into the sofa, the silence of the apartment pressing in around her. The hum of the city was distant, muffled. She could hear her own heartbeat. She looked around the quiet room she and Wedge and their children had made for themselves. Until the past few weeks, it had felt impossibly distant from all the espionage and conflict that had made up so much of their lives. Now she wondered if it would ever feel that way again, if she could ever sit in this quiet room without the weight of Asura's secrets pressing down on her. "Unfortunately," said Ariane then, "unless the NRI can retrieve useful data from Aston Blake's belongings, we've hit a dead end." He tried not to show his tension as he stood before Harbin K's desk. The BDF general sat in his full-pressed uniform, wounded arm in a white sling, brows furrowed. Since Case belonged to a different organization, he was technically not Ven's superior, but his leathery fighting man's face and martial bearing made him more intimidating than anyone in the BSA. Ven had not been looking forward to this report. Case strummed his fingers on the tabletop. "Do you believe the NRI will share with you?" Ven blinked. "They've been very forthcoming so far." "No doubt." Case settled back. "General, it's possible we've uncovered all the links already. Pedrick Cuff delivered the weapons. Aston Blake was paid to slip them to the BIL. It's a short chain, but possible." Case raised an eyebrow. "Are you ready to stake your career on that supposition?" "No," Ven admitted. "If I were running a smuggling chain, I'd add more links, make it harder to trace." "My thoughts exactly. Does this Pedrick Cuff seem like the kind of man to have a secret bank account in Imperial space?" "Honestly, sir, I have no idea about Pedrick Cuff besides his name. Neither does Shamvai Dayan." "Has the Republic requested the Empire hand over the bank information?" "It's complicated." Ven repeated what Tresk Imnel had told him. "The bank on Munilinst isn't government-owned. The Chief of State asked Pelian to pressure them, but no one can legally force them to disclose client information, especially not a foreign government. If the account were on a Republic planet, they could take it to court, but there's no treaty provision for suing an Imperial-based company." "Probably why they paid from it in the first place." Case grunted. "All right. Continue the investigation wherever it leads." "Oh, yes, sir. Most definitely." "You may go." Ven was relieved to escape Case's office. The polished durasteel, the scent of cleaning solvent and old leather, the weight of the general's dark eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding his breath. He was surprised to discover he felt more at home in BSA headquarters, surrounded by Syrians, than in the Defense Fleet's human staff. When he returned, he found a Bathan waiting for him. A Jedi, no less. He'd spent several hours with Tresk Imnel over the past few days, almost enough to forget he'd never met any Bathans or any Jedi until now. Good afternoon, Detective. Tresk spread his furry paws. Back from BDF headquarters. General Case requested a briefing, then walked into his office and closed the door. Do you have any more news from Coruscant? I'm afraid not. Our investigators haven't found any communications or bank records in Blake's personal files. Then frowned. Nothing at all? Tresk shook his head. To be honest, Master Imnell, that's hard to believe. I suspect the same thing. But NRI hasn't found signs of foul play. Then sighed. We seem to be at an impasse. You may conclude that, but you'd be wrong. Imnell planted his balled fists on the desktop. How badly do you want to find Polhadnar's killers? Then frowned. Very badly. It's my job. More than that, I'm a Bavineri citizen. Someone killed my Prime Minister. I want to see them brought to justice. Blake killing himself halfway across the galaxy. That's not justice. I can't believe that's the end of it. Imnell's fur bristled, then still had no idea what that meant from a Bahan. The Jedi bared his forward fangs. I was hoping you'd say that. Detective, I hope you won't feel betrayed when I tell you NRI has additional field agents on Bavinir besides the ones you've met. Then frowned. A part of him felt he should feel betrayed. Many Baviniri, human and Syrian, resented the Republic sending so many people to their world. But it would have been foolish to expect a massive intelligence organization to limit itself to one hulking Hortek. Can these agents help us break out of this dead end? It felt like the only question that mattered. Imnell's canines remained bared. There was a light in his eyes that made Ven wonder if it was a Bahan smile. I have an agent I'd like you to meet. She's working independently of the main investigation, and I need your word you won't mention her to anyone else. Not yet. That should have given Ven pause. Instead, he said, If it helps us solve this case, Master Imnell, I have no problem with that. Excellent. Tresk placed a paw on his shoulder. I had a feeling I could count on you. It had been a while since Leonia Tavira had heard from the Syrian Patriotic Front. She was starting to wonder if they'd gone to ground after their ill-timed attempt on Science Life. She'd been hoping the CPF would stage a violent retaliation for the recent BIL attacks, and felt disappointed when nothing materialized. She was, therefore, encouraged when Sarkmar sent an encrypted message requesting more weapons, along with a place and time for pickup. The CPF were better business partners than the BIL. All their equipment was already stocked aboard Invidious, salvaged from Intimidator years ago. No risk of pilfering from NRDF stores. No treasonous employees to pay from her munilanced accounts. Selling to the CPF was simpler, more profitable. The only downside was that Sarkmar was, alas, not nearly as charming as Pedrick Cuff. When his corvette arrived and docked in Invidious hangar, Tavira went down to meet him, Argris and Grovlith behind her. The stern, black-bearded Saurian greeted her with a bow more perfunctory than polite. "Is our shipment ready?" "Yes." "Is your ship prepared?" "It is." Tavira raised a hand and snapped her fingers. Crewmen began moving 2 hovercarts loaded with weapon crates across the deck. "You're free to inspect the merchandise, but you won't be leaving until I'm properly paid." "We honor our agreements." Sarakmar kept his eyes on her. "I would also like to discuss another possible business arrangement. In private." She raised an eyebrow. "That can be arranged. I wish you told me in advance." "Something came up suddenly." "Very well. We can speak in my cabin." They marched through the ship's empty halls in awkward, distrustful silence. At the entrance to her cabin, Sarakmar's 2 guards remained in the hallway with Argris and Grovlith, no doubt all eyeing each other suspiciously. Once inside, Tavira let him take in the room, the tapestries, the looted art, the cabinet of liquors. 20 years of piracy, distilled into a single chamber. She watched his eyes move, gauging his reaction. Smiling pleasantly, she moved to the liquor cabinet. "Would you like a drink?" The Saurian blinked, then nodded. "Something small." She poured 2 slim glasses of Lamanale. When she turned around, he was still standing awkwardly in the middle of the room. She couldn't help but be amused. The zealous terrorist was probably unused to finer things. Pedrick Cuff, terrorist or not, at least appreciated a little luxury. She found herself rather missing the operative. She handed him a glass and gestured to the sofa. "Please sit down." As he took a seat, she unzipped her jacket. Sarakmar stared for a second at what little was underneath, then took a sip. "I value good business partners," Tavira said as she sat down next to him, crossing one leg over the other, boot tip pointed toward him. "I've established a very diverse network over the years. If there's anything you need, I can get it." Sarakmar nodded, still serious. "We will not win Bevinyar until we've expelled the humans." "That will be quite a feat. How do you plan to accomplish it?" "Prime Minister sign must be removed and the BIL destroyed. Once that is done, the new Republic will withdraw all claims to the planet." "The weapons you've received are the first step?" "We will force Sign to stand down." "If Sign goes, the BDF might launch a martial coup, and that would prompt Republic intervention. How do you propose to deal with that?" We can make the BDF serve us. Tavira raised an eyebrow, but he explained no more. The BDF warships could never fight off a Republic task force, and they'd never fight to protect a Syrian government, not when most of the crew were human and, Tavira suspected, covertly sympathetic with the BIL. Still, we could always use more firepower, Sarekmar said. That's why Paltrigen sent me, to discuss the possibility of hiring your services. She stared. Do you mean Invidious? He nodded, almost timidly, like he expected her to laugh. She felt like it. The idea of pitting her undermanned destroyer against a Republic task force was beyond absurd. Still, she had enough business sense to hold in her incredulity. That's a tall order. Invidious is not the fine fighting ship she once was. If the Republic wants to retake Bavinier by force, they can. We need to deter them. Apparently Paltrigen wasn't a total fool. This is a gamble. I'm many things, but never a gambler. And the Republic wants this ship. If I place Invidious at Bavinier, they might be more inclined to launch an offensive, not less. If you want to deter intervention, play politics. Sarekmar's face was unreadable. The BIL and Pedrick Cuff had clearly timed Polhadnar's assassination to cause chaos. The CPF, it seemed, had yet to learn that game. I won't turn down your offer right now, Tavira said, though she had every intention of doing so eventually. But I'm willing to aid your cause in any other way I can, provided I get proper remuneration. That won't be a problem. Sarekmar took another sip of lemon ale. There are other ways Paltrigen believes you can help us. She tilted her head. We need information. I can do that. Go on. We have allies within the Bavinier Security Agency, passing details about their investigation into the BIL. They've discovered the terrorists are using weapons from the New Republic military. Oh my! Tavira concealed a smile. Are you saying the Republic is in league with the human separatists? We're not sure. Sarekmar glowered. We've also learned the identity of the smuggler shipping those weapons to Bavinier. She stared at him, holding in her shock. If he had any idea Invidious was also supplying the BIL, she would have seen signs by now. She had no weapon on her. A hold-up blaster was in the cabinet across the room, but even if she threw her laminale in his face, he'd still outdraw her. Leonia Tavira was unaccustomed to feeling trapped. She licked her lips. You want me to track down this smuggler? You have contacts. A longer reach than us. He gestured to the room. If you can find him, capture him, or kill him, we will pay you. Him. Tavira hid her confusion with a smile. That's a job I'd be happy to take on. What's his name? A human by the name of Pedrick Cuff. She blinked. Pedrick Cuff? What do you know about him? Not much. Only that he comes from off-world to deliver shipments. He never stays long. I see. She bent her head and sipped lemonade to hide her confusion. The Pedrick Cuff she knew had come to her as a BIL representative, claimed to be one of Avira and Colin's closest allies. Nothing had caused her to question that. Tell me, do you know who his contact in the BIL is? Who does he work with? I'm not sure. But multiple captured BIL cell leaders have reported Pedrick Cuff provides shipments. I see. I don't suppose he's on Bavinia now? Sarekmar frowned. He could be, but I doubt it. With the crackdown, he's probably gone. He only comes for weapon drops. What kind of ship does he fly? One of the sources said an Action IV freighter. That sounded very much like the Pedrick Cuff she knew, and yet not at all. She finished her lemonade and smiled. I promise I'll look into this Pedrick Cuff. If I can, I'll capture him myself. Thank you. Sarekmar bowed his head. If you learn where he's getting those weapons, we will make it worth your while. It took 2 hours for the Syrians to load, review, and pay for their cargo. Tavira spent most of that time running through options in her head. When their corvette finally dropped out of Invidia's hangar and jumped to hyperspace, she immediately went to the command deck and placed a call to Pedrick Cuff's encrypted channel. A part of her expected no answer. After a minute and a half, his pale blue hollow image projected to life. It's always a pleasure to see you, Admiral. I'm surprised by the call. No reason to be alarmed. She smiled sweetly. I wanted to check on your safety. Charming! But I'm sure you have another reason. Your safety is my concern. I have sources in the Republic intelligence machine. They've slipped me information the BSA has been sharing. Go on. They've named you Pedrick. Agents have been appointed with your capture as their primary goal. Me? In what capacity? I'm not privy to that. I only know you've been marked as a special target, along with Colin. She paused, studying his holographic face. You and Colin aren't together now? No, we've split up. Are you still on Bavinia? I'm safe. On Bavinia? Yes. Why? Are you offering refuge? She'd let him offer the idea. I might. For a price. Pedrick snorted. Mercenary to the last. Of course. But remember, the Republic has wanted me for 20 years. If I'm safe on Invidious, so are you. Does your offer count for other BIL leaders as well? Interesting. It would affect my fee. But yes. All right. I'll consider it. For now, I have a duty here. I understand. For what it's worth, good luck, Pedrick. You sound like you'll need it. Thank you. Is that all? For now. We'll speak again, I hope. I hope so too. Goodbye, Pedrick. She killed the hollow and stood in silence. Osvrek cleared his throat behind her. Captain, can we trace the other end of that call? Of course. Osvrek moved to the console. The receiver was located on Bavinier. You're certain? Yes. It's possible he used a relay, but all the data came from Bavinier. Tavira scowled and began to pace. What is it, Admiral? Osvrek asked. I'm not sure yet. That's the problem. It was possible the CPF had bad information, but she doubted it. She'd been a fool. Pedrick Cuff had played her, claimed to be Colin's right hand, made himself indispensable, and all the while he'd been running his own game. She'd let herself be charmed, and now she was paying for it. Unless the CPF was wrong. Unless Pedrick was exactly who he said he was. Unless he really was on Bavinier because his duty required it. Assumptions. All she had right now were assumptions. It's too much, Captain. She stopped pacing. Too much we don't know. The Trandoshan was confused. He knew nothing of her conversation with Sarakmar. What should we do now? For now, she stared at the viewport. We wait. And hope Pedrick Cuff needs our help. She'd always liked him, charming, attractive, intelligent, ruthlessly pragmatic. She'd let her guard down. For that alone, he deserved whatever ugly fate she had in store. Osvrek nodded, understanding none of it. Chapter 10. The next time a Sir got a request to meet Treskeimnel, she was surprised at the location. According to the message, she was to go to the BSA headquarters for Fey'lya's northwest precinct. She was certain the message was authentic, so she agreed, though with trepidation. She'd gone to considerable lengths to avoid being seen with Tresk, and certainly to avoid making her presence known to local authorities. Now Tresk was ready to smash that precedent, and she had no choice but to trust him. When she stepped through the front doors, a young human BSA officer immediately approached her. He identified himself as Ariane Ven and led her to a small meeting room walled off from the rest of the headquarters offices. Tresk was already there, seated atop the plain white table in the room's center, arms crossed over his chest. "It's good to see you again, sir." Tresk nodded. "I see you've already met Detective Venerable." "Very briefly." Sir nodded to the young human. If he was fazed by two Bahans in his precinct, he didn't show it. His face was calm, professional, but his eyes were sharp, taking her in with the detective's assessment. He must have known more about what was going on than she did, not that that said much. "Detective Ven is one of the main officers assigned to investigate Polhadnar's assassination," Tresk continued. "I think that's something all three of us should be talking about." Sir looked back at the human. She was surprised he'd been assigned such an important case. He was so young. It showed not just in his face but in his eyes, and the eyes never lied. She wondered if he'd simply been thrown into the investigation as a token human amidst all the Syrian police officers. "Detective Ven," Tresk continued, "this is a Sir Salar. She's working with the NRI independent of Colonel Pakpakat's division. I believe you two could help each other." "I hope so," Ben said seriously. "I'm not sure if you're aware, but the investigation into Polhadnar's death has stalled. There's even some doubt the BIL was involved at all." "The Syrian separatists?" Sir asked. Ven shook his head. "We don't think so. We're running out of leads." "I was hoping you two could help each other," Tresk said. Sir looked at him sidelong. She didn't think lying to a supposed ally about being NRI was very Jedi-like, but Tresk was confident, and she trusted him. She'd have to be careful, though. One slip, and this whole operation could unravel. Facing Ven, she said, "We've been trying to find out who's been supplying the BIL. I've heard your people think a Republic-made weapon was used to kill Polhadnar." She waited for him to nod. "And I think our main goal should be to track down the man some BIL members say shipped them weapons." "Pedrick Cuff," Ven said. "We've gotten that name from captured cell leaders. My partner, Shamvai Dayan, has been handling most of them. So much, actually, that he's barely had time to work this case, even though it's supposed to be our top priority." "So there's shifting manpower to breaking the BIL as a whole?" "That's right. After all the attacks, they think that's the main priority." He was trying not to sound dejected, with little success. It's not unreasonable, Tresk said. Prime Minister Science's goal is to prevent the cycle of violence from spiraling further. She thinks breaking the BIL is the best way to do that. And keep the Republic from intervening, Ven said. They were both right. And dismantling the Human Separatist League would also be a statement for a human woman that some saw as having been put into office because of their violence. I'll be happy to help catch Pedrick Cuff, Asur said, but there's no reason to think he's even on this planet. I'm not sure how much good I can do here. Whoever his contacts are, they're still here, Tresk said. Pedrick Cuff could be anywhere in the galaxy, but his links to this crisis are somewhere on Bavinier. Maybe in Fey'lya right now. If we handle it right, they can lead us to him. All right, Asur sighed. How do we begin? And what can I accomplish that the police can't? You have contacts with NRI and beyond, contacts that helped us find where NRDF weapons were being leaked to arms dealers, Tresk said, more for Ven's benefit than hers. As for Detective Ven, I'm sure you have sources befitting your profession. I do. The young man nodded. I was going to talk to the BDF and investigate their traffic control records. I'm hoping we can pin down which ship Pedrick Cuff was using, even if he used fake identification codes. That sounds like an excellent place to start. Tresk put one hand on Asur's shoulder, one on Ven's. Together, I think you two can help each other immensely. Asur didn't know if Tresk was using a subtle push of his force powers, but she had to admit she felt better about this. Arion Ven had never spent much time off Bavinier. Even the short flight from Fey'lya up into orbit made him queasy, and he tried to hide it when he stepped onto the deck of the BDF traffic control ship Ivolton. He was warmly greeted by its captain, a woman less than 10 years older than him. As he was led through the hallways of the Carrack-class light cruiser, he couldn't help but notice how different this BDF naval crew was from the BSA policemen he saw every day. The vast majority were human instead of Saurian, and visibly younger. Most of the Saurian police officers looked middle-aged, and that meant a lot, considering Saurians had longer lifespans. Generally, it made Ven feel like a constant child in their company. By contrast, he passed BDF officers with lieutenant's stripes who looked younger than he was. Ivolton wasn't the most powerful ship in Bavinier's local defense fleet, but it was the centerpiece of the orbital traffic control system. He was pleased that his association with the BSA and the Polhadnar investigation still worked in his favor. The officers aboard Ivolton did everything in their power to help him search through flight records for any Corellian action model freighters on supply runs. It was a common type of ship, and even a relatively low-traffic planet like Bavinier received many visits by such vessels. Ven recorded the flight routes and times for all such vessels before taking his copied data back down to the surface. That evening, he met with the Badhan NRI agent once more in Fey'lya's northwest precinct. The black-furred alien worked with him to parse through the data and try to identify which ships might have been carrying weapons to the BIL. This isn't very helpful, Ven sighed. All these ships transmitted manifests, but there's no way to tell which are fake. Search based on time, Asur said. See if we can identify which might have made drops right before major BIL attacks. They might have been stockpiling for months. No way to be sure. The Bahan woman tried to maintain optimism, but as they continued, it was clear they need more variables. Ven was about to calm BSA headquarters and leave a message for Shamvidian when there was a knock on the door. Ven had repeatedly obfuscated when asked what the Bahan woman was doing at the precinct. Were it not for his newfound celebrity, he probably wouldn't have gotten away with it. He braced himself for another awkward conversation when he opened the door and found a young Syrian officer looking up at him. Detective Ven, she said, there's a visitor here to see you. A visitor? For me? Yes, Detective. A civilian. His name is Rev Les Sex. The name was utterly unfamiliar. Ven said, I'll be out in a moment, and waited until the door closed to look back at Asur. Does that name mean anything to you? The Bahan shook her head. You should talk to him. Find out what he wants. Agreed. You stay here. Hopefully this won't take long. Asur nodded and remained at the table while Ven slipped out and went down the hallway to the lobby. Sure enough, a human man was waiting, dark-skinned, head shaved bare, dressed in civilian clothes that looked a little too neat, like he'd put them on specifically for this meeting. His alert blue eyes immediately picked up Ven when he stepped around the security desk. Ah, Detective, the other man said, practically lurching forward to offer his hand. Ven shook it. Thank you for coming, Mr. Les Sex. What can I do for you? I remember you, Mr. Venerable. Les Sex kept squeezing his hand. From that broadcast after Polhadnar was assassinated. I'm glad. Ven smiled thinly. Is there something specific you wanted to talk about? Oh yes. Les Sex nodded and finally released Ven's hands. I haven't heard anything about the investigation. Any progress you've made? We're still working on it. I might be able to help. At least I hope so. Les Sex leaned closer, lowering his voice. I have some information. I'm not sure it'll help, but I figured you were the one I needed to talk to. Ven glanced at the guards watching from behind the security desk. You want to talk somewhere private? Yes, definitely. All right. Ven found another room at the far end of the hall. Les Sex sat at the white table, shifting nervously in his chair as Ven remained on his feet. Now then, Mr. Lessex, what kind of information do you have? Lessex became awkward, looking down at his hands. Well, Detective, I'm not quite sure how to say this. Then was starting to get annoyed. Let's start with why you're here. What motivated you to come see me? Lessex sighed. This is about my brother. I believe he's involved with the BIL. Now they were getting somewhere. Why do you think that? We lived together with our younger sister in the southeast part of Fey'lya, along the Corniche, south of Martyrs Square. Lessex's voice was strained. Our parents were killed by the Empire. Sarisa, Javan, and I always tried to stay together. But Javan, he started hanging around with types I didn't trust. A few times he even brought them to our flat. I didn't hear what they talked about. At first I thought it was petty crime, but now I'm not sure. The very day after Polhadnar was killed, Javan vanished. I have no idea what happened. I still don't. Did you file a missing persons report? What was I supposed to say? That I thought my brother was a criminal? That he might have had something to do with the Prime Minister's death? I don't know any of that for sure. So why come to me? And why now? Everything's going crazy. We still don't know who killed Polhadnar. Then I remembered you, from the broadcasts, and I thought if I should talk to anyone at the BSA, it should be you. So I called, and they said I could reach you here. Lessex wouldn't meet Ven's eyes. He was clearly confused and afraid to trust anyone. Ven could sense the immense effort it had taken him to come to the police. And he knew, too, that Lessex was only trusting him now because they were both human, and ashamed to admit it. Ven's heart went out to him. Growing up by the Corniche couldn't have been pleasant. Many BIL members had been recruited from that and similarly downtrodden areas. I'd like to help you with your search, Ven said. Oh, that's excellent! Lessex's head snapped up, too eager, too quick, like he'd been waiting for exactly that offer. He reached into his jacket and drew out a piece of flimsy covered in scribbled notes, mostly dates and times. I put this together for you. Lessex handed it over. These are times I remember seeing my brother with those strangers, and times he stepped out without warning, like he'd been suddenly called somewhere. One notation, sloppily handwritten, jumped out at Venerable. It gave a date and time and beside it, stepped out, went to landing complex. For what? It might be the extra piece of data they needed to locate Pedrick Cuff's drops. It was a long shot, almost too good to be true. A stranger walks in with exactly the information they needed, at exactly the right time. But they couldn't afford to ignore it. Then looked back at Lessex. You must have a very good memory. I keep a journal. Private. Lessex looked at his hands again. I've been worried about my brother for a long time. He's always had questionable judgment. But I never thought he could be involved in something like this. Tell you what, Mr. Lessex, it'll take me some time to look into this. Let's exchange comfrex. You can call me, and I can call you, anytime either of us finds important new information. Lessex nodded eagerly. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll help any way I can. I don't know the names of the men he met with, but I could recognize them again if I had to. That's very helpful. I promise I'll do everything I can to get to the bottom of this. After exchanging comfrex and seeing Lessex out, Ven practically ran back to the meeting room. Sir was still at work going over flight patterns. He slapped the flimsy down on the table and tapped the line about Lessex's brother going to the landing pads. This might be what we need. Cross-check it, see if any CEC action freighters set down at that time. Sir frowned. Where did you get this? The visitor. He's looking for his missing brother, who went missing right after Polhadnar died. This is a list he made of his brother's movements leading up to the assassination. Sir kept frowning. He just showed up and gave you all this? I know. It's a coincidence. I don't trust coincidence. Neither do I. But we can't afford not to check it out. What was the visitor like? Scared. Confused. He wants to protect his brother, which is why he didn't come forward until now. This could be about something else entirely. I know. But it's worth a shot. Cross-check that time and date. See if any incoming flights match. Sir did as she was told. Then hovered over her shoulder, pulse quickening as she found a flight record for a cargo delivery by an Action V model freighter called the White Knight under a captain named Zandal Harbrid. According to the logs, the freighter set down once for delivery at the main landing complex south of Fey'lya, then flew to the southern hemisphere for another drop, this time on Leonel. What's the second location? Sir asked. Major mining site. All human population? Pretty much. The corporation running it fronts a lot of money for the BIL. Its president had ties with Colin in the past, but investigations never proved anything. He added with a frown. We haven't had the resources to launch anything thorough until recently. This shows Cuff set down for only 4 hours at Fey'lya. Sir glanced at Lessex's flimsy. The times match. Can you pull footage from security cams? The port is government-run, cams handled by BSA. It should be no problem. Ven was already regretting that this would be harder once the case was over. I'll try to make a copy. Les Sex said he saw his brother with suspicious people. If he can identify any of them in the footage, that might be our break. What about records from Lionel? I'm not sure. Everything there is privately owned. I'm not sure how happy the mining corp will be when I ask for their data. Can't you legally force them? Yes, but that takes time. If there were illegal shipments, they'll delete or modify the records before we get them. Asur sighed. Get to the port as soon as possible. That drop might be the one. Is there any other record of the White Knight in the registers? Asur tapped a search key. I don't think so. If I were running illegal guns, I'd use a new ID every time. She looked up at him. What's the running theory? Cuff made one drop at Fey'lya, sold weapons to a rogue cell, then another to Lionel, where he dropped the rest with Colin or one of his allies. That's the theory. Frankly, it's the best lead we've gotten since this damned case began. Asur frowned. It still seems too good to be true. I know. But we can't afford not to check it out. Agreed. What should I do? Go back to your hotel. Wait. I'll come meet you there in a little while. I might bring less sex along. If you think that's wise. I think it's the best plan we've had in a while. Then started for the door. Asur gathered her things and followed him out. They walked together down the hallway toward the lobby. When they stepped through, Ven was surprised to see the front desk security staff clustered around the hollow projector, silent. The usual hum of the precinct had vanished, replaced by a thick, heavy quiet. Their faces were fixed on the screen with expressions of shock and raw horror. What is it? Ven asked, slipping in beside them. What's happening? The Syrian next to him gestured feebly toward the projector, where a human female newscaster was speaking to her audience. It's the CPF, he said. They've made their move. What did they do? Asur asked from behind. In their shock, none of the guards seemed to care about the strange Bathan visitor. The Syrian shook his head. They've seized the mining complex at Lionel. They say Palt Regen is there himself. He's taken over the whole island, and he's demanding Science step down immediately. Chapter 1-1. Ever since the Bil's attacks on Maressa, Lemuria, and Chaldonia, Shamvidian had been waiting for some kind of reprisal from the Syrian separatists. When it didn't come quickly, he allowed himself a sliver of hope that Science's public crackdown might dampen their desire for vengeance. In the end, he wasn't surprised when the CPF's reprisal came. He was surprised by the boldness of it. He'd been working with the BSA's interrogation teams when the news came through, and Cormadnar had immediately called him back to headquarters. Shamvaidayan found the BSA director in his office, watching the broadcast that had by now been played on every news channel on Bavinyar, and across the New Republic. It showed a tall Syrian with a long black beard pacing in front of rows of captured humans, waving an E-11 blaster rifle as he talked. Yet despite his violent, thuggish countenance, Paltrigen's words were crisp and controlled. For the good of Bavinyar, he said, for the good of all its citizens, Jadasay Sign must relinquish her post immediately. This is the only way we will have justice for Polhadnar and for all the innocent civilians who have been butchered in the recent offensive by the Bavinyar Independence League. It should be clear to everyone that Jadasay Sign has come to the highest office on Bavinyar thanks to BIL violence. She has made a show of trying to take down the terrorist organization that put her in power, but we all know it is only a show. Where is Avir and Colin? Where are the humans responsible for murdering our democratically elected Prime Minister? Unless Sign can show us she is serious about bringing peace to Bavinyar, for all Bavinyari, she must stand down immediately. I want no further bloodshed, but until we have a leader who is capable of ending the BIL and bringing us justice for our dead, the bloodshed will not stop. These humans you see behind me are not hostages. They are prisoners of war. The mining facility on Leonel has been used to funnel money and supplies to the BIL for years. Sign knows this. The BDF and even the BSA know this, but they've done nothing. In the name of the greater good of Bavinyar, I, Paltrigen of the Syrian Patriotic Front, have taken it upon myself to remove Leonel from Colin and Science War Machine. I only pray that the rest of my fellow Bavinyari will finish what I've started and remove the Bavinyar Independence League from our world. Only then can we all have peace. When the transmission ended, Cormadnar sighed and turned off his hollow projector. He spun in his chair, fixing a dark glare on Shamvaidayan. He's played his full hand, the director said. I give him credit for his bravery. While Colin sulks and hides, Paltrigen lays himself out. Director, what are we going to do? Cormadnar's glare didn't waver. At the moment, we're standing by, awaiting instructions from our Prime Minister. Have we sent people to Leonel? Laid down a perimeter? No. I suspect Sign wants to use the BDF for that. Cormadnar sniffed. Frankly, I'm not certain she trusts us. Then, sir, are we to do nothing? The future of this planet is at stake. I assure you, we will not do nothing. Then what will we do? Plans are in motion. Detective, I want you to remain at BSA headquarters until further notice. We'll need you in the days ahead. You mean to investigate the BIL? Sir, I'm sorry we haven't been able to track Colin. I know, Detective. That's not what I mean. You're an established face thanks to the investigation. We've put you in front of the holocams, and we may need to do it again. What do you mean? Shamvidian felt a spike of dread run down his spine. That's not important. I want you to be ready. Then, what should I do until then? Report to your office. Stay there. Gather everything you've collected on Colin, Polhednar, and the BIL. Be ready to give a full presentation at any time. To whom? The press? Prime Minister sign? Your colleagues in the BSA. Cormadnar spread his hands. Can you do that? Shamvidian nodded. Yes, Director. Then do it. Dismissed. I'll contact you when the time comes. Shamvidian knew when to shut up and go. He shut up and went. In the short time it took to reach his office, his sense of dread only deepened. He noticed that Cormadnar hadn't mentioned his partner in the investigation. Granted, Shamvidian hadn't seen much of the young human either, but his face would be just as important for the holocams. By the time he reached his desk, Shamvidian finally admitted it to himself. Cormadnar sounded like a man preparing for a coup. The director would likely be monitoring his comlink. Thankfully, years of counterterrorism experience had taught Shamvidian a few tricks. He locked his office door and began modifying his comm to scramble his outgoing call. Then he dialed Ariane Ven. When he heard the click of the call being received, Shamvidian whispered, Detective Ven, can you hear me? Please respond. I'm right here, sir. Detective, what is your location? I'm at the spaceport. I just got a sudden lead on the Polhednar case. Really? Shamvidian stiffened. What kind of lead? It would take a while to explain, sir. I'm sorry I haven't been keeping you updated. I'm just about finished. I haven't received any instructions from headquarters. Should I come back now? No. Shamvidian's voice was firm. Whatever evidence you have, keep it safe. Keep yourself safe. Any information you gather about whoever is responsible for these attacks may be what we need. I understand, sir, but why should I avoid HQ? Shamvidian swore under his breath. Detective, I don't know if it's safe for you right now. Do you have somewhere else to go? Somewhere no one else knows about. A long, tense pause. I think so, sir. Good. But, sir, what's happening? Nothing yet. But if you receive orders from headquarters, let me know before you do anything. Is that clear? Another pause. Please, Detective. I need you to trust me. I think so, sir. And if I find anything new about Polhadnar's murder, can I come to you with it? Shamvaidayan considered his situation, practically on lockdown, a prisoner in his own office, hiding his activities from superiors he could no longer trust. Ariane Ven's situation sounded just as bad. If Cormadnar truly was planning a coup, there was no way he'd trust a human BSA officer. Shamvaidayan barely knew the young human, despite working together for over a year. Suddenly, they had no one to trust but each other. Yes, he said at last. But communicate only via comlink, understand? I'm not sure if the office system is secure. Another long pause. I understand, sir. I'll let you know. And thank you. Good luck, Detective. Yes, sir. You too. The line clicked off. Shamvaidayan sat back and waited for someone to come for him. But no one came. When the news came from Coruscant, Ben Kilnam was hardly surprised, only disappointed. When he went to Princess Leia's quarters to deliver it, he was relieved to find Gavrism already there. One look at the grim expressions on Leia and her husband told him the Minister of State had explained everything, saving Ben Kilnam at least a little trouble. As he took a seat across from Leia, the Syrian offered what meager comfort he could. At least Minister Barras was able to delay the vote until you returned to Coruscant. I'm not sure what good that will do. Leia leaned forward, as if the weight of the galaxy pressed down on her shoulders. Fey'lya already had enough support to push through a rehearing of his first bill. That says a lot. I know your place is in the Senate, Gavrism whistled. But what do you wish us to do, Princess? Leia sighed, looking at them both. Minister, I think you should stay here. As our top diplomat, you still have a chance at resolving this peacefully. In any case, we need to retain a presence on this world. I'm only afraid that anyone who stays might be in danger. There's no telling how much this will escalate. No position is without risks. Gavrism shook his head, ruffling his feathery mane. I have no opposition to remaining here, Princess. None. All right. Leia sighed again. I'm not sure what to do with the rest of the staff. Tress Kenth Pakpakat. Your NRI guy is intimidating. Han spoke up for the first time. Bring him back with you. He can give a full report to the Senate, intimidate them. You'll still have Pakpakat's other agents on the planet, with diplomatic credentials, Gavrism reminded her. All right. Leia nodded. Pakpakat comes with me. Kent should come too. If we do end up bringing the military in, I want someone who's seen the ground situation. What about Tresk? Asked Han. Leia's brows drew together. I think I'll let Tresk stay if he decides to. He'll stand out in Fey'lya, Ben Kilnam reminded her. I know. But he's a Jedi. He can take care of himself. All right. Ben Kilnam placed his hands on his knees. That only leaves me. Leia fixed her tired eyes on his. I won't force you to do anything, Benny. I know you have a lot to consider. I appreciate that, Princess. Ben Kilnam laughed dryly, shaking his head. Fey'lya has me both ways. If I don't go to vote, he'll say I'm derelict. If I do, he'll say I've abandoned my role as Bavinier's representative. Don't care what that furball says, Han said gruffly. What do you think will help? He said it like it was so easy. Ben Kilnam held Leia's eyes and saw uncertainty to match his own. Gavrism cleared his throat. I believe you should stay here, Minister. Aside from my personal preference to have another senior cabinet member here, I believe that, as a Bavinieri, you stand a better chance at reasoning with Sign or Palt Regen than I do. Ben Kilnam wanted to believe that. He'd spent more years away from Bavinier than on it, years attending to galactic politics while his homeworld lurched toward disaster. The distance he'd kept now felt like a betrayal. Everything he'd encountered since coming here had made him feel more detached from the world he'd once called home, and more like a failure. And yet, in the end, Gavrism was right. He could do more good here than on Coruscant. What kind of good, he didn't know, but he'd forever feel like a failure if he didn't try. As for Fey'lya, he was welcome to spin it however he liked. Ben Kilnam knew his political fortunes were in deadly peril as it was. If any more bloodshed happened on Bavinier, the election would be forfeit. I will stay here. The words came out heavier than he'd expected, weighted with a commitment he wasn't sure he could keep. From the look on Leia's face, it was the answer she'd expected. I'll do my best on Coruscant, Benny. I promise. Ben Kilnam sighed. Princess, I'm no longer certain Borsk Fey'lya isn't right. The problems we're stuck in now feel like a labyrinth. War may be the only way out. I don't believe that, Benny. I never will. Still the old idealism, after so much time. With a sad, brittle smile, Ben Kilnam said, You should go soon, Leia. Whatever comes of this crisis, the Republic will need you to steer it through. As for me, I shall do my best to keep the peace here, in the place where everything started. After her conversation with Han, Gavrism, and Ben Kilnam, Leia felt a stronger sense of foreboding than ever. She didn't know if it was the Force or just dread. Either way, she found it hard to act confident as she left the consulate and took a speeder to the Prime Minister's tower for one final talk with Jedi Sign. She found Sign where she expected, in the high office overlooking Fey'lya. The sun was setting, painting the city in shades of violet and gold. Long shadows stretched across the white stone buildings, and the dying light made them blaze like fire. Sign stood framed against the window, her silhouette dark against the fading glow. Leia walked in. Sign didn't turn. Prime Minister Sign, Leia said. I want you to know I'll be leaving Bavinier immediately. There's a key vote in the Senate I must be present for. I know. Sign finally turned. Senator Ben Kilnem sent word. I wanted to say goodbye in person. Gavrism and Ben Kilnem will remain, along with their staff. I'm needed on Coruscant. You have nothing to apologize for. Sign planted white fists on her desktop. You have your duty. I have mine. Leia stepped forward. I've enjoyed working with you these past few days. I hope the escalation hasn't damaged our relationship. The escalation isn't your fault. I know you've done everything you can. Sign's voice was stiff. Leia tried to sense more through the Force, and gained nothing. How do you plan to react to Paltrigen's demands? I am the legitimate ruler of this planet. I will not step down, and I will not bow to terrorism. I would never suggest that. I'll try to delay intervention as long as I can. It would help if you could tell me your next steps. For the moment, I'll use the BDF to surround Leonel and jam transmissions from the island. What if Paltrigen starts killing hostages? Sign snorted. He calls them prisoners of war. We both know what they are. What will you do? I will not be the one to take the first life. But if Paltrigen begins killing, I will send the BDF in. Leia swallowed. You could end up taking the blame for whatever deaths happen on Leonel, even if the CPF kills them. I'm aware of that. Sign's skull deepened, and Leia felt a spike of anger through the Force. I am low on options, Princess. This crisis won't get better before it gets worse. I know that now. And I don't think your military will solve our problems. Leia had no answer. The crisis had ramped up bit by bit, confounding her best efforts to tame it. Sign's expression softened slightly. I have one more question. I don't believe your NRDF can solve my problem. What about the Jedi? Leia blinked. I have 2 Jedi here. I was planning to take Kent Hamner back with me. And your Badhan Jedi? Is he staying? He's agreed to. I'll keep that in mind. Science's brows drew together again. You may go now. The cold dismissal stung. Leia said, I hope to see you again in better circumstances, Prime Minister Sine. And I you, Princess. Sine nodded. Goodbye. Leia turned and walked out. Something, her gut or the Force, told her she would never pass through those doors again. Never see Jedi say Sine again. She didn't know if it was premonition or dread. Either way, it settled in her chest like a stone. When Leia Organa Solo departed Bavinier on her husband's ragged old freighter, General Case brought the news to Science office. She'd been pacing, watching darkness fall on Fey'lya. When Case arrived, the lights in the towers were going up, drowning out the last blues and violets of twilight. His arm was out of its sling now, and both hands were balled into fists at his side. Madam Prime Minister, the time has come. Organa Solo is gone. We must act. Sine took a breath, deep and slow, as if she could draw courage from the air itself. The city below glittered in the twilight, beautiful, fragile, about to shatter. My people are standing by, Case pressed. They will do this if you give the order. Science sniffed. Your captains are loyal? All of them, madam. That's why they're captains. Every ship in the BDF will stand against the Republic, if you tell them to. Making them stand against the Republic is a death sentence. I'm not sending our people to die defending Bavinier. You'll do it because your mother did the same. Because you have no other choice. Case's voice was soft, almost kind, which made it worse. Did Organa Solo promise she could prevent a Republic intervention? Sine shook her head. She was not so optimistic. You see what I mean, then? This crisis has reached a breaking point. Someone must protect our world, from Paltrigen, from the Republic, from anyone who would take it from us. Please, madam, be the woman your mother was. She shook her head, as if she could chase away the truth in Case's words. You make it sound so easy, General. It's not. I know. He softened his tone. But we have no choice. This is what history has given us. We have to act. Sine closed her eyes. When she opened them, Case was still watching with dark, pleading eyes. Has anything changed at the BSA? Nothing since my last report. Cormadnar has been pulling personnel back to headquarters. Everything indicates he's planning action against you. Your informants. Sine's voice was cold. Have they said whether Cormadnar was preparing for this all along? Have they been planning, like your captains? Case's jaw dropped. Madam, I resent your implication. Cormadnar is moving against you, not me. We have to move first. My people are standing by. The BDF is always loyal to you, even if the BSA is not. If I move against the BSA, the Syrian people will see it as a declaration of war. You don't need to cripple the entire BSA. Just arrest Kormadnar and place someone in his stead. Not a human, another Syrian. I suppose you have suggestions. Case nodded. His deputy is too much of a loyalist. But there are other possibilities. Shamvai Dayan, for example, the one heading the Polhadnar investigation. A homicide officer, in charge of the entire BSA? He'll be out of his depth. Exactly. Sine scowled. What do you know of his politics? There is very little to know. That's what makes him ideal. He's a competent, apolitical functionary. A functionary who's failed to find whoever killed my predecessor. By putting him in charge, you can prove you're serious about justice, no matter what Palt Regent says. Case logic was a Durasteel trap, and Cyan felt herself closing inside it. And what reason do I have for arresting Kormadnar? The truth. They were preparing a coup. You saw the evidence I gathered. You offered evidence, not proof. She sighed. I wish I could speak to him. That would show our hand. Please, madam, give the declaration. We will arrest Kormadnar and declare martial law. And the Republic? If they're brave enough to defy us once they've seen our resolve, let them come. Case's voice was dark. Bavineri will be slaves to no one. No empire, no republic. No law but our own. She saw in his eyes the fierce devotion she'd often heard ascribed to her mother. She'd felt it too, when she was younger, when she'd first discovered her true parentage. And yet now, all Jadase Cyan felt was doubt upon doubt. Please, madam, Case repeated. You must give the order. Very well, she said at last. Do it. Arrest Kormadnar. Very good, madam. Case straightened and snapped a salute. I knew you'd never let us down. He marched off to relay her orders, leaving her alone as the last colors of twilight fled the sky. Strange, a sliver of pressure lifted from her chest, the relief of a decision made, no matter how terrible. And then the weight of what she'd done settled back, heavier than before. The hotel room was small, cramped, 3 of them crowded around the hollow projector, the curtains drawn tight against the Fey'lya night. The air was thick, stale, charged with tension. No one seemed to breathe. Sir couldn't figure out which of them was most nervous. Detective Venn was clearly concerned about being there at all. He hadn't explained the details of his last conversation with his Syrian partner, but it sounded as though Bavigner's police force was on the verge of some crisis, and he was trying to focus on the case in hopes it would calm a situation spiraling out of control. And then there was Rev Lessex. The bare skin of his scalp gleamed with sweat, and one leg twitched nervously as Venn slid the datacard into the hollow projector. He was clearly shaken by the day's events, adding another layer of anxiety to his desperate search for his brother. Sir would have preferred Lessex not come at all. Just before they'd arrived, she'd gotten a comm from Tresk Imnel. President Organa Solo was returning to Coruscant, but Tresk was staying behind with Gavrism and Ben Kilnam to hold the Republic's mission together. She'd reassured him with false confidence that she and Venn were making progress. It might have been true. Right now, Sir had a hard time believing anything. Okay, here we go. Venn muttered as the hollow sprang to life. He hopped back onto the bed beside Sir and Lessex. The dark-skinned human leaned forward intently. The recording was security camera footage, taken from above the entrance to the landing pad where a Corellian freighter had set down. Then zoomed in on figures standing in front of the ship's nose. There, Venn said. Tell me if you recognize anyone. Lessex squinted. Sir watched closely. Given the poor resolution, it was hard to tell, but she didn't think any of the four humans had skin tone dark enough to be Lessex's brother. Do you recognize any of them? Venn prodded. I don't see Javen. Lessex didn't sound relieved. He kept watching as the recording played on. Another human appeared, pushing a repulsor cart with crates. The others gathered around, and one, pale-skinned and dark-haired, entered a key code and lifted the lid halfway. The salesman, maybe Pedrick Cuff himself. The others leaned in close. From that angle, and with the poor resolution, there was no way to tell what was inside, but the crate was about the right size for a portable surface-to-surface missile launcher. I'm still not sure about the others, Lessex muttered. Just wait. Venn pressed a button. The recording sped up, the crate closed, locked, payment exchanged. The buyers pushed the cart away. Cuff turned back to his ship. Then slowed the recording, first to normal, then to half speed. Lessex and Sir both leaned closer. The holocom was positioned over the doorway. As the three buyers exited, they passed close enough for their faces to be seen clearly. Venn froze the recording at the best moment. Well, he asked, recognize any of them? I think I might. Lessex nodded. That man, the one in the middle, pushing the cart. I saw him with my brother. I know it. That's good. Venn nodded eagerly. Do you remember a name? I don't think so. Like I said, he never introduced these people to me. Lessex paused. Wait, the one on the right. I think I recognize him too. And you think these are BIL people? Asur asked. I don't know who else they would be. Then the man they talked to must be Pedrick Cuff. That sounds right. Ven rubbed his chin. If we can find these men, they might lead us to Cuff. Or my brother, said Lessex. All good. Asur leaned back. But how do we find them? Ven sighed. I can try to contact my partner, Detective Shamvidian. He has more contacts in the BSA. He's been around forever. I thought you said something was wrong at BSA headquarters, Asur said. I don't know what's going on, but it sounded ominous. Maybe we should talk to someone else, Lessex suggested. No. Ven shook his head. I'm going to call Shamvidian. He's our best shot. He might know these people by sight, or he could take the recording to prisoners and get names. Are you sure it's safe? Asur asked. Are you sure you can trust him? A pause too long. Then Ven nodded. I can trust him. But is it safe? He took a deep breath. I guess there's only one way to find out. When his personal comlink buzzed, Shamvidian knew it was Arion Venerable. He assumed it would be audio, but instead, a data package had been sent. He plugged his comlink into his datapad, copied the files, then stuffed the comlink in his breast pocket. The recording was simple. Security holocom footage from the main landing complex showed 3 men buying crates from another man with a Corellian freighter. As the recording ended, the buyers pushed their carts out through the exit, passing beneath the door, their faces visible for a few clear seconds. Shamvidian had a feeling this was what Ven wanted him to see. He paused the recording, putting his face close to the screen. He could make out the faces clearly enough, but none were familiar. Then, as if Ven had known exactly how long he'd need, his comlink buzzed again, audio this time. A click. Then Ven's voice. Can we speak, sir? I'm still in my office, and my scrambler should be working. What did I just see, Detective? That's from the landing complex. I believe that freighter belonged to Pedrick Cuff, and that crate contained the weapon used to kill Polhadnar. Explain, Shamvidian whispered. It's a long story, sir. After a stop at Fey'lya, the freighter hopped down to Leonel for a bigger shipment. A pause. I don't think I'll be getting those records anytime soon. No, you won't, Shamvidayan snorted. Am I supposed to recognize those 3 men? I have reason to think they're connected to the BIL. Even if you don't know them, the new prisoners might. You could ask them, or other people investigating the BIL. I'm not in a position to go anywhere right now, Detective. What does that mean, sir? Shamvidayan had no idea what anything meant right now. I was instructed not to leave the building. I'm not sure why. But thank you, Detective. I'll do what I can from here. You keep doing what you can from there. Of course, sir. And stay safe, Venerable. I think you're onto something. This could change everything. He dared to hope. You've done a fine job. After a pause, Ven said, Thank you, sir. Shamvidayan was about to add more, then he heard it. Footsteps in the corridor. Fast, crisp, purposeful. The sound cut through the silence like a blade. I have to go now. He kept his voice low. I'll talk later if I can. Goodbye, Detective. He shut off the comm link and stuffed it in his jacket. He pulled the datapad's memory rod and pocketed it too, just as the door to his office opened. He'd expected Cormadnar, or one of his deputies. Instead, he found himself staring at the brown uniform of the Bavinier Defense Force. He was so surprised he didn't register the face, not until the man said, We need you to come with us, Detective. Shamvidayan blinked. Who are you? Major Alvar Brenner, BDF Central Division. Come with me. To where? General Case wants to speak with you immediately. Why? What happened to Cormadnar? He's been arrested for planning a coup against Prime Minister Sine. General Case believes you will be an appropriate replacement. Me? But I'm a... He stopped. He knew what he was, what he would be. A warm body. A reassuring face. A puppet for whatever Case and Sine were about to do. Please, Detective, said Brenner. The General is waiting. Shamvidayan rose from his chair. He kept his hands at his sides, fighting the urge to touch the comm link and data rod in his jacket. Brenner turned and led him out. Shamvidayan kept his head low, his eyes on the floor. He didn't want to look at Brenner's face, didn't want the confirmation that the man leading him to his new role was the same one who'd bought the weapon that killed Polhadnar. Chapter 1-2. When Leia stepped into the Senate chamber, the noise hit her first, a wall of sound from thousands of voices, the clatter of holocams, the pounding of Nyuknov's gavel. 2 weeks since she'd last stood here. It felt like a lifetime. Nyuknov was at the podium, trying to call everyone to order, but nobody was listening to the boisterous little Celestin. Borsk Fey'lya stood behind his seat, hunched close in conversation with Parolo Miatamia. Selch Dravid glanced in aggravation at the mobile holocams flitting around him, while Plo looked dejected at his lack of attention. A flurry of holocams surrounded Eligo Zakla, who sat calmly with his long-fingered hands folded in his lap, ignoring it all. Leia scanned the crowd for her allies. Kel Omus, Avon Barus, Talikyar, Tribac, all surrounded by diplomatic staff having last-minute talks. Avon lifted his head and caught her eyes from the far side of the cavernous chamber. She'd been fending off advice from Nanaadang for the better part of an hour, and even as she stepped toward the podium, her chief of staff wasn't ready to let her off the hook. I know the situation has gotten drastic, Madam President, but I still believe we can spin this to our advantage. She gave him a reluctant sidelong glance. What kind of advantage? Sine has declared martial law on Bevinir. It's a complete defiance of the rule of law and the democratic charter of the new republic. Yes, but we still have people on the ground. That they did. Some diplomatic staff. 1 Jedi. 2 of her most senior officials. She'd spoken with Benny and Gavrizim after arriving on Coruscant. They were safe but under effective house arrest. It all made Leia burn with shame. She trusted Sine, felt a genuine bond with her. And she should have known better. The Force should have warned her. Instead, she'd let empathy blind her judgment, and now she was paying for it. She couldn't even think about what this meant for the election. But as she looked across the chamber, she saw Borsk Fey'lya bristling with confidence. It made her sick. Borsk was right. The words tasted like poison. All this damn time, he was right. Aang stared. Madam President, they're going to expect a statement. What are you going to do? The situation's changed, Nanaad. We have to change too. Miatamia moved to his seat while Fey'lya went for the podium. That was apparently what it took to call the Senate to order. People finally noticed Nyuknov had been banging his gavel for the past 10 minutes. Madam President, Aang hissed, if you were going to change policy, I wish you told me more than 5 minutes before your speech. He was angry, and right to be angry. But Leia was too tired to care. She put a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, Nanaad. This is what I have to do. What about Fey'lya? Let Borsk do what Borsk does. Deep down, she was dreading whatever came out of the Bothan's mouth. Nyuknov took his seat as Fey'lya gripped the podium with both paws. Holocams clustered as close as they could. Even as the spotlights blazed in his face, Fey'lya pretended to look past them, the statesman, the leader, the man who'd been right all along. That we are here today is a tragedy, Fey'lya began. I wish I could say we are blameless victims, but in truth, I hold now, as I did 2 weeks ago, that this crisis could have been handled better. I will not lay blame on my august colleagues, Ponk Gavrism and Ben Kilnam, who even now are held as hostages by a hostile regime. No, they are victims, as much as the innocent Syrian civilians killed on Maressa, Chaldonia, and Lemuria in acts of brazen terrorism. I will only say this. All of those victims are victims because of New Republic policy based on the belief, noble but misguided, that the Bavinier Independence League, Jadasay Sign, and the Bavinier Defense Force can be reasoned with as rational political actors. They have proven themselves to be what I have said they are all along, a unified front advancing the agenda of radical human supremacy on Bavinier. The words sent ripples through the chamber. Leia's heart sank as she watched non-human senators nod along, their faces grim with agreement. Fey'lya had painted this as a racial conflict, and they were buying it. Though they claimed to detest the Empire, Fey'lya went on, the Bavinieri humans have learned well from their former oppressors. I know some in this august body might find sympathy with them because of their history of being downtrodden, but so often the bully becomes the bully. A misguided sense of sympathy for these human supremacists has stayed our hand for too long and allowed Sign and the BIL to seize control of Bavinier's democratic institutions. Now we must say no more. Now we must stand up for the rights of Syrians on Bavinier, for the rights of all species in a galaxy still tainted by the rotten hierarchies of the Empire. Today we will vote as we should have voted a week ago. We will vote to dismantle this system of lingering oppression. The clamor rose, and Fey'lya smacked a paw on the podium. We must vote now. We must vote in favor of military intervention, no matter the cost. To do otherwise would be to betray our founding principles and leave one more system under the yoke of human supremacists. The Senate's clamor reached a breaking point. Fey'lya stepped back, satisfied, tilting his head just enough to pass a sidelong look at Leia. She knew nothing could have kept the rage off her face. Madam President, Aang touched her shoulder. We need to talk about your response. We can delay the vote, delay your speech. No, Nanad. We're doing this now. But, Leia! Wait! She pushed past him and walked toward the podium. Her footsteps echoed in the sudden silence. Every senator was watching, thousands of eyes, thousands of judgments. The weight of their attention pressed down on her like a physical thing. Fey'lya stepped aside, avoiding eye contact as he settled into his seat. Leia raised her head and looked out at the assembled senators. She'd addressed them too many times to count, but it felt different now. A heavy weight pressed on her shoulders, the same weight she'd felt when she told this body she was sending troops into the Cornact cluster. Then, she'd been drawing what she thought was a straight line to her husband's death. Now it was Benny and Gavrism she stood to lose. Despite it, there was no other choice. I have just returned from Bavinier, she said. In the short time I was there, the situation spiraled dangerously out of control. I have come here today to endorse Minister Fey'lya's call for military intervention. The words burned on her tongue. She forced them out anyway. I do not make this decision lightly. As you know, I opposed military intervention because I feared it would escalate a situation that could have been controlled. I believed that was the right choice then, and I believe still that I made the right decisions based on the information available. She swallowed, took a breath. These recent events cannot be excused. They cannot be tolerated. She fixed her eyes on the holocams. I say to Jadase Sign, legal Prime Minister of Bavinyr, that you have taken illegal actions that defy the core principles of the new republic. You still have a chance to rectify this situation and return power to civilian hands. If you have not taken steps to disarm before new republic forces arrive, there will be consequences. If any harm comes to New Republic personnel on Bavinyr, those consequences will be severe. The New Republic does not bow to intimidation or threats. The New Republic will do whatever it takes to preserve the rule of law and the success of democracy on all its member worlds. I urge Prime Minister Sign to remember what she sees here today. The future of your world is in your hands. This is your last opportunity to choose wisely. She stepped away from the podium. The Senate erupted into frenzied chatter, but Leia hardly paid attention. She took her seat next to Ben Kilnam's empty chair, closed her eyes, and felt all the energy drained from her. She didn't know how long it took Nyuk-Nuv to calm the senators enough to hold the vote. She barely paid attention to the tally. It didn't matter. The motion passed with more than a two-thirds majority. When it was done, Leia left the Senate chamber without a word. Aang tried to corner her, but Han swooped in, interposing himself between Leia and her chief of staff, hurrying her down the back hallways into the private tunnels connecting the legislative building to the old Imperial Palace. That was brave, Han said, squeezing her shoulder. It wasn't brave. It was the only thing I could do. Well, it's what the Sign Lady deserves, the way she played you. Han, she didn't play me. Leia stopped in the empty corridor, putting both hands on his arms. This wasn't like Nil's spar. She was honestly conflicted. Yeah, well, look how her conflict ended up. I just hope she's not stupid enough to harm Benny or Puffers. They have Tresk with them. A Jedi can keep them safe. She couldn't quite believe it. Han put his hands on her waist. What are you going to do now? Leia sighed. Something I should have done when this whole mess started. Like what? Han, Bavinyr has always resisted authority. Those human settlers left the old republic because they didn't want anyone telling them what to do. I was a fool to think they'd accept it from us, especially after what the Empire did to them. Yeah, maybe. Han still had a soft spot for rugged individualists, so long as they didn't hurt his family. What's your point? The Imperial Admiral who put down the original Bavignery revolt was Octavian Grant. Han's face settled into a scowl. You're going to Rathalay? His perspective could be valuable, especially since we're heading for a military confrontation. Why you? Why not send Jan Ors or one of the other spooks? This is something I have to do in person. How long since you last saw him? Not long enough. She shuddered. But I have to do it. Okay then. When are we going? Of course it would be we. She suppressed a tired smile. We'll take off before the end of the day. One more person I need to talk to first. When the call came, Etan Abbot was ready. Already in uniform, he left immediately for the Imperial Palace and was ushered up to the Chief of State's office. He found Leia Organa Solo behind her desk, hands clasped so tightly her knuckles were white. She looked exhausted, more exhausted than he'd ever seen her. He greeted her with a salute. She bade him at ease with a tiny nod. Thank you for coming promptly, General. What are your orders, madam? I want you to take a naval contingent to Bavigner. If Jedi Sign does not release our personnel, relax martial law, and present herself for negotiations, you are authorized to take military action. Action with what goal? Removing Sign from office. And who takes her place? I'd prefer Ben Kilnam as temporary Prime Minister. If he is not able, I'm afraid we'll have to appoint you as military governor until a civilian power structure can be established. How large a contingent am I authorized to bring? As much as you need. I believe the NRDF has a full profile of the Bavigner Defense Force's capabilities. I hope you won't have to fight them, but you must be prepared. I understand. A threat should never be made unless you're ready to follow through. He wondered if he told her that during the Yevothin crisis. Jedi Sign was not Nilspar, but in the end, they'd both come to the same damned place. May I ask a question? Go ahead. Should I attempt to meet personally with Sign before beginning military maneuvers? I think you should. Organa Solo nodded. Your past history with her is one of the reasons I chose you for this mission. Another reason, he suspected, was that he was not human. Given the way Fey'lya had miscast this as a racial conflict, Organa Solo had a careful political line to walk. Everything about this mission made him sick. Worst of all, he'd known it was coming since he first met her in this office 2 weeks ago. "I'm leaving the planning and execution to you," Organa Solo said. "Given the peacetime status of the military, you should be able to muster whatever ships you need." "I'll need time. How long do I have?" "I can't spare more than a day. There's no telling how much worse the situation will get. We can't afford to wait." He'd been expecting that. "I'll have my preliminary plan on your desk by the end of the day." "Give your report to Minister Makati. He'll relay it. I'll review what I can, but I trust your judgment." "Are you going somewhere, madam?" "I'll be leaving Coruscant within 2 hours. To Bavinier?" "No." She shook her head gravely. "I'm leaving that in your capable hands. I'm going to Rathalay. In plain clothes, purchasing equipment from a smuggler named Pedrick Cuff, who's already been named as supplying the BIL with New Republic weapons." "I know who Pedrick Cuff is," Sign said sharply. "I'm sending the package now." He tapped a button on his comm link. "Review it yourself, madam. Brenner can clearly be recognized at the end. I strongly suspect General Case put him up to it." "General Case is my most trusted officer. What proof do you have?" "A gut feeling, madam." "And how do you know this man is Pedrick Cuff?" "It's a long story. My partner, Arion Venn, a human, put this together." "And where is Detective Venn now?" "Honestly, madam, I don't know. That's not the point. The sale on the recording happened just hours before Cuff made a longer stop at Leonel, probably to pass more weapons to the BIL. But he made this sale to Brenner first. Madam, this happened just days before Polhadnar was killed." No sound over the comlink for almost a minute. "Madam, have you watched the recording?" Her sigh crackled over the link. "No. But I will look into it right now. Director. Thank you for this. I know it was a risk." "I just want to do what's best for Bavinier. For all Bavinier." Another sigh. "Thank you, Director. I'm glad someone is." The line clicked off. Shem Vidian put his comm link on his desk and deflated. It was over. He didn't know if Sign would act on his information, but he'd done all he could. Then he heard footsteps in the hall. He jerked upright, reaching for his pistol. When the door slid open, the first thing he saw was the tip of a blaster rifle. He fired, catching the first BDF officer in the stomach, but the one behind him fired over his fallen partner's shoulder. The blast caught him square in the chest. White-hot agony, then nothing. He couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. The blaster slipped from his fingers, clattering on the floor. He tried to call out, to warn Sign, but only a wet gasp escaped. The taste of blood filled his mouth. He'd failed. He'd failed, and now he was dying, and no one would ever know. His head rolled to one side. He could make out the gleam of his comm link on the desk. He should have warned her. Should have told her they were listening. But it was too late. It was all too late. When the recording ended, Major Brenner's face burned into Sign's memory. She began to pace in front of her office window, trying to decide what to do. The recording was proof of nothing, evidence of something, perhaps, but even that depended on context. And she only had Sham Vidian's word. The recording could have been faked. Yet she believed it in her heart. She didn't want to, but she did. Since Pol Hadnar's assassination, a creeping feeling had settled over her. A knowledge that no matter how she tried to steer Bavingir straight, events kept spiraling beyond her control. She tried to assess it rationally. If the recording was real, if Brenner had bought weapons from Cuff, who'd soon sell them to the BIL, then there was a connection between the BDF and the BIL extremists. It would explain the Republic-made weapon used to kill Pol Hadnar. It would explain the BIL's apparent innocence. The military had always possessed hardliners. But she never expected them to assassinate a democratically elected president just because he was Syrian. But no. It was more than that. They'd killed him to put a human in power. To put her in power. They couldn't have known what would follow: the bombings, the CPF's seizure of Leonel, the Republic's intervention, but they could have anticipated chaos. And with a human in charge, they could use that chaos to push toward Bavingir's ultimate independence. A Bavingir for humans only. It made grim, awful, humiliating sense. But she couldn't know for sure, not with just this recording. The one thing she knew was that she'd let herself be used. She'd disgraced her mother's legacy. The burning shame of that clouded her judgment. It wouldn't go away now. It probably never would. Everything depended on what General Case knew. Brenner had risen through the ranks on Case's coattails. As much as Sign wanted to deny it, as much as she trusted Case, he'd always been a hard man. A human patriot above all else. She couldn't trust Case anymore. Which meant she couldn't trust anyone else in the BDF either. The Bavingir Knights seemed to encroach around her. Yet far above, she knew, there was still Etna Bot, honestly trying to find a way out with as little violence as possible. She'd known Abbott far longer than she'd known Case. She trusted him for just as long. She stopped pacing and moved for her desk. She connected her comm link to its data port, running through what she could tell a bot. Before she could turn on the transmitter, the doors slid open without warning. General Case walked in. She saw no one behind him. The doors closed, leaving them alone. She kept a straight face. "Well, General? What is it?" "Fresh news from the Jedi incursion." "Jedi incursion?" "The Jedi and Republic troops entering Leonel have met resistance. Please, madam, come to the Situation Room immediately." She cursed quietly. "Did we get the hostages out?" "Less than half. There've already been casualties. Come." "Give me 2 minutes. I'll be down as soon as I can." Case didn't move. "Is there a problem, madam?" "No. I just need to take care of one thing. Go ahead. I'll be right behind you." She reached out with her meager force powers, trying to sense Case. He was hard to read, his emotions guarded. She saw his eyes drift to her desktop, to the comm link plugged into the data port. Then she felt it, unmistakable alarm. He knew. His hand went to his service pistol. Science went to her own hip, and found nothing. She wasn't a soldier anymore. Case shot caught her in the stomach. The impact drove her back against the window, the glass cold against her spine. Pain exploded through her, white-hot, blinding. She tried to breathe, but her lungs wouldn't work. Blood welled between her fingers. She was going to die. She slumped to the floor, shoulders and back still propped against the window.